All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people from all walks of life. Karibuni sana to another evening edition. It's a Friday the 5th, in this year of the Lord 2024. Karibu sana kwa hii show, wadau, karibuni sana. Hope you're well. Hope you are doing well. Asante sana kwa kutujoin. Thank you for joining me. As usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. This is the night's edition. Usiku wa leo nina mambo mengi, nina vitu kali, nina vitu moto ya kuwajuza watazamaji na nina show moja fiti. Karibu sana, nijuze unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike hii video, kwa kusubscribe to Afric 24. As usual, I'm your host Jakes the moderator and this is Afric 24. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Kama unatazama kwa platform ingine yoyote, consider subscribing to Afric 24. This is your show ambao mmekuja kupenda. Karibu sana, ndio tu nimeanza na nina mengi ya kuwajuza. Karibu sana wadau. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Watu wa USA karibuni, watu wa London karibuni, watu wa wapi, wa Jamaica, watu wa Saudi Arabia, watu wa Denmark, watu wa Sweden, watu wa Wales, watu wote ambao wananitazama wa Kenya, watukufu wa Zalendo, karibuni sana. Wase ambao mko hapa Nairobi, hapa Kisumu, karibuni sana. Watu wa Kakamega mko vipi? Karibuni. Watu wa Siaya, watu wa Vihiga mjini, watu wa Busia, seneta wenyu wanafanya mambo hapa nje, lakini zaidi ya yote karibuni sana kwa hii show. Let me know where you're finding this program from. Asante sana kwa sababu hii show ni show yako we. Nakwambia zile vitu Okiya ametamka leo, mpaka mimi mwenyewe ilibidi niende moja kwa nyingine kwa sababu zilikuwa kibao. So many words to describe one thing. I'll be telling you why the headline, why the topic, and why we have this show this evening. All right. Okay, karibu sana wajuzi wawili watatu kwa kulike hii video. Asante sana. Naona wengi tayari wameanza kulike na kutuma ujumbe. Patrick Lumumba, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Victor Kiptoro, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Dick Babu, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Namuona Dick Babu anasema we need such leaders who attack unattackable without fear. Anasema we need such leaders ambao hawaogopi kuattack, hawaogopi kuattack those who are unattackable, wale ambao tunadhani hawatishwi. We need such leaders ambao hawaogopi. What is your sentiments? I'll be playing you the clip and many clips that made headlines today. We are discussing a lot. Lakini zaidi ya yote, asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Where are you watching this wonderful show from? All right. Namuona Jepta Rono amelike hii video. Asante sana Jepta Rono. Asante sana John Onyango kwa kulike hii video. Patrick Mumba, asante kwa kulike hii video. Elvis Suga unasema he's a very brave leader. All right. Omutata huku nje ameanza kuwa celeb. Ameanza kuwa the man of the people kwa sababu the man is turning out to be fearless. Haogopi chochote, hacheki na wadhii. Alright, asante sana. Naona Elvis amelike hii video, asante sana. Japta, asante kwa kulike hii video. Onyango, asante kwa kulike hii video. Nani hapa? Wilson Kiptoro, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Thank you for liking the video. Consider subscribing to Afric 24. Kimbia hapo YouTube, subscribe to Afric 24. Dick Babu, asante kwa maoni yako. Elvis Sugar, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Alright, kuna mtu ananiambia nitume link tu sahihi. Alright, link nayo ndo hiyo inajaja. John Ochieng, I see you, asante sana. Mnaona maoni yenu ni yapi kuhusu matamshi ya Okiya Omtatah? Jamaa haogopi, jamaa amesimama gangari, jamaa amesimama ange, hataki kutishwa na yoyote. Amesema prezo manze, hunitishi bwana. Kama uko na evidence ya corruption ya majaji, bring it on, ilete. Leta hiyo evidence. Wacha kusema watu ni corrupt hapa kwa koti. Wacha kusema you are losing your cases because judges are corrupt. Bring your evidence. But before amwambia bring evidence, kuna maneno kadhaa alitumia, maneno hot, maneno mingi. Is Okiya Omtatah the man to watch? Is he the next man to watch? Because he's turning out to be the man of the people. because wengi wanasema we need a courageous leader, we need a fearless leader, we need a leader who speaks true to power, we need a leader who can represent the people even when the government seems to be going rogue. Hey, Okiya Omtatah, I'm telling you, ana trend pia pale kwa Twitter and ana trend pia kwa hii show. Welcome very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know where this show inakupata, nijuze inakupata ukiwa wapi. Pia zaidi ya yote, like hii video. Likes ni bure kabisa, kufollow na kusubscribe to Africa 24 hakuna gharama yoyote, una subscribe free of charge. All right, subscribe free of charge hapo kwa YouTube, na follow us on Facebook, and pia follow us mahali popote ambapo unakutana na hii content ya Africa 24. Namuona Joseph Opanda amelike hii video. Thank you so much bwana Joseph. Peter Musiemi, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Nzomo Shan, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Elvis Sugar, I see you, asante. Rono Jepta, I see you, asante. Onyango John, I see you, asante sana. Victor, I see you, thank you very much. Let me know where this is finding you from. I'm telling you, Okiya Omtatah hacheki na wadhi. Amedescribe sentiments za rais kuwa Babaric, kuwa Satanic, kuwa Immature. Weh, maneno kizungu kubwa. As the late Otieno Kajwang would say, kizungu kubwa. Kizungu kubwa, maneno mengi ameyatumia jioni ya leo kudescribe the attack on judiciary. I don't know, what do you feel, What do you feel? Because ni juzi tu Omtatah alikuwa ameambiwa, hey, rais alipewa sword, na hiyo sword haikuwa ya kukata nyasi, hiyo sword haikuwa ya kukatakata nyama, ilikuwa ni sword ya kufyeka wakora. Sasa kidogo kidogo wakaacha kuitwa wakora, sasa wakaitwa wafisadi, na eventually wakaambiwa, you know what, hatutarudi kuwasikiza. I'll also be playing you what the Nandi senator advised the president. He just called court orders tissue papers. Mi nakwambia hawa watu wako na serious madharau kwa mahakama. How do you call court orders tissue papers? How? Ati zitararuliwa, they will not obey. Karongo Wadhango naye akakuwa kwanza kumwambia rais, you know what, vunja sheria, hakuna mahali utapelekwa. But Omtatah leo was firing from the hip, alikuwa na shoot from all cylinders. Anasema, you know what, Mr. President, your attacks are immature, they are barbaric, they are satanic. Na hapo nyuma, na juu napenda kuwarudisha nyuma, hapo nyuma hawa jamaa wawili kuna mahali walimit huko maeneo ya Busia, na walipomeet wakaanza kusema vizuri sana. Omtatah anaita Prezo, wewe ni beshte yangu. Prezo anaita Omtatah, wewe ni beshte yangu. Prezo naye akamwambia, tafadhali kiasi tu, usinipeleke kotini tena, or rather wewe ni mpoa, juu ukinipeleka kotini ni afadhali kuliko wale ambao wanaweka vichwa sufuria kwa vichwa. Yeah, that was the the remarks of the president. This is how it started.
Bwana rais, wewe ni rafiki yangu, hata unakumbuka ile mambo yanasewa ikianza, nilikuja kwa ofisi yako Transnational House, nikakupata huko na bwana Ole Kaparo, tukaongea.
Omtatah akamwita, bwana rais, wewe ni rafiki yangu. Alright, naye Ruto kwa ukarimu akasema, vipi?
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja, munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali. Bwana Omutata, wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini, na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please Okiya, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni, watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu, na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana?
Jamaa walisema ni ukweli, ni mabeshte. Ni mabeshte kabisa. Lakini sasa leo mabeshte kuna venyo ameitana majina. Mabeshte mabeshte watoka nitoke ndio hawa sasa. Okiya Omtatah amehangaisha president kule kotini, mpaka president amesema we But let's listen in to what Okiya Omtatah was saying before I bring many other issues on board. But zaidi ya yote, karibu sana kwa show. Welcome so very much to this fantastic show. I see Joseph Opanda akondani anasema niko hapa Lukuyani. Watu wa Lukuyani karibu sana. Lukuyani I think ni Western, eh? Okay, all right. Affectionate praying mantis, asante sana. Unasema uko ndani. Komu Eliud uko ndani. Crispin Impata uko ndani. Asante sana. Namuona nani hapa ako kwa show. Namuona jamaa anajiita Onyango John anasema God's man great leader Mosmos will be our president. Anaongelea Omtatah anasema he's a great man and a great leader, and Mosmos he will be our president. That is Omutata. Is Omutata the next kingpin? Is Omutata the next general? Omutata is turning out to be the man of the match, the Iron Man, the Iron Man Okiya Omtatah. Kelvin Ongeri anasema I am Kelvin from Mombasa. Karibu sana Kelvin. Namwona Timothy anasema tuko ndani, watu wote wako ndani. Asante sana. Timo anasema wako ndani. Timo mko wapi? Nielezeni mko wapi. Let me know where you are. Asante sana. Zaidi yote asante wewe ambaye una like hii video. Kama vile Ken Ruben amelike hii video. Leo TV wamelike hii video. Asante sana. Jimmy Njuguna, I see you. Joseph Omuloito, asante sana. Peter Musiemi, asante kwa kulike hii video. Nzomo Shan, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Peter Omboko Ntabu anasema akondani kwa show, asante sana. Kelvin Ochieng, I see you. Unasema that's what we call bravery. Thank you very much. Simeon Ogina, asante sana. Kennedy Ochieng, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. We Omtatah Okiya Omtatah, the man of the match. Namuona Simeon Ogina uko ndani anasema great mind. All right. This man alisimamisha BBI in one way or another. This man Okiya Omtatah ametikisha mapresident, sio Uhuru tu, sasa ni Ruto. Watu wa Busia mlitupa seneta jamaa moja busara, jamaa moja haogopi, hacheki na wadhi hapa nje, hata kama ni beshte ya prezo haleti ubeshte kwa job. Alright, Ken Rube unasema you're watching from Kitengela, asante sana. Mary Mosioko unasema niko ndani ya show, great to see you. Hello Leo and the team, asante sana Mary Mosioka, I see you. Julia Kanyoro unasema hijacks. Okiya my hero, alright. Fred Ochieng unasema watching from Ireland, keep the good work, asante sana. Alright, Okiya is turning out to be the man of the people. All right, listen.
President William Ruto for accusing the judiciary of corruption, challenging him to produce evidence against judicial officers implicated in bribery. Addressing journalists in Nairobi, the legislator stated that the independence of the judiciary must be safeguarded by insulating it from both actions and omissions, be they political or administrative. The senator said every organ of government and every resident of Kenya is subject to the law. Satolale with the latest on the executive's onslaught on the judiciary.
Responding to the president, Senator Andrew Okiya Omtatah Okoiti challenged William Ruto to avail evidence of bribery implicating judges or litigants, seeking legal intervention in the corridors of justice.
I look him straight in the eye and challenge him to table the evidence of bribe taking against any judge or bribe giving he has against any litigant, and let the chips fall where they may.
Senator Omtatah terming President William Ruto's criticism of the judiciary as reckless, unwarranted and ill-informed.
I therefore add my voice to those who have come out to strongly condemn His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto's recent, most unfortunate, reckless, unwarranted, ill-informed, misguided, immature.
Wadau, wacha tupouza hapo. Hapo ndio kuko na juice, wadau. Wacha tupoza hapo. Hapo ndio juice imejaa. Hapo ndio uhondo wa history imejaa. He begins by describing what the president's attack are. Number one, wacha tuanzie mahali ameanza.
Ruto's recent, most unfortunate, reckless, unwarranted.
One, it's most unfortunate, unwarranted, reckless. Tuendelee Okiya, sorry. Ananibamba mpaka anajitoa.
Immature, unhinged, unnecessary.
Unhinged, immature, unguided. Hizo adjectives zilikuwa kibao sana Omtatah.
Barbaric, satanic.
This is the first man who has called out the president's words and action as satanic. Oya Okiya Omtatah, labda hiyo pata hukuipata, lakini alisema vizuri ya kwamba the president's actions were barbaric, were satanic, were unwarranted. Kizungu kubwa. All right, I'll be playing much more of that, lakini do you think the president's statements were satanic? Do you think the president's statements and attacks to the judiciary were barbaric and satanic? Just to quote Omutata. All right, zaidi ya yote ni juzi unanitazama ukiwa wapi, na pia kujiunga nami kwa show si ngumu. Unaona hiyo link ambayo inatokea hapo kwa comment section, hiyo ndio link unaingia nayo kwa show, na ukiingia kwa show ili uweze kujiunga kwa studio directly, lazima uwe umewasha mic, umewasha kamera na unaandika jina hapo tu kwa StreamYard. Inakutuma moja kwa moja kwa StreamYard. Ukiwa kwa StreamYard lazima uwashe mic, uwashe kamera na uandike jina. Si lazima iwe jina rasmi, lakini jina ambayo nitaweza kuitumia hapa kwa show. Alafu ukishafanya hivyo una click enter na unajiunga nami moja kwa moja hapa kwa show. Wacha tuchambue Okiya Omtatah, lakini pia before tuende sana kwa Okiya Omtatah, jamaa anaitwa Cherargei leo as one man was spewing some degree of braveness, of wise words, and kuna jamaa huku nje amechoma bet, amechoma kabisa, because ame describe court orders as tutasemaje, as tissue paper. Na zinafaa ziraruliwe na zichomwe na zitupe huko mbali. Yani wamedharau koti to that level. Wamefika that level. They have really despised our courts to that level. The amount of disdain to our courts, the disrespect to our court. As much as yes, kunaweza kuwa kuna wawili watatu ambao si wasafi, lakini man, this is an independent organ, an arm that is so independent. This is where everyone goes to seek justice. You might not like our judges, fair enough. You might not like their ruling, but please, hey, Wakenya wadau, Omtatah nawaambia wamanze, muache hizo stories za kishetani. Allow me to let you listen to this even as I bring in Cherargei, but wacha tuanzie mahali Omtatah ameanzia.
He has against any litigant and let the chips fall where they may.
Senator Omtatah terming President William Ruto's criticism of the judiciary as reckless, unwarranted, and ill-informed.
I therefore add my voice to those who have come out to strongly condemn His Excellency President William Ruto's recent, most unfortunate, reckless, unwarranted, ill-informed, misguided, immature, unhinged, unnecessary, barbaric, satanic, and without a doubt, unconstitutional attacks on the judiciary.
The Busia legislator stating that the independence of the judiciary must be safeguarded and that every organ of government and every resident of Kenya is subject to the law.
It is in the interest of justice that the integrity of the judiciary is safeguarded by insulating it from both actions and omissions, be they political, administrative, or otherwise, that could undermine judicial authority That's under Article 159 of the Constitution. And the independence of the judiciary, under Article 160 of the Constitution, and take away from Kenyans the right to and fundamental freedom to access justice.
Omtatah warning that the freedom of the press is also under threat from the executive.
Since the independent judiciary in Kenya is under attack by the Kenya Kwanza government, I am sure that the next target will be our free press, and that should concern every Kenyan.
The outspoken senator vowing to protect the constitution and independent institutions at all costs.
The only medicine for tyrants and strongmen is to fight them back. They must be resisted by all means.
Senator Omtatah is among human rights activists challenging the implementation of the Finance Act 2023 in the corridors of justice. His challenge against the act led to the declaration that the housing tax, a key component of the act, was unconstitutional.
All right. Now, Omtatah seems to really Hana Woga, he really seems to be going out all bare knuckles. How go yeah? Itakuwa an interesting war to catch and to follow here at Africa and all other platforms that are bringing you this awesome edition. Namuona hapo Crispin Impata anasema hivi, I second any word Okiya Omtatah is used. Crispin ana second the words like barbaric, words like immature. Well, I don't know, our president is normal. All right, and should respect the courts. Pia hapo juu umesema kwamba that what we have discovered that our courts of Kenya today is cheap. After Ruto threatened they will rule that the case on the 20 they will rule on the case on the 26th of January in favor of the government. We Crispina anashasema ya kwamba koti washaogopa, meaning on January, which is when the Court of Appeal will be making its ruling in as far as the housing levy is concerned and every other issue that it's before it, that washaingisha maji na watarule in favor of the government. Lakini hapo mwisho kuna kitu Omtatah anasema ya kwamba William Ruto sasa anaelekea kuteka nyara mahakama, na baada amemaliza na mahakama anaenda kuteka nyara uhuru wa wanahabari, uhuru wa kuwa na free press, yeah? Issue inakukujia kwa sababu kuko na freedom of journalism, freedom of expression, freedom of us airing such content, and of course us really tackling issues that affect our country. Now if that happens show kama hii wadau itakuwa probably tricky sana kuihave. And unajua kuna nchi tumeona wakati wa elections, wakati mwanasiasa anaona atashindwa kura, anazima social media, anazima all content kama hiyo huwezi ipata. So if William Ruto succeeds in holding captive or hostage the courts, will he succeed again in going after the journalist or journalism or the fourth estate? Of course tumeona kuna wakati walisema magazeti fulani hazifai, stations fulani kuna venye direct attacks on media. Now wameendea kwanza judges, wameendea makoti, wameendea mahakama. So wakishamalizana na mahakama, kesi yako ikipelekwa huko, kama it's against the government na judge anaogopa government inaweza mfanyia ile kitu, I don't know if you'll get justice. I'm not sure. All right, asante sana. Namuona Nicholas Odira akondani. Namuona Savin Dalo akondani anasema Omtatah the lion. Omtatah ashakuwa a darling of many already, and he's rubbing others in a very good way. All right, but as Omtatah was doing something positive, kuna huyu jamaa hapa, huyu jamaa hata sitamdescribe kwa jina, nataka wewe mwenyewe umtazame, usikize tu maneno yake alafu tutamchambua immediately after this.
Now at the moment that Kenyans are saying, why hire a lawyer if you can pay a judge? And that is the we don't want to see. Na mimi nataka niunge mkono rais. Ile court orders ambaye si make sense, awachane naye, hizo zitumike kama tissue paper, tutupe huko kando, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa nchi ya kusimamisha. Sahi wa Kenya wanataka manyumba, wa Kenya wanataka mambo ya mabarabara, and therefore as a country we must even think where in other jurisdictions where judges are voted to office. It is a high time as we have this conversation. Judges and judicial officers must be voted to office because mahakama sasa ya Kenya imekaa ni kama imekuwa extension ya Azimio. And therefore I want to ask Judicial Service Commission, and that is why we must have a conversation of even judicial ombudsman, because the chairperson of Judicial Service Commission is CJ Mother Koome. Yet we are telling her to fight corruption. I think it is high time we must have an independent body to check on the excesses of judiciary.
All right. That is your one and only Nandi Senator, Cherargei. Cherargei anasema vitu kadha wa kadha. Number one, anasema hizi papers nafaa ziraruliwe and zitupwe because they are more or less like tissue papers. We are talking about court orders, all right? Then again, he's bringing another topic, a topic that one time the president himself opposed during BBI. Do you remember this story when the president alisimama kidete na tukamwita man of the match alipopose BBI na kuongelea vifani kuhusu the ombudsman na mambo na koti? Listen to Rice.
The recommendation that has been made to have an ombudsman appointed by the executive into the judiciary, in my respectful submission, is a derogation from the independence of the judiciary. And we must be careful. We must be careful about the independence of institutions. We are coming from a history where judges received telephone calls, where courts were held at night. We do not want to go there.
Well, sijui kama umesikiza Prezo anasema we should be very careful to safeguard the independence of our courts so that judges wasipokee simu, judges wasitoe rulings at night. And he was really opposing the ombudsman, or someone who would act as a watch, or can I call it a watch person, to the judges and to the proceedings of court. So now Cherargei anasema some things ambazo tumesema kwa hii show. Moja anasema is it time we have an ombudsman? Number 2 anasema is it time that our majudges wawe wanakuja kwetu, Una imagine Martha Koome, inaweza kuwa idea poa, it happens in other countries, anafanya campaign ya kuwa jaji ya Supreme Court. Anafanya campaign, anaenda Busia County kwa Omutata, anasema Busia huku county, mnaona vile nimewakilisha kesi zenyu vizuri, simnipe an opportunity of being a judge, a Supreme Court judge, the president of the Supreme Court. What do you think? Do you agree with such sentiments? Because I have a lot to share with you. So you really need to follow me, and above all to be part of this show. So usiende mahali, post tu hapo, fuata hii show pole pole. There's a lot coming your way. We are discussing all these matters in as much as they are happening every day in our country. And the president and Okiya Omtatah are the center of this debate today. Okay. But Cherargei ameleta wazo tofauti. Kwanza disregard all courts verdicts and pronouncements in various matters. Nana, amerabish vibaya. Amerabish vibaya. And you see, this is a man who's the other day alikuwa kotini. Anajua kama kesi imeisha. So what does he want us to do? Akishtakiwa to assume ata-assume ama atafuata vile mahakama itasema. He is a man already in court, I don't know if his case is over, but he's a man already in court. All these guys somehow wako na kesi kotini. Karongo Wadhangwa, I'll be playing you what he said. Lakini hata alikuwa, he's a product of these courts. You remember kuna aliingia almost wa mwisho katika kinyang'anyiro cha seneta wa Kiambu kwa sababu ya kesi kibao. Makesi kibao. All right? Kuna watu wanafaa washukuru koti, otherwise hawangekuwa kwa kiti. Unakumbuka Sakaja, makesi zake zilikuwa zinaanzia hapa mpaka Timboroa, kesi kibao, akiambiangwa hajasoma or rather hana degree. Lakini koti kwa huruma tu ikakubali hawa jamaa wakasimama. Lakini leo wanasema hizi koti ni corrupt. Now the question is, probably inaweza kuwa ni ukweli na isifie mvua mara mingi imemnyeshea. Could it be they know what they did in these courts? They are speaking out of experience. Hawaongei kitu hawajui. I'll be showing you what Abner Nasir was saying. Hawa watu hawaongei kitu hawajui. It could be true. Maybe there is corruption inside our courts. It could be true. We see corruption kwa streets. Our police, we see corruption every other place. Our leaders, most of them are involved in these acts. Some already have cases in courts in this act. There's a judge who has lost his position as a judge because of corruption or because of shady dealings. I'm talking about Justice Chitembwe. He's no longer a judge. So probably kuna kaukweli. Lakini wadau, as much as kuna kaukweli, is it possible some of our leaders are in power because they have learned the ropes? They have known how to corrupt our judges, and wakati vitu sasa haziendi kivyao ama vile wangetamani, then they come out and now say, mnajua wale wa jamaa ni wakora, wale wa jamaa ni wezi, na maybe pia wao wameshiriki katika hiyo vitendo vya wizi. Hebu imagine wewe unajua watu wetu wa matatu, ukutane na dere anadai mazee huku nje mapolisi ni corrupt sana, na madereva wengine ni corrupt sana. Alafu kidogo kwa matatu hiyo tu yenye huyo jamaa anabonga, unamuona amekunja kaso vizuri, ameka package vizuri, kanakaa kakitu hauwezi tell ni kaso ama ka 50, na kapicha vizuri kwa DL, driving license. Akifika kwa karao anamhand ile DL ikiwa na so ama 50 ama ile do ameweka hapo ndani. Akirudishiwa hiyo do haitakuwa hapo. Hiyo si corruption wadau, hiyo si corruption. Lakini huyo dere atakwambia unajua aje, manze huku nje madereva ni wabaya, huku nje wa polisi ni wabaya. Could we be dealing with such a case? Wanatu show jinsi courts ni mbaya, na maybe just maybe they have been involved in such dealings. Tumekuwa na makesi kibao, including the presidential case where Azimio walikuja na evidence yao, evidence kibao. Ilikuja hadi na roli, niliona Jalas na cotton kubwa bwana, na files kibao. Lakini baada ya kuleta na track, a whole track, ikaambia bro, hiyo track haiko imebeba anything, iko imebeba hewa, na si hewa tu, hewa ya kawaida, ilikuwa hewa moto. Well, I'm sure hapa nje kuna watu sasa washaanza kukasirika, lakini describe too what happened in the Supreme Court. And there are so many other laws, other verdicts that have come from our courts. One of the earth-shaking judgment was that in 2017. You remember Maraga, sisi tumepiga kura, wakushinda ameshinda, wakushindwa ameshindwa. Tukadhani stories zimeishia hapo. Of course aliyedhani story imeisha akashikwa na butwa baada ya timu ya NASA wakati huo kwenda kotini. And for the first time in our Kenyan history, in Africa actually, I think, aliyedhani ameshinda akaambiwa, pause. Hii process ya election ilikuwa irregular, ilijaa irregularities. Ilikuwa na vitu mingi ambao haikuenda visivyo. Kwa sababu ya hiyo, watu warudi debe. And Maraga became the man of the match. And ever since that time kumeishi kuwa hivyo. kesi kubwa, kesi mzito zimekuwa zikianguka kwa parliament, kwa courts, including BBI, including the CAS position. You remember William Ruto alichagua watu 50 kama CAS, wakaambia wote akina Milton Omanga, akina Kate Waruguru, wakaambia hiyo position yao ni illegal, it was unconstitutional. Maoni yako ni yapi? Our courts have played their role. We might not agree with everything, but shouldn't we respect our institutions? If someone would decide to live above these institutions, where will we find our justice? All right. Jiunge nami kwa studio, link ndo hiyo hapo kwa comment section. Naona wengi tayari wanajaja kwa studio, tayari ninaye mmoja hapa na mwingine pia anajiunga nami. Jamaa anajiita Sam Katu. Sam Katu, vipi, habari ya jioni?
Poa sana.
Karibu sana kwa hii show.
Asante, ndio naingia nafuatilia vile unaeleza.
Asante sana. Sasa nikuulize kaka. Omtata amemkemea rais, amesema tabia zake ama ataki yake kwa jaji si hi-fi, amezidi, amepita mpaka, kwa sababu yeye kama rais anafaa aonyeshe mfano bora, lakini anafika mahali anawakemea majaji, anawashurutisha wafanye kulingana na venye yeye anataka, lakini ataki wafanye kulingana na kikatiba na kulingana na sheria. Maoni yako ni yapi? Na unaona kama Okiya Omtatah sasa yeye ndio amebakia kuwa sauti ya mwananchi, kwa sababu ni kama kila mbunge siku hizi amezama, hatuna bunge tena, hatuna senate tena. Sasa yule ambaye amebaki peke yake mmoja tu ni Okiya Omtatah. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Asante. Maoni yangu hapo ni unajua jamaa njia zake tangu kitamba akifuatilia, inaonekana alikuwa ana bribe, anapeana pesa. Sasa anapoona system haitaki pesa, inataka kufuata njia, anadhani pengine upande mwingine ule umepeana. Yeye mwenyewe anajishuku. Sasa naona nikiongea kama hawafanyi vile ninataka, inamaanisha pengine huyu mwingine amekuja na kitu kikubwa kuliko changu. Mimi niyo ndio maoni yangu. Okiya Omtatah namueleza ukweli, jamaa na hold office kubwa. Sasa akimisbehave hivyo na sisi tufanye nini? Kufuata sheria, na anaongea clips zake za hapo awali tulikuwa tunasikia anaongea sheria, watu tufuate sheria, constitution sio karatasi, ni sheria. Na sasa yeye mwenyewe anafanya makosa. Akitaka aongoze nchi mzuri, ya afate katiba yenye hiko, aongozie ndani ya katiba, sisi tutakuwa na yeye. Lakini akienda nje, sisi lazima tutamsimamisha. Na Okiya Omtatah ako sawa, ashikilie tu hapo. Unajua sisi wote tungeweza tukuje tuongee, lakini Okiya Omtatah anaongea kwa niaba ya Wakenya milioni 50 na kitu. Sasa mimi hapo maoni yangu naona jamaa anajishuku, anajua vile alifanya au majaji siku ya election ya last elections, pengine aliwashika akawaweka kwa kona, akawapea kitu. Sasa anapoona kama hawafanyi vitu, anadhani pengine kuna mtu mwingine ametokea nyuma amewapea kitu kikubwa kuliko yeye, ndio sababu hiyo ndio.
So unaona anasema kwa sababu yeye hufanya hivyo, anasema jinsi venye yeye hufanya.
Yeye huwa anafanya. Unaona alienda akanua wabunge wote, ndio sababu wabunge wamenyamaza. Ukiongea na ulipewa kitu utaongea nini? Au saa nyingine unaona watu wanaongea huku mpea chochote, sasa yeye atakueleza ukweli, lakini wewe uliitwa huku ukapewa kitu. Sasa unashindwa nitaongea nini na jamaa alinipea. Ndio sababu naona tunalia bunge yetu imenyamaza kimya. Ninaona mistake huko wamenyamaza, hawaongei kwa sababu walipinga.
Lakini Omtatah ni mtu mmoja. Bunge letu la Kenya lina zaidi ya wabunge na maseneta zaidi ya karibu 400, wanakaribia 400, na jamaa mmoja hawezi kuwa ndiye anatuwakilisha sisi zote. Huyu ni seneta tu mmoja wa Busia. Hawezi kuwa seneta wangu wa Nakuru ama seneta wangu wa Nairobi, ama awe mbunge wangu wa Kajiado ama mbunge wangu wa Kuresoi South ama Kuresoi North.
Yes.
Mbona tunakosa Omutata zaidi ya mmoja. Hawa wengine wote ni uoga, ni kutokuwa na uwezo wa kuongea, ama tulichagua wajamaa ambao hawajielewi, hawajifahamu, hawajitambui?
Jamaa wenye tulichagua shida yao ni moja, walichaguliwa tu na hawajui katiba. Sasa anashindwa kwenda kuargue. Akianza ataulizwa katiba inaongea wapi, hajui chochote. Hata kuna wabunge wengine huko hajawahi ona hicho kitabu. Na sasa unajua Okiya Omtatah ni kama ana kipawa cha kusoma hicho kitabu cha constitution akiko kwa at fingertips. Ukimwangalia akiargue na uangalie senator watu wengine kama wakina Orengo wenye walitengeneza vitu, ukiangalia wenye wanajaribu kutetea wananchi ni wale wamesoma constitution iko kwa at fingertips. Na ukiangalia upande mwingine ni wale wanaongeanga tu kwa sababu wanasikia yako mtu anaongea. Sasa unajua kitu kizuri huanga kiwe na watu wengi. It is sisi tuko na bahati, one of the Mungu ametubariki naye like people like Omtatah, anatuonea vitu zenye hatuwezi tukaona, but he is talking on behalf of so many Kenyans. Mimi niyo ningesema hivi.
Omtatah alipoenda kotini ilikaa kama tu ni jokes, lakini eventually tumeona ameweza kufichua vitu maovu ama vitu vingi ambavyo vingemdhuru mwananchi. Tukirudi nyuma BBI, tukirudi nyuma ripoti hata ya Ndongo, tukirudi nyuma hata kwa hii finance bill, amekuwa jamaa akisikika kwa sababu ya kusema hapa paendi visivyo. Alright? Sasa kulingana na wewe na maoni yako, ningependa kuyajua sasa, Omtatah ni kama anafanya kazi hadi ya kusoma hizo sheria, hadi ya kusoma hizo mapendekezo, na hizi pendekezo zote huwa zinakuja bungeni. Wabunge wetu kweli huwa wanasoma ama wanapitisha tu kama kondoo? Ajui kama ndani kuna kitu imeandikwa ambacho kinaweza mdhuru mwananchi, anapitisha tu kwa sababu alisikia akiambiwa apitishe, anapitisha tu, hajasoma, hajui kuna nini kule ndani, lakini kwa sababu wengi wamesema ipite wanapitisha tu, wanafuata upepo.
Hiyo ndio wabunge, hayo ndio nasema, hiyo ndio yenye wabunge wetu wako nayo. Wakisha yeye kwanza anaingia huko akiangalia pesa zake alipoteza, anasema acha nirudishe pesa zangu kwanza. Sasa anapewa, akija weka kwa mfuko, yeye sasa hataki kujua nini iko ndani. Anaanza tu kupitia baada ya kupinga, asema kitu hiki tuchukue hata almost 1 month tukidebate tuone nini iko ndani. Sasa pitisha tu kwa sababu alipewa. Hiyo ndio ujinga wabunge wetu wako nayo. Ndio walifanya hivyo BBI ikapita. Hata saizi pia nao wanaumia ndani. Wanasema hii kitu kumbe ilikuwa hivi. Sasa anashindwa nitafanya nini na saa imeisha. Shida ya wabunge wetu hawapendi kusoma. Kitu kikikuja mbele yao hawasomi. Mmoja wao akisoma anampiga siasa, unajua vile iko hivi itakuwa hivi, na yeye pia anafuata upepo. Baada ya kuchukua time akae chini aende through scrutinize one by one, alafu alete opinion. Wengi wanafuata upepo na uongo tena, na unajua washafidiwa uongo mwingi. Sasa mtu anaambiwa pia anaanza uongo wake hapa, nadhani utashika. Na sasa hiyo wa Kenya tushakuwa werevu, uonga wingi. Shida yetu ni hiyo, hawasomi ndugu yangu, hawasomi.
Rais, kuna wakati ukikumbuka hapo nyuma, especially swala ambalo limeleta utata huu wote ni hiyo finance bill, na ndani kuna hiyo story ya house levy. Rais mwenyewe tuliona akiwatishia wabunge, akiwaambia nione hata mmoja nione hata mmoja akijaribu kupinga na ukweli tuliona wabunge wote ama wengi wakipitisha. Hii ni kitu ilifaa izungumziwe siku 2 3, wiki 2 wiki 4, lakini ilipitishwa na masaa machache. Kulingana na wewe, rais amewekelea kifua badala ya kuachilia wabunge, maseneta wamsaidie, kwa sababu kama wangefanya kazi jinsi ambavyo inafaa, labda hangejikuta kwa haya mashaka ambayo amejikuta ndani yamo. Wewe unaona vipi? Rais anafaa achilie bunge ifanye kazi yake bila kushurutishwa, bila kusukumwa, bila kupewa masharti, bila kupewa kifua, bila kuambiwa lazima na nione mmoja na nione mmoja atakayepinga. Maoni yako ni yapi kaka?
Shida ya ndugu Ruto wa Samoei, shida yake ni moja. Vile alifanya campaign alikuwa na uongo mwingi, na uongo wake hakucalculate urudi utembee pamoja na katiba ya Kenya. Sasa aliita watu wakakuja, akasema mimi ikiwa naweza bribe watu wasikie maneno yangu, alafu tukienda kwa bunge tubadilishe kila kitu bila hao kujua. Tunapobadilisha inaendana na katiba, the supreme law. Hiyo ndio shida alikuwa nayo. Alikuwa nadhani atalipa watu, na kweli alifanya hivyo, wakamsikiza akithreaten. Kweli utatetemeka kwa sababu ulipewa, umeagizwa gari, umeagizwa nini, unasema nikinyimwa watu wangu watanikeka. Sasa hawakujua kule nyuma kuna supreme law ambayo ni constitution, inatakana kila kitu wanafanya kiwe kunatembelea kwa hivi. Sasa hiyo ndio shida ya ndugu yangu huyo William Ruto, shida yake ni hiyo. Pia yeye anajifanya kama mwenye haelewi katiba ya Kenya yenye aliibeba juu, lakini ikiwa anaweza rudi chini anyenyekee. Unajua ubaya yake tena, hataki kurudi chini anyenyekee, arudi chini. Kuna wataalamu Kenya hii, sisi ni mmoja wao. Tunaweza kuja chini tumsaidie, tumwambie we rudi chini, kubali, ufundishwe katiba, ufuate sheria vizuri, utaongoza Kenya na Kenya tena na kila mwananchi atakupenda. Lakini hataki. Unaona shida ya huyo? Na wale wenye walibraibiwa akiona anakuja wanakunja mikia. Hawataki kumwambia ukweli. Tena unajua the worst enemy, ukiwa na rafiki yako ndugu yangu, the worst enemy ni ule mwenye anakuona unafanya makosa na hakuambii. Huyo is the more worse than ule mwenye anakuambia. Afadhali hata mwenye anakuambia unafanya makosa tu ukimchukia, lakini amekueleza. Sasa Ruto enemies wake wako na yeye. Hawamwambii this is mistake, anafanya mistake, wanampraise tu, Sasa unaona hata yuzi nimekuwa nikiona clip nyingine hapa Mount Kenya, watu wamekataa, wataki hizo vitu, wanapeleka huko Matinga, vijana wanalinga mawe, but hakuna MP huko anaweza kwenda kumwambia the truth on the ground. Wanamwambia iko sawa, iko sawa, na things are wrong. Sasa yeye ana marafiki wabaya na threats zake hazitasaidia.
Alright. Nikuulize mbona hatupati watu ambao watamshauri, na hata washauri wake wengine huku nje wanatukanana tu. David D akiongea ni matusi, hajui kubembeleza mtu. Moses akiamua kuongea saa zingine anapita kiwango cha maneno. Hakuna mtu ambaye kwa timu yake ambaye anaweza mpa ushauri. Je, shida ya kujidunga.
Shida yao watu, kila mtu anataka akuwe mbabe. Shida yao, kila mtu anataka ajione atiende anakimbiza Kenya kwanza. Kila mtu anataka lake lenye amesema lifanye. Na president mwenyewe naye pia anataka lake, hataki lenye ameambiwa. Hiyo ndio shida inawasumbua. Wakina Moses Ukuri hao na wengine, wakina Ndindi Nyoro, wanajifanya wanapenda rais na hamwambii, awaeleze rais ukweli. Unajua huyu rais William Ruto ni mtu mzuri tu, kita analaki na advice. Analaki tu advice ndugu yangu. Akipata tu watu wanamueleza tu vizuri what it is needed. Ni kiongozi mzuri sana. Very good man. Lakini analaki tena as if vile walifanya campaign walikula pesa mingi. Sasa everybody ana struggle kurudisha. Mtu akipewa department hafanyi vizuri, ni ukora tu umejaa ndani. Hiyo ndio shida mimi naona. Au watu wa kumadvise wamemuogopa, wanataka wamwambie vitu vizuri ya kumpraise, ndio aseme fulana anafanya vizuri, fulana sio hivyo. Kama mimi ningekuwa rais, ningetoka tu nje mwenye nitafute, angepata ukweli. Sasa tena ana create enemies wengi wenye hawatamsaidia, na wenye wako karibu na yeye ndio enemies wakubwa, hawamsaidii, wanamwambia tu vitu ya uongo, mdanganya. Inki iko vibaya. Mbona mimi napiga naongea na wewe nikiwa very fine deep in the village. The country is bad. Na yeye anajikaza, anasukuma vitu zenye zime. Kama ningekuwa mimi, I will stop and retrieve. Nirudi kwa drawing board. Hata watu watanikeka, but things must move straight forward.
All right.
Yeah.
Na nikuulize inakuwaje anakosa hata mfanyikazi mmoja ambaye watu wanamsifia kwa sababu ya utenda kazi, kwa sababu ya kutoa matokeo. Wananchi hawaoni matokeo kwa any of his appointee, na Kuminja kama sasa ameanza kumetameta kidogo, lakini ni kama tumekosa kabisa. Unakuwa na timu ya watu 22 na kwa watu 22 hakuna hata mmoja ambaye anafanya kazi. Wakati alikuwa akichagua alizingatia nini? Kwa sababu nikana kwamba hakuchagua timu, kwa sababu hata timu ya mpira ukiona hamfungi mabao, ukiona kila siku ni nyinyi tu mnapoteza, mi huona timu wakinunua wachezaji, mi huona timu wakibadilisha jinsi wanacheza. Mbona tumoni akibadilisha hawa ma CS? Mbona tumoni akileta watu ambao watamsaidia kufanya kazi, kwa sababu huku nje watu wanateseka, na kuna watu wangefanya kazi labda hata vizuri kuliko wale ambao walichaguliwa. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Shida yake ni moja, vile alikuwa anachagua, hakuchagua wafanyikazi, alichagua marafiki zake na watu alikuwa anatembea nao kwa gari wakisema uongo. Akidhani watafanya. Na baada alikuwa akiendeleza.
All right, Sam Katu anafanya ile kitu na internet I think, lakini pia wewe unaweza jiunga nasi. Hii show ni yenyu nyote. Hii show si ya Kenya Kwanza wala Azimio, ni show yetu wa Kenya, show yetu ya kuja kuzungumza maswala ambayo yanakumba nchi yetu, vitu ambazo zinatu affect, vitu ambazo zinatokea hapa nchini. Uko sawa sasa?
Niko sawa. Nilikuwa nasema shida ya president vile alikuwa anachagua watu, hakuchagua wachapakazi professional wanajua chenye wanafanya. Alikuja na watu walikuwa wanafanya nao campaign ile upepa kadhani ati serikali ni kama siasa. Sasa wale vile wamefika hapa hawajui. Number 2, aliingia kwa ofisi with a lot of hatred.
All right.
Hakukuwa friendly, hakujua ati hizo nini campaign. Ni kama mpira, kama game. Game saa zile mnacheza your opponent, by that time anakuwa an enemy because you want to win. Nukisha win, ni wanaona michezo kisha maliza, mnakuja mnasalamiana, you forget what was in the field and you move on. Alikuwa anatakana afanye hivyo. Atarudishe karibu watu kama the former president, atafute baba Raila Odinga, awaambie zile ilikuwa michezo ya kucheza na imeisha, wacha tungoje tuongoze nchi yetu, njooni mnisaidie hapa tunaendaje, without looking. Kwa hivyo sasa anaona nchi angepata watu kama wakina Matian, the former ministers wetu hao, CS wetu wao na wengine wako wengi. And then he consults, anakaa consultant, wangemueleza. Lakini yeye aliona vile alipewa ile upanga yake, anasemanga hii upanga si kupewa ya kukata mboga hiyo, akaona sasa hii maneno yote itatembea. Sio hivyo. Na unajua advice mzuri kama yetu hii hataki kusikia. Yeye anataka ile wakina moja Zukuri ya kumdanganya wakina Ndindi Nyoro. Ati mtu wakitukana Raila, wakitukana hapana. Mistake alifanya ni hiyo. Hakuchagua watu wenye wako na nchi at heart, alichagua wanasiasa wenye walikuwa wanamsaidia kukampeni, akadhani watafanya kazi na hawajui chochote. That was the problem. Na baada yako na hiyo problem mpaka mwisho, nchi hata isongeza, nchi imekwama. Imekwama kabisa.
Alright. Huyu jamaa wengi wanasema hajaipoteza kura, hajaipoteza kura tangu alipoanza siasa. Ni jamaa ambaye tangu alipoingia katika ulingo huu wa siasa amekuwa akishinda kila mchuano ambao amekutana nao. Ameshinda vita zake zote. Hata hii ya rais alijaribu mara ya kwanza, na wengi wanasema alishinda, wengi wanasema hakushinda. Lakini je, kwa sababu ya yeye kutowahi shindwa hata mara moja, ameingiwa na ile comfort, anaona mimi nitashinda tu liwalo na niwe, mimi hii kitu nimeichukua na nitaichukua tena na tena kwa sababu sijawahi shindwa. Na aoni kama hiyo the element ya yeye kutowahi shindwa before, kutowahi kuwa part ya wale ambao wanarudi nyumbani kwa sababu wananchi wamewafurusha. Aoni kama yeye inamfanya anakuwa na false comfort ya kwamba hata nifanye nini liwe liwalo, mimi watu wananipenda. Juu hajai kuwa na element ya watu kumfurusha kwa kiti. So yeye anafanya jinsi anavyoona, kwa sababu anahisi kana kwamba mimi watu wameishi kunipenda, mimi watu unipenda tu, kwa sababu ni jamaa amekuwa kwa masuala kibao. Si mara ya kwanza William Ruto amekuwa kwa kesi kama hii, si mara ya kwanza hata ameshtakiwa. Huyu ni jamaa ameenda mpaka koti za majuu. Huyu jamaa ameenda mpaka The Hague, na akashinda kesi kule The Hague. So ni jamaa amezoea kushinda. So ngana wewe unaona huyu ni jamaa ambaye tayari sasa kiburi kimemjaa na anaona kweli mimi siwezi shindwa na chochote. Maoni yako ni yapi?
Ni hiyo point unasema pia kweli, naye inampoteza. Anaona nilikuwa na ile kesi nikapita, nikaenda nikaichukua mahindi, wakasema nimechukua mahindi sijui wapi, nikapita Kamoreri sijui dams gani, wakasema nilipita, sina kesi, nikaenda paka Hegi, nimerudi. Hiyo that one also makes him to be kujiona ako juu sana, lakini sasa mistake amefanya ni moja, ameingia to the highest office in the land. Angekuwa anafanya kazi watu wenye hawa wamuone. Unajua watu alikuwa na maneno matamu, sasa watu walikuwa wanaona huyu jamaa anaongea vizuri, kumweka huko atafanya vitu, lakini sasa unajua amefika at apex, mwisho kabisa, the last office on the land. Sasa asipofanya kitu fulani, sijui asipofanyia wananchi kazi, hiyo kiburi yake itaisha, because alikuwa anapita, because alikuwa anapiga watu siasa. Anasema unajua vile niko hapa, kitu imenifunga kufanya hii ni ofisi nyingine ile, sasa mnipeleke kwa ile nitengeneze. But now sasa unajua amefika ya mwisho. Sasa ya mwisho ataambia watu namna gani? Sasa the only thing, atoe kiburu kwa kichwa, rudi chini, afanyie wananchi kazi. Si tuone kazi ikienda, tuone comfort. Turudiko chini, tunueko unga bei mzuri, tuende tunueko mafuta shilingi 100. Tuache kuumia. Unajua tunapiga story hivi na watu wamelala njaa wengi sana, lakini yeye amekaa kuona atiana huwa anapita. Sio, haitakuwa hivyo mara hii, haitakuwa hivyo. That is my take.
Tukuje kwa hili swala la kutoza mwananchi ushuru. Yeye si rais wa kwanza kuwa katika hicho kiti, lakini amekuwa rais wa kwanza ambaye mwananchi amegundua bwana, ushuru inaweza umiza, ushuru inaweza nyonya ambako umebaki tu na hewa tu ya Mungu ambao ni bure bila. Sasa kulingana na wewe hii swala la ushuru anafaa aling'amue vipi? Anafaa iangalie kwa njia gani sasa?
Unajua jamaa,
wakubaliani na vitu mingi kwa hii ushuru ambayo kila siku kuna kakitu kameweko mahali, kuna katax kameweko mahali. Sasa hata kununua gari ni story ngumu. Sasa hizi wametoa mpaka ile edu afya, wametoa vitu mingi na wameongeza gharama ya maisha kwa kupitia kutoza mwananchi ushuru. Sasa mwananchi haoni faida ya ushuru ambao anatozwa, kwa sababu mahali angefaidikia wanatoa. Kwa mfano edu afya ile ya wanafunzi walikuwa wanapewa matibabu pale hospitali, wanatumia tu namba ya NIMS. Sasa hiyo edu afya imetolewa. Mwanafunzi anaenda shule pasipo any insurance, pasipo any njia yote ya kumtibu. Wanatoa vitu ambavyo vinabuni mwananchi, alafu wanamuongezea ushuru. Je, ni nani anamadvise?
Sikwambia in the beginning the guy anakosa maadvisor. Watu wa kumuelekeza ndiye hako nao. Hako tuna watu wa kumpoteza. Akipata watu wa kumuelekeza, jamani, mtu mzuri. Sasa mmoja anamueleza ongeza tax, huyu anamuua tu. Ataongeza. Sasa unaongeza tax kwa watu hawafanyi kazi. Haya, wale wachache ambao wanafanya kazi unanyang'anya hao wote, paka nao walikuwako na watu wenye walikuwa wameandika nyumbani kuwafanyia kazi, wanaenda pia nao wanawasimamisha kazi, sina pesa ya kuwalipa. Yeye angewacha, unajua mimi kulingana na mimi nilikuwa naona hivi, yeye angewacha tax ikuwe chini, and then very many people wakuwe na kazi ya kufanya, and then wanalipa kidogo kidogo, then that tax ita accumulate, itamsaidia kuliko kuweka kila mahali na unafanya maisha inakuwa ngumu. Ule mwenye alikuwa anakafanya ka business kadogo anasimamisha duka, investor anaona mimi sifanye kazi mzuri, pia yeye anatoka. Investor akienda anawacha almost 1000 Kenyans jobless, mwingine hivyo. Sasa unaona havisaidi. Sijui nani sijui nani anamwambia ongeza, toa hii. I think na maoni yangu naona mimi nafikiri watu wenye wako karibu na president hawamupendi, therefore the only way to fight him, wanatumia njia ya kumdirect, ongeza ushuru, utafauti, ongeza nini, ili ifike tu mahali wananchi wakatae wote, waende kwa revolution ya mass action revolution. Na hata wale pia wanapiga makofi, at least tumesurvive, because vita anafanya normal human being mwenye alikuwa anasema na hustle hawezi fanya vitu kama hizo. Na sijui anafanya kutoka, na hata yeye mwenyewe tanga aingie paka saa hii haoni hata ameongeza tax na hakuna mahali nchi inasonga. Sintaka naangalia naone kwetu tumeongeza tax, tumetoa ile pesa yetu, hatuoni kifanya chochote. Tanga aingie paka saa hii project gani ameanzisha? Saa hakuna kitu ameanzisha, na pesa zinaenda tu. Hajui penye zinaendea. Sasa hiyo taxi imeumiza. Taxi imeumiza watu kwanza in the village, imeumiza kabisa. Afadhali yeye anaona tu pesa zikiingia kwake akizunguka na magara, nadhani maneno iko mzuri. Iko mbaya. Awachilie hizo taxes, vitu zinatoa hizo awache zikuwa, atafute njia mzuri. Atafute wataalamu wa Kenya hii. Wengi watamsaidia. Awache kuwa na kiburi. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Nikuulize tu kabla hata tujamalizia na wewe nilete wengine. Nikuulize moja ya swali ambayo saa zingine wewe inanikera ni kwamba zamani tulikuwa na upinzani ambayo ilikuwa iko na nguvu, ilikuwa ni upinzani ingesimamisha serikali, ilikuwa ni upinzani ambayo ingefanya serikali hisi kwamba kweli lazima tufanye kazi, la sivyo upinzani itatupeleka nyumbani. Saizi kweli ina team as much as katiba yetu haina nafasi ya upinzani na tu sehemu ya walio wengi na walio wachache bungeni, lakini pia kuna wale viongozi ambao tunasema hawa ni viongozi wetu wa ambao hawayuko serikalini. Je, kulingana na wewe ni kukosa tumekosa upinzani ambao ni strong, kwa sababu Raila Odinga amekuwa aking'ang'ana, lakini ni kama nguvu inamuisha, ni kama kweli amejaribu yake yote, lakini ni kama ameanza kukata moyo. Labda ni mimi naona hivyo, lakini kulingana na wewe mahali wewe upo sasa, unaona kama tuna upinzani ama tuna watu ambao wanaweza shirikiana na Okiya Omtatah na waweze kufanya hii serikali one ideliver services kwa wananchi, na pili isilete sheria ama isibuni sheria ambazo zitamkandamiza mwananchi? Unaona kama tuna upinzani ama upinzani ulikufa, tunafaa tutafute mbinu mwafaka, mbinu mbadala ya kukabiliana na hii serikali?
Upinzani tuko nao mzuri sana. Ni upinzani ambao unafuata sheria. Unajua watu wanaamini ati kuna upinzani ule wenye unaleta vurugu mbio. Lakini upinzani wenye uko nao unataka unafuata sheria. Watu wanafuata sheria, wanataka waende. Sasa serikali yenye iko ndio haitaki kufuata sheria. Koti ikienda kuamua vitu kulingana vile nataka ziende, unamuona jamaa anatoa vitisho. Anatishia koti. Hiyo ndio shida, lakini upinzani uko nao mzuri sana, inafanya kazi mzuri. Ni ile tu ni wapinzani ambao wametaka wafuate sheria, kila kitu tuende koti iamue. Na koti yetu iko vizuri, inaamua vizuri, lakini sasa jamaa ashaona wanaanza kuamua kimfinya, tena ashaanza kuwachukia, anasema mnaona nyinyi mshapewa pesa. Lakini upinzani ndugu yangu tuko nao mzuri. Mimi sioni kama upinzani ni ile tu watu wengi wanapenda waone upinzani ya vurugu. Kama tumekataa hii kitu, tumekataa na tunaanzisha fujo, na hiyo ndio hatutaki. Kwa sababu sasa wapinzani nataka serikali yenye iko tukikosoa ikitolewa tupate vitu ziko tuendelee, sio ati tupate zimeharibika. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Maoni nyingine nikuulize, mwananchi mwenyewe anaweza amua kufika mahali yeye mwenyewe, kwa sababu kukikosa mtu ambaye anakutetea itabidi wewe mwenyewe uwe ndiye wa kujitetea. Mwananchi mwenyewe anaweza fanya nini ili aonyeshe kwamba kweli tumegadhabika, tumechoshwa, tumekasirika na serikali, ama tumekasirika na kiongozi fulani? Pia wabunge wetu wanafaa tufanyie kazi. Mwananchi anaweza fanya nini ili mbunge ajue kweli siwezi cheza na raia, MCA ajue hafai acheze na raia, governor anafaa ajue hafai acheze na raia? Mwananchi anaweza fanya nini ili awe pia na uwezo wa kujitetea, uwezo wa kuonekana anajua haki yake, hayatishiki na uongozi, anaweza simama na ajitishie? Mwananchi anaweza fanya nini Katu?
Hiyo kitu wananchi watafanya na naona kikiwa karibu kufanyika. Ni ile wananchi watachukua sheria sasa mikononi mwao na hakuna atakayewakataza. Hata baba ataongea muacha watasikia. Kila mbunge, governor mwenye anaoposi maneno yao ni rungu tu. Ukienda kwa village huko na wanaamuka na rungu kukukimbiza kabisa, kwa sababu wasaidie wao, wanafanya wanaumia. Wananchi wako karibu kufika kwa hiyo state. Wananchi atachukua sheria mkononi mwako, hata taka kujua chenye kiko mbele ati serikali iko na nini. Unajua sasa wamefika mwisho. Sasa penye wamefika uache uache kureact, unaenda kuumia. Sasa watatoka tu safari moja. Mbunge kwao huko akirudi, wananchi wanafukuza. Kila mahali Kenya yote inaiva, anasema wananchi wa Kenya wamekataa na viongozi wao, natoka tu mbio mwenyewe. Hivyo tu ndivyo watafanya. Hakuna mtu wa kuwasaidia, wenyewe watajitetea.
Na nikukuuliza tu maoni yako tu kaka, because ninapendeza sana na jinsi ambavyo unaweza kung'amua masuala tofauti. Mbunge na MCA kazi yao ni kuangalia government na of course county. Na nikana kwamba as much as tunaongelea Ruto, pia kule county hakuna kazi inafanyika. Mwananchi hajaanza kufanyiwa kazi na county pamoja na serikali kuu. So mwananchi anafaa afanye nini hasa kwa hawa senators, kwa hawa wabunge, kwa hawa MCAs, kwa sababu wamekuwa wote ni vibaraka. Kazi yao ni kusifu governor, kusifu president, na hakuna kazi. Tunaona kama wananchi tunaweza sema kweli government kubwa ama serikali kuu imekataa kufanya kazi, lakini serikali za county, kama wewe sijui kwa county gani, county yako governor wako anafanya kazi kweli?
Baba, mimi nakwambia ni taabu tu. Ukiona kwa village, mimi niko kwa county ya Kakamega, ukiona njia yenye nafuata nikienda nyumbani na kutoka unalia kulia. Na niko na MCA alipokuwa akifanya campaign alikuwa anasema vile anataka kutengeneza. Ni taabu. Unajua
sasa nani?
Philip
nani?
Hapo najua kwa sababu hafanyi kazi hata distract hata kutaja jina lingine hilo. Hapo. Yaani ni shida. Tanga aende sasa shida. Kitu yenye wananchi watafanya ni kenye nakwambia. Usipofanya kazi unapoenda kuambia maneno wanakufukuza. So that time ikifika ifikenge kujua maneno yangu ni mbaya. Sasa au kadogo kutafuta pesa. Hawataki kufuata sheria, waseme pesa zinatakana ziwe hivi zikuje hivi. Hapana, mtu anawaambia vitu wanasahau. Saa ya kura wanakuja. Hii shida imeanzia chini huku, hata wenye tulichagua on the ground MCAs hawafanyi kazi yao kwa county. Hawafanyi.
Sasa mwananchi anaweza fanya nini? Tunafaa because mwananchi ana sheria ambaye kuna sheria ya mwananchi ambaye anaweza kurecall, anaweza kumrecall mbunge wake baada ya miaka 2 kuwa kwa ofisi, 24 months I think, anaweza recall mbunge wake. Unaona kama ni high time sisi kama raia tuanze kurecall hawa wabunge kama inawezekana, wengine tuwatume nyumbani hata kabla term yao kuisha, ama tutafanya nini? Kwa sababu mwisho wa siku lazima raia usemi wake uweze kusikika, kwa sababu katiba inasema yeye ndiye mwenye nguvu zote, nguvu zake ambazo konazo amemkabidhi tu kiongozi. Ni kumkabidhi, haijamaanisha amempa yote kabisa, amempa tu ili aweze kutumia sheria kumuongoza, kutumia sheria ili kuweza kuleta uongozi, lakini si kumaanisha amempa uwezo wote wa kuwa karibu awe Mungu juu yake. Mwananchi sasa anaweza tumia nguvu yake kisheria kufanya vipi ili utendakazi uanze kuonekana? Hakuna madawa hospitalini, barabara kama hiyo yako ya kuenda kazini ama mahali unaenda ni mbovu. Philip amekataa kufanya kazi. Wewe kama Samuel unaweza fanya nini huyu Philip ajue kweli Katu amekasirika na barabara? Mbunge wako sijui anaitwa nani?
Bwana kitu mwananchi
una haki kama raia.
Tuko na haki na sheria iko mzuri, nasema unaweza recall, na process waliweka ni mrefu, na pesa mwananchi huyu hana pesa za kufuatilia vizuri. Kitu tu mwananchi anaweza fanya ni kushikana tu pamoja kwa kila area, na wanakaa ngumu, anaambia jamaa fanya, ama kama utaki hatukutaki kwa hii area paka term yako iishi, kwa sababu ukifuata sheria hautafika mahali. Nafika mahali wazao sijua KNCHR sijatosha sijui nini na pesa zenye ziko hizi saizi. Kama saizi wananchi wako masikini kabisa, ukianza vitu kama hiyo wanaitwa tu kidogo shilingi 200 tena uwezi ona mtu kesho. Yani unajua jamaa amepanga wananchi wakuwa masikini kabisa. Ndio sasa wanapokuja ukianza kubeba kichwa juu anaona ule anaona kidogo, anakuita anakupea kitu kidogo, unapotea uonekani. Wananchi wafanye wakatae tu viongozi wao na kushika matawi na kulima barabara. Hiyo ndio inakuanga action ya haraka. Lakini ya kufuata sheria hii na sheria yetu ya Kenya hii. Utafuata miaka 5 itaisha kama bado mnataka kutoa mtu tena arudi aanze campaign.
Swali yangu karibu ya mwisho sasa ni ya kwamba unaongea ni kana kwamba ni maandamano na unaashiria, so acha nikuulize swali kimaandamano sasa. Hapo awali tuliona Raila Odinga ameitisha maandamano na kuna baadhi ya Wakenya walisema hapana, hatutashiriki kwa sababu maandamano inaharibu biashara. Sasa biashara zimeharibika. Sasa biashara ambazo tulikuwa tunajaribu kulinda hazimo tena. Hatuna biashara ya kuonyesha. Hakuna, hata kama mtu bado ako na biashara, yule customer, yule ambaye ni mteja wake, hana pesa ya kuja kununua, hana pesa ama hana uwezo wa kuja kusaidia hii biashara. Sasa tukiweza rejelea maandamano, moja, swali ya kwanza ni unaona kama tunaweza kuwa na nguvu kidogo ya kutisha serikali, or rather ya kufanya serikali isikie mwito wetu ya kwamba tumechoka na gharama hii ya maisha, tumechoka na uongozi mbaya, tumechoka na utawala ambao hauheshimu mahakama, hauheshimu sheria, haufuati mambo ya mwananchi wa kawaida, unafuata tu mambo yao, haizingatii maoni yetu, inazingatia maoni yao. Unaona kama sasa tukiweza rudi kwa maandamano, unaona kama tunaweza kweli tikisa serikali ya William Ruto?
Na hiyo ndio option yenye imebaki peke yake, hakuna option nyingine. Lakini kabla hatujaanza, kuna areas zenye zilisema hiyo maneno umesema ati tutaki, wanaharibu biashara yetu. Sasa biashara zao zinaharibika. Sisi tuko tayari kuwasupport hao watu, lakini tunataka kuona au wakue mbele, waamke kwa singisi kwanza. Waseme tulikuwa tunasema ile maandamano kumbe bure, kumbe jamaa walikuwa sawa sawa. Zile areas zilikuwa zinasema hatutaki maandamano inaharibia biashara yetu, hao ndio tunataka kuona wakiwa mbele. Sisi kwetu tuko sawa sawa, tuko tayari saa yote, tunawasukuma mbele, naambia twende kazi. Kwa sababu siku ile tulikuwa tunataka tushike, tungekuwa tumemaliza hii, wakaanza hapana, biashara yetu inaharibika, wakapumbaziwa. Lakini sasa saizi hakuna, tunataka hao sasa wakue mbele. Na hiyo ndio option peke yake imebaki. Watakaposhikisha tu tap, hiyo area ikishikisha tu maandamano pap, unaona area zingine na automatic zilishika, ni gear tu. Baba alishika tu gear, ile area zikishika tu moto anasema tuende, na tunaanza kusonga. Jamaa atatikisika na atawachilia. Kenya mzima ikisema haikutaki, utawachiliwa, utaenda, jamaa atatoka. Kwa sababu sasa hivi hata hakuna kitu tunafaidika. Hata maaskari wake pia wanalia njaa. Juzi nimekuwako na mwingine akipigia sutoro na unasema mimi nadhani mkivaa uniform ati nyinyi ndio mko vizuri, kumbe nyinyi ndio mko offside hata kuliko sisi. Mimi hiyo maandamano na support, lakini wale waliopinga wakue mbele. Ndio tujue sasa washa learn a lesson. In fact nitakana tena, ninaona wanafinywa sawa sawa, na nataka afinye kabisa. Sasa zile wanatoka huko mbio watakuja tu mara moja sema sasa tumekubali. Tulikuwa tunadhani tunaumizwa, kumbe ulikuwa unadanganya.
Alright, maybe swali yangu ya second last ni swali ya uhusiano wetu na majirani. Tumeona Rais William Ruto katika utawala huu wake, tumepoteza uhusiano mwema na serikali ya Uganda, tumepoteza uhusiano mwema na serikali ya Tanzania, Rwanda vile vile, Sudan vile vile. Ni kana kwamba hatupendi majirani, ama
shida ni ukora. Sisi ni wakora,
tunaharibu nyumbani na tunaharibu pia kwa majirani bwana. Shida
tuko nayo. Shida ni sisi viongozi tuko nao hawataki ukweli, wanachukua ukora wanatufanyia hapa, wanataka kupeleka kwa majirani. Na majirani wako very honest, wanataka kitu kama ni one, usiwaambie one alafu nabadilika. Nao hawapendi hiyo. Wale wanapenda kufuata sheria, wewe haupendi. Sasa lazima mtachukiana tu. Unataka kuleta wizi ndani, wanataka wapitishie hapa biashara yao vile ilikuwa inapita, wao shaanza kuweka ndani ujanja. Ukora ndio unafanya majirani wametukataa. Wizi. Tukue waaminifu. Tukue tu waaminifu, tufanye na majirani. Na hatuwezi ishi bila neighbor, hatutaishi. Jirani lazima ukue naye. Utafika mahali unashindwa, unakimbia kwa jirani. Jirani, hii kitu hakuna, nisaidie, na anakusaidia. Na ukitaka kuishi peke yako na majirani watatu wakikuchukia, ubaki peke yako, shida ikikupata watasimama huko anakucheka tu. Nasema ulijifanya unaweza. Sasa tuone shida yenye iko, ndugu yangu, ni ujanja, ukora, utapeli. Wenyewe wanaitanga utapeli, kutokuwa na ukweli. Ndio shida yenye inafanya majirani yametutoroka. Hiyo
kauli yako ya mwisho inaweza kuwa nini? Unaweza advise wananchi wafanye nini, especially sasa ambapo mambo yanaenda visivyo, kila kitu ni kigumu, hali ya maisha ndio hiyo, shule nazo ndizo zinarejelewa Jumatatu, mwananchi hajui atatoa wapi pesa za kumrudisha mwanawe shuleni, shule hazitacheka na watu na wameongeza gharama na capitation hazijarudi vile inafaa kuwa. Actually shule zingine zimeongeza ada ama fee ambao mwananchi anachajiwa kwa sababu ya mtoto wake. Sasa
mwananchi sasa saizi yeye hana kiongozi wa kumtetea, hana mbunge, ni kutoka nje mwenyewe ajipiganie. Mungu atatusaidia, ataona hatuna viongozi, atatupea kiongozi mzuri, lakini tutoke nje tupigane. Tutoe hii serikali ya wakora hii. Wananchi wa Kenya tukisikae tunyamaze, wajamaa wanatufinya, sisi tutasonga mbele, tupigane, tutoe. Tulikuwa tunadhani wazuri na ni wabaya wamefail. Wananchi wa Kenya, kila mtu atoke, siku hiyo inakuja, inaenda kutangazwa hivi karibuni, tutoke tujitetee. Kwanza shule hatutaweza. Mimi nimeona fee structure yangu imeongezwa 20,000 on what I paid last year. Wameweka kwa 25 on top. Sasa body. Sasa na hizo shule pesa za government inaleta haijapeleka huko, wafanyikazi huko bado wanadai. Sasa principals na headmaster shule zikifunguka watafinya wazazi walete pesa nili walipelipe rulo deni, wafanyikazi kwale wakuja waendelee. Na wazazi wengi hawako na pesa, which means watoto watabaki nyumbani. Sasa tutafanyaje? Hii wananchi wa Kenya tutoke nje tupigane, tujitetee. Hakuna kiongozi wa kututetea huko, wabunge watu gani wote waliwekwa kwa mifuko. Wamenyamaza, cha akiongea anatishwa. Afadhali si wenyewe tutoke nje tujitetea ama tutaumia. Hiyo ndio langu naweza ambia Wakenya, ndugu yangu.
Nikuulize tu kwa sababu umeongea ikanirudisha nyuma kidogo. Ni nuks, ni bahati mbaya, ni laana? Shida iko wapi? Kwa sababu hakuna kitu moja hivi ya William Ruto inafanikiwa. Ni nuks zinamfuata, ni laana, ni yeye hajui kufanya kazi, ni wafanyikazi wake ambao wanamlet down. Like hakuna kitu moja hivi ambayo imefua dafu, kila kitu inaenda visivyo. Anajaribu hii inaanguka, anajaribu hii amekuwa kama wakuahidi hii tutafanya wiki ijayo, tumetenga tutafanya hivi wiki ijayo, mwezi ujao mtaona tukipunguza, mtangojea amekuwa mtu wa ahadi, lakini mwisho wa siku hakuna ahadi ambayo inatimia. Hakuna kitu yake ya serikali. Licha ya kuwa katika serikali muda mrefu, kwa sababu alikuwa kwanza Deputy President, sasa yeye ni President, lakini nikana kwamba hakulearn anything ya kuwa a president. I think alifanya kazi kubwa sana ya kucampaign, lakini hakujifunza jinsi ya kuwa rais. Alifanya kazi kubwa sana ya kuzunguka nchi, ya kwenda makanisani na kwenda kila mahali, lakini nikana kwamba lesson ya muhimu zaidi ya jinsi ya kuwa rais, hiyo ni lesson moja hakutoka ameweza kufahamu vizuri. Na ndiposa maybe nikikuuliza tu, yeye unaona kana kwamba ana uwezo wa kuwa na maendeleo yeyote? Zile miaka zimebaki, kwa sababu muda nao haumngojei aweze kujifunza kuwa rais, muda haumngoji. Unaona kama kuna tumaini lolote tunaweza ngojea kwake? Kuna anything developmental ama chochote ambacho mwananchi anasema probably mwisho wa siku tumeumia miaka 3-4, lakini at least amemaliza na kutujengea hii, amemaliza at least hapa kwetu ametujengea barabara, hapo kwako at least uone barabara imeundwa, uone hospitali imejengwa. Unaona kama kutakuwa na dalili yoyote ya kufanya kitu mwananchi ataweza furahia?
Jamaa hatapata nafasi, kwanza ni laana imemfuata. Acha nikupeleke kibibilia kwanza. Unamjua David? David alikuwa anataka Saul alikuwa anataka kumuua. Na David akapata nafasi mzuri sana ya kuua Saul. Kita alifanya alikatako tu nguo, wakubwa wake wakamueleza wanajeshi wenzake, ati huyu mtu alikuwa anataka kuwa Mungu amekupea, uwa ndio huyu. David alisema mimi siwezi shika kwa ule amepakwa mafuta na Mungu. Huyu ni kiongozi. David hapo alipata baraka. Hakuua Saul. Saul alikufa kifo chake mwenyewe. Lakini huyu Ruto yetu president huyu, instead ya kumpa Uhuru Kenyatta heshima, yeye anachezea mpakwa mafuta wa Mungu. Sasa hawezi pata ujuzi wa kuongoza serikali. Anawacha Rigathi Gachagua wanatusi Uhuru. Anawacombine na watu wenye wanaenda kuiba mali ya Uhuru, na Uhuru amekuwa president wetu mpaka miaka 10 imeisha. Mungu alimuweka mkono hapo. Ndio aliangukia mtihani. Hata afanye nini hata succeed. Lazima haheshimu president aliyekuweko, arudi chini, amuibie siri ya chini, amwambie nchi inaongozwa hivi na unaenda hivi, na neema ya Mungu itamfuata. Lakini kama hataki hivyo, waacha apambane na vitu zake na havitasonga tena. Alitumia neno la Mungu akadhalalisha Mungu. Saa hizi watu hawaendi kwa makanisa kwa sababu watu wa Mungu ni wakora, na yeye ndiye amefanya hiyo title ikakuja. Watu wa Mungu sio wa ukweli. Mungu hawezi mfungulia njia, arudi chini atubu. Hakumpa heshima Uhuru Kenyatta, na baada anawaacha paka wakina Ndindi Nyoro Ichungwa bado wanatusi president. Nana Mungu gani atampa baraka? Yeye anatakana alinde president, aseme huyo ni mpako mafuta wa Mungu, ametuongoza. Hata kama alifanya vibaya, sitaki kusikia mtu yeyote akiongea juu yake, and that is how ata succeed. Kama sio hivyo, shauri yake, maneno yake ni mbaya. Hivyo ndivyo mimi naweza advise, hivyo tu. Ndio sababu hata succeed. Hayo ndio maoni yangu kwa hilo swali bwana. Jamaa hajaheshimu umekuwa na mwenzake. Hiyo tu. Sasa kama yeye ananisikiza, viongozi wengine alipata nafasi kwa Biblia, unasikia yeye anapenda Biblia sana. Halo,
viongozi wengine wanaweza msaidia aje? Kwa sababu sidhani inaweza kuwa ni furaha ya kiongozi awaye yote yule ambaye ana fikra ambao ni timamu kuona nchi ikichomeka. Sidhani kuna kiongozi anaweza tamani kuona watu wakiangamia. Sidhani hata kunaye mmoja, na kama kunaye, I think huyo sio kiongozi kamili. Viongozi wanaweza kuja aje pamoja ili waweze kumsaidia William Ruto, kwa sababu nchi kizama tunazama sote. Hakuna ati watu wa UDA ndio watazama, watu wa Azimio hawatazama. Saizi tunasumbuka sote. Nchi kizama tunazama pamoja.
Wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu wamsaidie. Kabla sija kujibu, acha nikwambie watu waliopigia wenye walikuwa kwa Azimio vile koti ilirudi ati Kenya Kwanza imechukua hao walijiprepare wakakuwa na resistant skin vizuri, wakajua mbele kuna tabu. Saa hizi watu wa Azimia hawako na shida. Hata ukichukua survey utakuta wale wenye walikuwa Kenya Kwanza walikuwa wanafikiria watapata maziwa kutoka binguni, hao ndio wanalia kabisa because wali expect vitu mzito. Kitu yenye iko Wakenya wako tayari kusaidia Ruto kuongoza nchi. If only atarudi chini, ashuke kutoka kwa mkuyu yake hiyo, ashuke chini aseme mimi nimeongama dhambi zangu, mnisamee, nisaidieni tuongoze Kenya, ni yetu sisi wote. Lakini kama baada ana kifua ya kujipiga na kuambia mahakama tu mtafanya vile nataka, ati hii sword si ya kukata mboga, nani atamsaidia? In fact sisi tutataka ianguke kabisa kama yeye iko ndani, na marafiki zake hao pia wataendea ndani. Lakini akishuka chini tutamsaidia, watu watamsaidia. Tazama, hapana, nchi ni yetu, kwa sababu kiongozi wetu amekubali, atasaidiwa. Hata wewe ukitaka kusaidia mtu na hataki kusikia, si utasema haya, wacha aende njia zake, aenda ajigonge kwa ukuta huko, aanguke. Na sisi kitu tunajua Wakenya, Mungu atatusaidia. jamaa atatoka apende asipende, labda abadilishe tactics, lakini zaka naenda nazo sione akienda mahali mimi. Akibadilisha Wakenya wako wakumsaidia. Hata predecessor president wake wa kwanza, President Uhuru Kenyatta the retired, ako tayari kumsaidia if only atarudi chini na kuja into his normal senses. Kama alifika kwa kiti ya president na ajui akajiona nilikuwa natafuta sasa nimepata, ati vitu zitaenda tu. Constitution yenye tuko nayo sio ile ya Moi alikuwa nayo. Moi alikuwa above the law. Hii hapana. Hii hapana. Hii lazima ukae na wenzako, msikizane, muelewane, muone hiki ni kibaya basi. Wewe unaona the retired president vile aliona nchi inataka kwenda offside, alirudi chini, akakubali kutusiwa, akakubali kufanywa chochote, akatafuta mwenzake, ndugu yake wa Nyanza, baba Raila, wakakaa wakaongea, wakatoka nje wakasalimia, hata wakaongea maneno mabaya, but at long last nchi ilisimama na nchi ikarudi kwa laini, tukaenda mbele. Hiki ndio kia huyu anatakana afanye, atoke kwa watu wakina Ndindi Nyoro wanamdanganya wenye hawajui chenye kinakuja, akubali tu. Watu watamcheka mwezi mmoja wa pili, lakini nchi itarudi laini na inaenda. Majirani watatupenda, international body countries, nations pia zitatupenda. Wanasema Wakenya wako na akili, kumbe wanaweza reason. Lakini imani ya kujipiga kifua ati ni Kenya kwanza, sisi housing levy watu walimkataza na bado tunamkataza. Sijui anapiga hapo, ndio amepanga kuibia pesa. Sisi ndio unataka kujengea watu nyumba na wanasema hawataki. Wache waulize na mnataka nifanye nini, watakwambia na uwafanyie kenye wanataka. Sasa anafinyana na haya nini? Na hiyo ndio vitu zinaumiza watu hizo. Hivyo tu mimi ningemwambia akubali, Wakenya wako tayari kumsaidia, lakini ashuke kutoka kwa hiyo mkuyu yake hiyo. Shuka chini, rudi chini. Alafu useme mimi mnisaidia hapa, hii kitu kitushinda. Watamsaidia, watu watamwambia maneno nini, lakini hata Yesu aliambia Uhuru maneno ati sasa ameenda kushikana na huyo namna, lakini nchi ilisimama. Paka amekuta hiyo sasa, yeye anataka kuimaliza. Mimi nasema sasa tumieko style alikuwa anasema atatumia kitambo zifanye tuone kama Uhuru alikuwa anaongoza, yeye anasema Uhuru anaharibu. Sasa yeye amepewa haya fanya, ameshindwa. Sasa ngoja kwanza mande, umesema shule zinaanza Jumatatu, utaona drama. Watoto wote watakaa tu nyumbani. Nani atataka watoto wakae shule na hakuna chakula? Watakaa tu nyumbani. Wazazi wako na pesa ya school fees. Watakaa tu nyumbani. Na nchi yenye hakuna masomo inaendelea, hiyo ni nchi gani? See, that's the dead nation. Watoto hawasomi. Dead nation. Hiyo tu ningesema.
All right. Na maybe sasa swali yangu ya mwisho kabisa hii yangu ni
ni wewe. Jax wewe. Sawa, but
maswali nazo kibao, lakini zaidi ya yote mwisho wa siku acha nikuulize, ukiangalia jinsi anavyoongeza ada ya kila kitu, kitambulisho imepandishwa bei, vitu vingi vimepandishwa bei. Yeye huwa anatumia kitu ambacho katiba imesema public participation, kwa sababu katiba imekupa wewe ruhusa ya kuja kuulizwa kulingana na jinsi mambo yalivyo. Unaona kama ni sawa tuongeze ada ama hata tuweke ada kwa wewe ili upate kitambulisho, au watoto wako wakimaliza form 4 watahitaji ID? Unaona kama ni sawa tuwaekee ada? Unaona kama ni sawa tuongeze na pesa fulani mahali fulani? Yeye huwa anashirikisha wananchi ama yeye ni wakujiambia tu na kuweka mambo alafu mwisho wa siku zina backfire? Kwa sababu hizi stories zote kama angeshirikisha wananchi, kwa sababu wakati wa campaign alikuja kwetu, alisema sisi ndio tuliandika the plan, alita the plan hiyo ya hiyo manifesto ya UDA, alisema ni wananchi waliandika. Alikuwa anaita forums, anakuja anakaa na watu hapo Kakamega, anawaketisha chini, anauliza watu wa Ingo, mnataka tuongeze jinsi kuku inatega mayai, tunaweza fanya nini? Tuongeze chakula? Watu wa Ingo wanakuja wanatoa maoni, na tulikuwa tunamuona na kitabu na karatasi na kitabu kiasi na kakalamu akinukuu jinsi ambavyo watu wanatoa maoni, na mwisho wa siku walikuwa wanaenda wanaandika ile kitu wakaita ndio manifesto ya UDA. Mbona basi hawatumii the same method kuja kwetu ili watuulize tunataka aje, maoni yetu ni yapi, ili iwe imetoka kwetu sisi, ndio hata akipelekwa kotini, sisi kama raia tutakuja tumtetee, tuseme sisi ndio tulisema hivyo. Mbona haji kwa wananchi?
Anataka kujionyesha ati yeye ndiye president. Anataka kujionyesha yeye ndio president, anafanya chenye anataka, hataki kufuata sheria. Sheria inamwambia aulize wananchi. Sasa ikiwa saa hizi kitambulisho hiyo iko kama inapeanwa bure na watu hawachukui, sasa ukiweka 2,000 ndio watachukua. Birth certificate saa hizi ni bure, imekuanga bure, watu hawaendi kuchukua. Sasa saa hii uweke shilingi 500 ndio wataenda kuchukua. Ama huyu jamaa anajaribu kwa Kenya kuwajaribu tu kweli, watatoa wapi pesa? Ama ako na watu wengine kutoka outside the country anataka wakuja wakinunua hizo vitu wakikaa tu hapa wakikaa. You know, ikianza kuuzwa ene pesa na akikuja na pesa wanampea tu, so wanataka pesa, hawatauliza wewe ulizaliwa wapi, ulileta nini, hawatauliza. Wanakuja unasema kitambulisho ni pesa ngapi? 2,000. Lipa M-Pesa, ndio hiyo unalipa na baba yako wanakuulizia tu hapa, baba yako ni nani, sijui nini. Kwa sababu tena area yenu ikipatikana watu hawaleti, hawachukui vitambulisho, wanaweza kuuliza ni kwa nini hatuoni pesa ya vitambulisho kutoka kwa hiyo area yenu. So utaleta tu ene forgery human beings wakichukua hizo vitu wakienda. Mimi sitaki watu wapewe ID free, birth certificate free. It is their right. Kwa nini wachaji? Watu itafika mahali watu waogope kuzaa, wanasema nikizaa watoto 3 bwana, hizo shilingi 6,000 nitatoa wapi na mimi mwenyewe sina kazi. Wanacheza bwana, people calculate sasa, na nchi itafika mahali inakosa watu. Sasa watu wameshindwa, wameogopa kuzaa because of expenses zingine zenye haziko. Hizo vita atoane, wachane hizo vita, wachane nazo. Wacha nimueleze Mr. President, wachana na vitu zako unafanya za taxi hizo, wachana nazo, hazitusaidii sisi. Yati mkitambulisho, birth certificate na vitu zingine hizo, wachana nazo.
Alright.
Wacha kabisa.
Maoni yako ya mwisho itakuwa yapi?
Na encourage wa Kenya tukae ngumu, tufunge kamba. Hii serikali yenye tulichagua hii haitatusaidia kwa miaka 5 yenye iko mbele. Tujifunge mkanda, baba akiita tuende tumsaidie, tutoke sisi wote, ndio jamaa jue tunaumia. Na tena naambia Wakenya wenye wanapewanga pesa, kama anaenda mahali wanampigia makofi au ndio wanampoteza. Unapewa shilingi 500 leo unapiga makofi na kesho unaenda kulala njaa. Wachaneni na hizo vitu. Ambieni tu president the truth at hizo vitu hazifanyi. Juzi amepanga maandamano sijui watu wanaandamana wanataka housing ile. Watu mwenye wako na pesa hustlers wanatoa wapi pesa ya kuhaya lori? Mimi niliona lori imebeba mchanga. What Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans of that status, wachaneni na hizo vitu. Ambieni the president the truth, atasikia. Lakini akiwapea pesa na mnaenda kwa barabara, after all tena wengine huwa hawalipi, wanaanza kuraise alarm. Nilipelekwa huko sikupewa mimi pesa hii kuingia kwa simu, tulidanganywa. Mnafanya president anadhani nchi inaenda na iendi. Naambia Wakenya wenzangu, muache hiyo tabia, tuambie president the truth. Kama akifanyiki, akiwezekani tumwambie hakiwezekani. Kama ameshindwa aite wenzake wamsaidie. Kama hataki kusaidiwa asahau. Simple as that.
All right.
Ndugu yangu mimi hapa.
Nashukuru sana. Pole nimekukimbisha na maswali back to back.
Asante, hata mimi nimefurahia tu hivyo, it is updating our brains. Thank you.
Sawa, hii ni Africa 24. Zaidi ya yote zidi kuambia watu huko nje ya kwamba hata barabara ikiwa mbaya, kuna show kali ambao wanaweza jiunga nayo. Now let me turn in to English. Can I now do it in English? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm not starting the show, but now we are switching into English, all right? The first hour, I always try to do it in Swahili because of many who watch us here in our country, and it's always an added advantage if everyone can hear in a language they can easily understand. I would have done it in your mother tongue. If I knew the language you speak in, if I knew your dialect, I would have used it. But unfortunately, I'm only limited to 2, and those 2 is what I try to use, all right? Hope you learned something, the Swahili part. Now let's do it in English. Now, what are we discussing? Okiya Omtatah has done it again. This is a man who standing out to be the Iron Man. This is a man who many are describing as the great one of our times. He is becoming the man who has made headways. Headlines and news has turned on his favor. Many are calling him the man of the people, the man who represents the interest of Mwananchi. He's a man who is not afraid to call out the government when it has turned rogue. This is a man who has embraced the call of duty. He is a man who has known what he was elected to do. Despite many being in the Senate, despite many being in Parliament, he's the one man shining at the moment. The spotlight have all been directed to one Okiya Omtatah. Omtatah has done it, and he has done it so well. All right. What are we discussing? Listen to what Okiya Omtatah had to say in as far as addressing what the president had said previous day. All right. Listen to Omtatah. I'll tell you, or rather, I'll show you what the president has said and why the response from Omutata. Where do I begin? Allow me to begin with Omutata because he's the man forming the show. Listening, and then I'll be back after this.
Then
accusing the judiciary of corruption, challenging him to produce evidence against judicial officers implicated in bribery. Addressing journalists in Nairobi, the legislator stated that the independence of the judiciary must be safeguarded by insulating it from both actions and omissions, be they political or administrative. The senator said every organ of government and every resident of Kenya is subject to the law. Satolale with the latest on the executive's onslaught on the judiciary.
responding to the president, Senator Andrew Okiya Omtatah Okoiti challenged William Ruto to avail evidence of bribery implicating judges or litigants, seeking legal intervention in the corridors of justice.
I look him straight in the eye and challenge him to table the evidence of bribe taking against any judge or bribe giving he has against any litigant, and let the chips fall where they may.
Senator Omtatah terming President William Ruto's criticism of the judiciary as reckless, unwarranted and ill-informed.
I therefore add my voice to those who have come out to strongly condemn His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto's recent, most unfortunate, reckless, unwarranted, ill-informed, misguided, immature, unhinged, unnecessary, barbaric, satanic, and without a doubt, unconstitutional attacks on the judiciary.
The Busia legislator stating that the independence of the judiciary must be safeguarded and that every organ of government and every resident of Kenya is subject to the law.
It is in the interest of justice that the integrity of the judiciary is safeguarded by insulating it from both actions and omissions, be they political, administrative, or otherwise, that could undermine judicial authority. That's under Article 159 of the Constitution, and the independence of the judiciary under Article 160 of the Constitution, and take away from Kenyans the right to and fundamental freedom to access justice.
Omtatah warning that the freedom of the press is also under threat from the executive.
Since the independent judiciary in Kenya is under attack by the Kenya Kwanza government, I am sure that the next target will be our free press, and that should concern every Kenyan.
The outspoken senator vowing to protect the Constitution and independent institutions at all costs.
The only medicine for tyrants and strongmen is to fight them back. They must be resisted by all means.
Senator Omtatah is among human rights activists challenging the implementation of the Finance Act 2023 in the corridors of justice. His challenge against the act led to the declaration that the housing tax, a key component of the act, was unconstitutional. Seth.
Now, that was Okiya Omtatah. Okiya Omtatah is a man who has really come out strong to oppose the government. He's a man who he's not new to the public, but his recent act of bravery, his recent act of not being cowed, of not being intimidated, of taking, or rather speaking truth to power, is what has made him make headlines throughout most of his career. And now this evening, he made a statement that was, others are saying, was very brave. Actually, it's trending on Twitter because he is a man who many are describing, if I can read just but a few tweets, that Okiya Omtatah is a man who needs to fear no threats from the government. That is according to one Thuo. He is trending at number what? Sorry, let me get it for you. He's trend. Oh, okay. Vitu zimekuja mingi. I see Kawira Mwangaza is trending now, but Kawira Mwangaza equally is trending because of there was the barrio of Sniper. I'll be telling you about that in a few. But Okiya Omtatah was trending during the day, and he was trending because of that statement. That speech was, or rather, that statement that he issued today was really a serious one. You know, he came out gun blazing against the president. The president had earlier this week said that the courts have rogue judicial officers. The courts have people who are corrupt, and in fact, he called people to discuss. He called us to discuss. That's what has been happening. He raised a conversation about the same, but how he did it. How he did it is what many are not sitting pretty with. This is what the president said that has made the whole week about him, literally about him and the judges and courts. This is what the president
Itabidi
said.
sasa tuwe na mjadala na watu ambao wanapeleka makesi kotini kuzuia maendeleo katika taifa letu la Kenya. Itabidi tuulizane maswali. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Yes, itabidi tuulizane maswali. Haiwezekani ya kwamba Kenya, maendeleo ambayo tumekuwa tukingojea miaka nyingi, mipango ambayo iko katika katiba ya Kenya, mipango imepitishwa katika bunge la Kenya, mipango ambayo wananchi wa Kenya wamepigia kura katika manifesto ya chama wamechagua, ati watu wachache, wawili watatu, wameenda kotini, wakahongana kotini, mpango hiyo ikasimamishwa. Barabara ikasimamishwa, universal health coverage inasimamishwa, mambo ya housing inasimamishwa. Lazima tuulizane, lazima tuwe na mjadala. We must ask ourselves, ama namna gani? Yes, lazima tuulizane maswali. Na ndio mimi nataka niseme, we are a democracy. We respect, we will protect the independence of the judiciary. What we will not allow is judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. That we will not allow. That will not happen.
All right. Now there he spoke that he wouldn't allow, and actually he said by all means he will stop all forms of judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. And ladies and gentlemen, with that remark alone, many felt that it was very dangerous, as I used the words of one senior counsel, James Orengo, who I'm just about to display what he said, that is how a dictator begins. Of course, equally I'll air the sentiments of Miguna, who as well seem not to agree with him. Now, but this is what Orengo, who as well seems to agree with Omtatah, that those sentiments are not good statements. Okiya Omtatah opines that Soon and very soon, after he's through with the judges, probably he would go to the freedom of press, the fourth estate. Probably you now start saying, of course he has done it before, yeah, it won't be new, but maybe anaweza ongeza nguvu kidogo in it. We have seen how before they would come out and lash out at the journalists and media stations, but Okiya Omtatah is now saying, after he's through with taking hostage the courts and the judges, he probably might go ahead and do that to the journalist, or rather to the fourth estate. If that happens, now what will we have as a country? What will we have as a country? This is what one Agri Olrengo had to say.
The statement by the president in relation to the judiciary and defying court orders, in my view, was both reckless and dangerous. The Constitution of Kenya lays out clearly, in clear terms, the system of checks and balances. And it's not upon the president to cherry pick which decisions he's going to defy and which ones he's not going to defy. There's a clear procedure for overturning even decisions which are purportedly obtained through fraud or corrupt practices. Or the other alternative is to use the Judicial Service Commission, in which the president has representatives, and he can cause a judge to be taken through a tribunal for a decision to be made on that question of corruption, whether the decisions a judge is making is against the law. And on top of it, he can make a report to the appropriate officers, including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, to the Inspector General of Police, if a judge indeed has been bribed. These are all the tools the president could use, but he cannot say that he is going to defy a judicial decision. So long as that judicial decision is not overturned, is part of the law of the land. And I think of all the statements the president has made, this is the most dangerous, is the most reckless, is undermining the Constitution and the sovereign power of the people, because judicial authority is delegated to the executive, to the courts. And the judiciary does not share the judicial authority with the President of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, if this matter is not dealt with appropriately and put it in its rightful place, it can cause anarchy. You remember in Uganda, across here in Uganda, a whole Chief Justice was assassinated, Kiwanuka, because the president in that country did not like the decisions that he was making. In a country called, in southern Africa, called Lesotho, there was an election. And the Prime Minister then, Chief Lebois, said, yes, there's been an election, I disagree, I'm not going anywhere. So he defied an entire electoral process. Me, I have had the privilege of defending a judicial officer, the Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya, in a matter in which she was framed out of annoyance from the decision she had made, sitting in electoral court, the presidential petition for the elections held in 2017. And again, we're not saying the previous regime was any better. We had some of the most brilliant judges, like Odunga, like Ngugi, whose appointments were not affected, purportedly because there were certain reports about their conduct, which was unproven. The president has his representatives in the Judicial Service Commission, and no lesser office sits in that commission but the Attorney General. They are representatives from the parliamentary, from the Public Service Commission, and other bodies which can deal with the questions that the President is raising. But I think it's most unfortunate, knowing that what we have fought for was to secure the independence of the judiciary. Above all, the Constitution requires the President specifically to ensure the promotion of the rule of law. The Constitution requires of the President, as part of his functions, to defend and protect the Constitution. Now, the language the President is using, obviously, is outside the realm of the Constitution. No President speaking in a system where there's a system of checks and balances, where executive authority is limited. And I think that should be understood, that executive power is limited by law. There are things he cannot do. And if he does anything that does not fall within the realm of his powers, including defying court orders, abrogating the Constitution, violating the Constitution, those attract punishment and penal sanctions that the President must be taken through. It is not above the law. So this place is a place we have been to. The whole struggle for second liberation, one of the key pillars we were fighting for, was to ensure that we have an independent judiciary. So these comments were unfortunate and should not have been made. It undermines the authority of all institutions, because if there's no rule of law, if the President can cherry pick which court orders to obey and which ones not to obey, then we are living in a very unsafe place. And this cannot be allowed under any circumstances. Erokamano, nyoro jatend piny owacho ni buche miyalo od bura kokal e yo mok ohero, to en onyalo dhi adhiya nyime otimo gima odwaro. Ma en gima ok owinjore kendo ok en kare kata matin. Jatend piny ni obende en e bwo chik. Katiba mwan go e Kenya dwaro ni ute bura oti maonge gimoro mawuok kuom migawo moro, kata obed bunge, kata obed kata obed bunge, kata obed executive, manyalo donjo e weche ma od bura kata doho maduong' okalo, kata doho obed matin machalo nade. Omiyo jatend piny dwokowa kama ne wantie chon, to ma ok wanyalie kata matin, nikech obe en e bwo chik. Ka nitie gima doho kalo, nitie yore mang'eny kiyudo ni doho nokalo gimoro, to mita jatend doho yudo kata minyonge moro mokonego oyudi, kata nitie mibadhi moro. Nitie yore mang'eny ma wachno inyalo luwogo. Mokwongo, jatend doho no inyalo make. Mar ariyo, inyalo tere bwo Judicial Service Commission, kata bende ko ter complaint mare yo makare, kata ywak yo makare, to pod inyalo keto tribunal mayalo wachne migole kaka nyiso nogol judge ma High Court miloni Chitembwe. Omiyo wachni ok en wach matin. En gima nyalo miyo piny nyime kanyo bed kama tek moko winjore. To magi waseneno ndalo moko kanyo, kata jotelo manokalo ne wacho ni gin gi teko magi nyalo timo gima mwadwaro. Ndalo kanu ne nitie kata ndalo moko manowacho ni President nyalo riembo judge sa asaya modwaro. Mama ne achiel kuom gik manokelo tabu e piny ni, momiyo ji nodhi oko kawacho ni wan wadwaro judges kata magistrates man gi security of tenure, ma ka yalo gimoro to giyalo ka gin thuolo. Omiyo mae wadagi kendo ok wayiego kata matin. Gima aneno ni gini nyalo kelo gima iluongo ni anarchy e piny. To mar ariyo be nyiso ni kopogore gi joma osebedo gi buche mopogore opogore e doho mowuok mo owacho ni kata ong'ad bura marach to mano e chik, to mare ni nyiso ni koro ka en gi teko to higni mabiro kata ka Electoral Commission owacho ni oyombe kata ka doho maduong' owacho ni ok noyiere kare kata noyombe, to onyalo wacho kaka Chief Lebwa Jonathan ma Lesotho nowacho ne en duoko mar Electoral Commission kata mar doho ok oluwo, en oluwo gimodwaro. Omiyo ma ok en gima kare e piny mwadwaro mondo bedie Kenya kae.
Well, if my brother Leo was in, and I think he'll be in tomorrow morning, if my brother Leo was in, he would have given you the direct one-on-one on that beautiful language. I just wanted to hear it. At times I like listening to those direct, but I'm sure you had the English part. He was talking about that the president, as much as he is the elected, he doesn't have absolute power. Number two, he does not control the judiciary. And in any case, if he has any grievances in as far as any judge being rogue, any court making a decision influenced by corruption, he has a representative at the JSC. And he's equally saying that the same process that was used to find fault and equally led to termination of tenure of one Justice Chitembwe, he ought to use the same process. He ought to say these are the rogue judges, these are the rogue officials in our courts. Because in any case, if you have evidence, you ought to prove, and that's what Okiya Omtatah is calling him to do. That if you have evidence, in as much as you're saying that there are guys who are corrupt, you need to prove it. Now, let me go back, Kidogo, to one Ahmed Nasir. This is a man equally who has made headlines over the course of today and yesterday, because he's a man the president praised for advising him that there are corrupt guys in our courts, that there are guys who in our justice system who have mastered the ways of robbing people of justice. So Ahmed Nasir, the president, the other day, or rather today, I think today morning or yesterday night, came out to praise him, saying that he advised him that there are rogue guys in our courts, that there are rogue judges, there are rogue officials in our court. And the president issued a statement over the same. This is what he said in Twitter. He praised him and said that I don't know why it's not reflecting, but it should reflect just about now. All right, I don't know. Okay. All right, let me see. I think I should use the other one. But this is what the president said in a statement, that Ahmed Nasir informed him of rogue officials in court. And because of these rogue officials, the president said he will not pay anyone, he will not corrupt his way, he will not pay for justice. So the president says, yeye hatalipa mtu wowote ili kesi ziwe judged according to him, on his favor. He will not do that. So what he's trying to do, according to how many have advised him, including one Tying Guni, is to drain the swamp. So he's saying he's ready to drain the swamp. But let's listen in to what Ahmed Nasir had to advise the president.
Kwengineko, wandani wake Rais William Ruto wametetea kauli yake kuwa ni sharti kuwepo na marekebisho katika utendakazi wa kitengo cha mahakama nchini. Wakili mkuu Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi ameeleza NTV kuhusu upungufu ulioko kwenye kitengo hicho na ni yapi yanafaa kubadilishwa. Mwanahabari wetu Sydney Chazima aliandaa mahojiano ya moja kwa moja naye wakili huyo.
I mean, I was embedded with the presidential campaign, you know, when he was campaigning to become president. And one of the things I've advised him so many times is about the judiciary, you know, the need to reform the judiciary, because the status quo of the judiciary as of 2022 was not tenable going forward. I've told him about, you know, how endemic corruption is, how, you know, the judiciary, you know, will be very active player in a negative manner in the politics, the economy, and those social progression of society. So the president was alive. I mean, he had his own view on the judiciary. I knew he will come back to it, but I think this is the right time. He thought that he should probably visit that agenda. I think what the president has is, you know, this thing doesn't happen out of the blue. I mean, the courts don't just give injunctions like that, stopping. I mean, it's a network of people sometimes that, you know, plan in advance, prepare lawyers who will represent them, prepare the courts that will listen to them, and get judgments that stop this kind of process. I give an example of a case which the Honorable Paul Mute I was involved in the case myself. During the time of President Uhuru had a lot of problem with the Teacher Service Commission. I mean, they were a headache. And I thought, you know, the best way to solve the problem was through the courts. So it went to one court, went to another court, went to the Supreme Court. And the end result was that the courts, you know, killed teachers' nut and, you know, empowered the Teacher Service Commission. And at one stage, we come to know that, you know, the Office of the President facilitated one of the judgments. A lot of money was given to the courts, and everybody knew that, you know. And I tell guys that the uniqueness of the Uhuru administration, unlike the Moi administration or the Kibaki administration and even the Ruto administration, is that that is one administration where a conscious decision will be made to bribe judges, yes, on very sensitive matters like this one between the Teacher Service Commission and the Kenya Union of Teachers. Not so. We have seen the government as an active player, you know, in corruption. But corruption is, I mean, lawyers are involved. I will not deny. We know who does it. It is, I mean, you will see. I tell guys when Willie was a lawyer, senior counsel, we used to get a lot of, you know, referrals. Clients will insist that they need a senior counsel in their brief because they want. Nowadays, you will see someone who is 1 year in practice, you know, pushing the biggest case in town for that month. And they don't need a senior counsel. They don't need a good lawyer because the judge will help them out. The judiciary is a self-contained institution. I mean, it was, the architecture of our constitution was in a such manner that nobody can interfere with it, and it's a good architecture. But the current situation is that that architecture is broken down. The JEC doesn't work. The Chief Justice has no idea about what the problems facing the judiciary are. If you go to the Honorable Chief Justice's comment today and ask her what are the problems, she will tell you there are no problems because she's oblivious to what's happening in the judiciary. She is oblivious to the corruption in all the courts, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's the Court of Appeal, and I always say to a lesser extent the Court of Appeal than all other courts in the country. But when you have a Chief Justice that is oblivious, that has no idea about what's happening in the judiciary, how can an important institution, you know, like the judiciary work? The JSC during her tenure has completely failed. I personally, I mean, I've lodged so many complaints. I mean, they will write you a letter and say that your petition has been dismissed because you are challenging the decision of a court. If the disciplinary mechanism of the judiciary has failed, what signal does it send to the judges that there is complete immunity, that nobody will touch them? When you don't have a disciplinary process and procedure that works, the system will collapse. And that's what happened in this country. I tell guys, you know, I've practiced law for 30 years. I have never seen the state of corruption in the judiciary now than any of my 31 years. Even during Moi's time, it wasn't this bad. And why? Because the Chief Justice, you know, I mean, have you ever seen the Chief Justice talk about corruption? No. Have you ever seen the Chief Justice talk about the number of years it takes for a simple case to be had? No. I mean, cases are taking 5, 10 years. We think it's a problem of judges. We employed so many judges. We employed 30 judges of the Court of Appeal. The High Court has now about 200, 250 judges. It doesn't help. Why? Because the system isn't working for Kenyans.
The system isn't working for Kenyans. Abenasir is asking very interesting questions. That have you ever heard the Chief Justice speak about corruption? Have you ever heard her come out and defend sorry, have you ever had her speak against corruption? Have you ever had come out and defend the rule of law in as much as fighting those who in her jurisdiction are corrupt? So that's what Ahmed Nasir is saying. But as much as Ahmed Nasir is saying that, and the president himself is equally agreeably agreeing with him and saying, Ulko many won, and this is what the president said in a tweet. I think this was yesterday, thereabout, I think so. The president says that Amenasil, you warned me. All right. Ulkuwa umeniwarn of sabotage by corrupt judicial officers. I told you there are many good officers in judiciary and that I will root out the corrupt. We shall. Muite Senior Counsel, the impunity of bribing judges so as not to sink or to derail or sabotage Kenya's imminent transformation will never happen under my watch. Not a single cent will be used to bribe nobody. Mambo ya wafisadi wote ni yale nilisema, mambo ni matatu. All right. So that's what the president said yesterday. Yeah, the president was not relenting on the fight against the courts and the judges. And to pick a cue from that, this is what Cheralgei, the man from Nandi, this is what he had to say.
Why hire a lawyer if you can pay a judge? And that is the we don't want to see. Na mimi nataka niunge mkono rais. Ile court orders ambaye si make sense, awachane naye, hizo zitumike kama tissue paper, tutupe huko kando, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa nje ya kusimamisha. Sahi wa Kenya wanataka manyumba, wa Kenya wanataka mambo ya mabarabara, and therefore as a country we must even think where in other jurisdictions where judges are voted to office. It is a high time as we have this conversation. Judges and judicial officers must be voted to office because mahakama sasa ya Kenya imekaa ni kama imekuwa extension ya Azimio. And therefore I want to ask Judicial Service Commission, and that is why we must have a conversation of even judicial ombudsman, because the chairperson of Judicial Service Commission is CJ Mada Koome. Yet we are telling her to fight corruption. I think it is high time we must have an independent body to check on the excesses of judiciary.
All right. It's high time we must have an ombudsman to check on the excesses of judiciary. I'm meant to understand that my link is having a challenge with many of you trying to join in the show, and I truly wish I could help. And I know I'm getting so many feedbacks from you. Poleni sana, I don't know. I'll try see how I can help you guys. But in the meantime, allow us to go on because I cannot log out while I am doing this. So I have to do it. So bear with me. Bear with me. I don't know what is happening. I'm really equally trying to do a lot of stuff behind the scenes so as to make this be a success. But then again, ndio hiyo mambo na mtandao, there is some hiccup somewhere. I'm yet to really find out why you guys are unable to join me kwa studio, but I will work on that just now. If it doesn't work, please bear with me. We might have to have you in the morning, because in the morning we have another show. Now, why have I freezed Cheralgei? Because there is a part I want to repeat. This part here. This man here.
Tutupe huko kando kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa nje ya kusimamisha. Sahi wa Kenya wanataka manyumba, wa Kenya wanataka mambo ya mabarabara, and therefore as a country we must even think where in other jurisdictions where judges are voted to office.
All right. So he's asking you, and I don't know what your sentiments would be. Do you agree that it's time probably we have elections for judges? Now that person who determines your court, your case, tuwe tunawavotia. Wanakuja kwetu, kuwa na elections Sijui kama ni lawyers tu venye wanachagua LSK chairman watakuwa wanachagua judges ama itabidi sisi wote. I'm not sure about that, but it can be interesting. I know there are countries that choose their judges, or rather elect their judges. So here in Kenya, that doesn't really happen. It's an appointment, of course, after a process through the JSC, and then the president nominates, or rather approves and sends it to parliament. I don't know. I'm forgetting the process, but I think kuna story kama hizo, and then eventually yeye atakuja sign in kama vile alisign wale walikuwa wamekataliwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, arudi akakuja akawachukua the 6. So in the event we were to choose judges, will it bring sanity to a judiciary? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak on matters that are above my pay grade. But Cherargei is raising some very interesting sentiments. And what do you think? What do you make of his sentiments? Do we need to be electing judges, or maybe one of them, maybe the Supreme Court judge, the president of the Supreme Court, that is like how Martha Koome is, so that asikuwe na influence na president, asikuwe controlled by anyone? Do we need someone who, as wananchi, ni sisi tumejibekia, amekuja kwetu, tumemsikiza? How many people are conversant with court processes? How many people even have an idea of what it means to be a judge? So if that was to happen, what will we consider? All right. Allow me to I'm almost ending the show because now I'm having people complaining of, and they're not able to join the show, and I cannot help them while I'm on the stage. I have to exit, and I don't wish to exit and still have you guys back on, but I can try to do that if really I get the opportunity to do that. But I can promise you this, that tomorrow morning we have another interesting show about to happen. I'm trying to see if I can be able to help them from this final end, but let me show you what these two friends, how they began. Of course, I had played this earlier on in the show.
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja, munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali. Bwana Omutata, wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini, na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please Okiya, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni, watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu, na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyu Okiya, hata agenipeleka kotini si mbaya, kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu, si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu Okiya.
All right.
Bwana Rais, wewe rafiki yangu, hata unakumbuka ile mambo yanasewa ikianza, nilikuja kwa ofisi yako Transnational House, nikakupata huko na Bwana Ole Kaparo, tukaongea, nikakwambia nataka kwenda kotini na naenda kupanda bus ya jioni niende Bungoma ni file case. Ukachukua shilingi 30,000 ukanipatia, akasema tumia hii ikusaidie. Huku jua nilikuwa na shilingi 2,000 peke yake.
Oh, wow. Captain is in, and I am getting many messages hapa chini. Now I'm really trying to see what could be the problem, but tutasolve tu saizi. Captain, umeweza kuingia. What is the problem huko nyuma ya tent?
Bwana, hii kitu imenisumbua leo. Sijui ile simu tuliongea mchana ulikuwa unanikanyagia waya nini?
Sijakanyangia, si wewe tu, sijui challenge iko wapi, but I'm trying to figure it out. I'll do that just now.
Because you understand
si wewe
everybody is
tu, including mpaka wazalendo wakubwa wa hii channel, wasaidizi wenza wengine wanashindwa kuingia, but ni sawa, I'll see what to do. But vipi, how are you? Hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I'm doing well. Yeah.
Sasa Cherargei amefanya ile kitu tena. Cherargei amesema court orders ni they are as good as tissue paper. No one should pay close attention to them. In fact, the president shouldn't honor any court order. In any case, he should disregard all of them. What do you make of such advice? Because the same day that the president made such remarks concerning courts, one Karongo Adhangwa gave him advice that, you know what, Mr. President, wewe vunja sheria, or rather don't respect some of these rulings because hakuna mahali utapelekwa. What are these people telling the president? Yeah? Are they preparing to operate above the law?
Your Jex, Cherargei is that one person. I can call him is a comedian in the politics side, not comedian in the social media side where we have all comedians like Chelango and all whatever, but he's a comedian in politics that is trying to create the attention of the people of Kenya, trying to be the big figure. But you see, Cherargei is that one person. You see now he's trying to fight Murkomen, which is okay. We allow him to fight for that. It is our right. But the way he's trying to do things, yani anajaribu kujionyesha kwamba I can do this, I can do that. And remember what Cherargei is doing has been done before by so many people. Even like Alfred Keter, MP for Nandi. He has done that before. And where is he? Cherargei now is trying to show us that he can fight the government. He's in the same government, but he's fighting the same government. I don't know if you understand what I mean. I know you know. But Cherargei try to look for you to be a big figure in Kenyan government by doing other things, but not fighting the government that you are in. Don't come here to tell us that the government is not doing that, the government is not doing this. You are in the same government. If the government has not done that, what have you done yourself as an MP? Yeah? No, that's wrong. That's wrong. So now, Cherargei, do something else. You have something else to do. Don't come here to tell us that William Ruto this, William Ruto that. We are the people who fought for the president of Kenya, who is William Ruto, and we are tired of him now. As we speak now, we are tired of him. Even if myself or Jex or any other person can stand in to be the president of Kenya by the year coming, we will vote somebody else, but not the William Ruto that we know. Yes. If you are a foot soldier for William Ruto, continue being foot soldier, get paid what you are paid. But we were 90 of the country of Kenya, we are tired. The things that are going on in the country is not the way we expected. You told us Pesa Mfukoni. Where is Pesa Mfukoni? Because for me now, because I supported you people, Kenya Kwanza, and there is a war between Kenya Kwanza and UDA and all whatever. I don't want to say that now for here. I'm following the program and the show that we are running right now.
I'll be coming to that topic just now.
Yeah,
I was to come to that
just
topic.
come later on, but I don't want to introduce myself. I follow the rules and regulations of for the show.
Go ahead.
I don't want to be like I'm providing another option to the show. I can provide if I'm allowed, or if not even allowed, but why are we being dictated by this government? We voted for this government to demand, but now we are suffering. What's wrong?
But now we are
Hmm?
suffering. What's wrong?
Mm.
But now we are suffering. What's wrong?
Jokes. Remove YouTube and go come into me only.
Remove YouTube and go having remove YouTube and go
Are you clear?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to repair the challenge. I think I've seen what the problem
Yeah,
is.
I understand. So now kitu nasema ni kwamba tulipigia kura hii serikali ya William Ruto.
Can you hear me? Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I can hear you very much, X. I don't know if you can hear me. 1, 2, 3, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, mic testing. Jex, you can hear me? Jex.
Go ahead. I was trying to repair one or two things.
Very good. 1, 2, 3, very good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The problem was on Facebook, and I think I'm trying to
That's where I was trying to enter using Facebook, but
yeah, the problem is on Facebook, and both our Facebook page, Mtembei's Facebook page, and Leo's page, there is a problem. But now we are good.
It's not Mutembei, it's not Leo Facebook. Facebook
No,
itself has a problem.
It's Facebook itself. So it is,
Yes.
and now it's, since it's the first one on this logging, it's now denying most people on YouTube. That's why many are texting me, Jex, ni aje unatukazia. It's not me, sio mimi nakazia watu wasiingie. There is a mshki kidogo, I think, on Facebook, and I'm trying to see if there is a challenge therein. But at least so far, I've been able to unlock two things up. Bwana Captain, sorry for the echo. I had to do that because I'm on several devices. So now I'm back on the main channel. Okay, so what were you saying? Sorry for that.
Okay, Jex, I was trying to say that what our president is doing is not right. It's very wrong. I see my brother Goodyear on the comment section is saying hi to me. I'm very fine, Goodyear. I'm doing well. This 2024, it's my year. In fact, I'm trying to see if elections were to be held in Kenya today, 2024, I could have been the president. But it's not. I'm unlucky for that. But I know it's my year.
Umerukia kitu kubwa hivyo bwana, lakini ni sawa.
Just listen, Jakes. Where tulia tukupange? Where tulia Jakes tukupange?
Sawa,
Captain 1 Goodyear is okay. Jakes double you are whatever. It's okay. Yeah, I'm answering. I'm trying to answer at the comment section. We have Goodyear on that. He's very active guy on comment section. So Jakes, what I'm trying to say is that our president, we are not doing well on everything that is going on. We are not doing well. You understand? From that, I just want to maybe to wrap up 1, 2, 3, and then from there we'll continue from that, because I'm trying to see that maybe the network is coming back. Because even my colleagues, I'm seeing them on comment section and my phone, they are telling me we are coming in, but you are trying to close the show. Don't close the show. People are coming in.
I know. I'm having another challenge now. I'll have to do something that I don't want to do, but just one moment. Bear with me. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with us as I switch to something so that this can be made good. Just one moment. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for that. It normally happens because easy ni mitambo. It has no it's nothing about making. It's nimshkitu. I know many want to join. I have tons of text of many wishing to join. Oh my goodness, just one moment. I'm almost done. All right.
Jex, let me log out and come in, so that I can see if it can even bring my photo.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these things happen, and today I think there is a challenge on Facebook, and it's equally affecting the other platforms or destinations therein. But I'm about to have that solved just about now. Give me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I know it can be frustrating, but we are almost out of the woods, people. Just a moment. Dakika tu moja. All right. I think I'm good. You see even your screen is dark because it's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be white in color. It's almost it's loading from our end. I'm almost getting it right. I know you can hear me. I know you can. I'm only having, I think there's an issue from Facebook, but we should be able to have it sorted. All right. Now I think I'm turning red, and now I'm turning white. Okay. Sorry. I have several machines. Okay. Let me see. Good day is advising Jakes. You cannot continue through YouTube. I can, but if I do that, if I interrupt some channels, I don't know what happens to the integrity of the show. In that, I don't know if it will collapse everything else. Just one moment. All right. I'm almost there, guys. Ay. All right. I think I'm good now. I think I'm good. Captain, are you good?
Yeah, see, everything is okay, but you cannot see me. I don't know what's wrong.
I can see you. Can you see me?
I think it is my gadget. I cannot restart it. You can continue as it is.
But me, I can see you quite well. Oh, I see you quite well.
So
All
do you see?
right.
Can you see that sword? The sword that the president was given at Kasarani for now.
I cannot see your background. You have a background with you. I cannot see it.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to restart. Maybe can you allow me to restart
No,
the system?
let's continue. Don't mind the sword and everything. Just be what you are. Let's continue. It's not because we are already having challenges as it is. Let's just continue as we are. To the many who tried to join, I'm sorry. Allow me to send you my apologies. It is not my making, neither my doing. I had to send some of you the screenshot of the message coming to the screens of Facebook apologizing for the mishap happening on the studio. Sorry very much. The link is okay. The link is perfect, but the issue, I think there is a challenge with the interface. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a matter we will sort out. Now let's come back to the conversation. We will try to do it as we are. Wale wamebahatika sawa, wale hamtabahatika pole. Pole. I am sorry. I'm sorry to the many who have tried to join. All right. Okay. Now, Mr. 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 Captain, I'm seeing that I cannot even play some clips now.
I don't
Why?
know. We will run it. We run it as it is. We run it
Yeah,
as it
but I
is.
wanted, there's a clip that is
Budia, I
making
see.
round.
I think Budia is saying it can see me. He can see me.
We can see you, but we cannot see the background you want to project. I know the background you want to project will be behind you, but we can't see it because equally myself, I cannot now play any video because my studio imekuwa interfered with. So we'll have to discuss on the things I want
We'll
to
discuss. I will discuss because I will not want to have that indisciplined cases on the photo on the studio. You understand what photo can mean. You understand what I mean. I might be doing some other things on the backstage, which is not allowed in the studio. But I'll be stopping my cam. If I don't know, if I stop my cam now, I've stopped it. I don't know. Can you see me from there?
Yeah, I can see you. No,
But
I
I've
cannot
stopped the
see
cam.
you. I cannot
Okay, now
see
let
you
me open.
because
Can you see me now? I've opened. Can you see me?
yeah, I can see you.
Okay, and then I can call it. It is a problem with the internet. When I will want maybe to do some private issues with my whatever the background I'll stop the cam. So now let's continue the show. Let's have you as the controller of the show. Tell us what now? What can we do? Because as from the show,
Wait,
see how
I think I've been.
Omutata, we say Omutata gold Ruto what? Omutata gold Ruto attacks on Judiciary and Satanic Barbaric.
Are you
Immature.
okay? Wait, wait before we go. Are
No.
you okay?
No. Jakes, let's end the show. Stop asking, are you okay or what? How many years you have known me? Am I mad? Am I mad, Jakes? We have to bring the best to our people of Kenya. Whether I'm okay or I'm not okay, we need the best for our people.
You guys
We
are
are
going
not
to
in any
finish me.
campaign here.
Mtanimaliza
Sawa.
huko mtaani bwana.
Tutakumaliza na tutakuwa. Tunataka the best to our people. Wete utoke Mount Kenya, utoke Turkana, utoke Loitoktok, utoke Nyanza huko mwisho ya Kehancha ama wapi. We need the best to our people. Tulikupatia kura, saa tuko campaign, patia sisi ile agenda yako ya pesa mfukoni. Tunataka pesa kwa mfuko. Hii siasa kidogo ya paka na panya hii, mara mnatupatia Murkomen. Murkomen sasa ako na chopa ngapi? Ako na chopa ngapi? Chopa 4 nasikia. Kijana kidogo sana ako na chopa 4. What's that surely? Where are we heading to? Tunaelekea wapi lakini Jakes? Where are we heading to? Alafu sasa baba akuja tuambie tuende hivi. Mnaanza kusema ananisimamisha, ataki nifanyie Wakenya kazi. Which work is baba stopping you not to do? You are the government yourself. Who is stopping you not to do the work to the people of Kenya? Who said that lazima Kipchirchir aongoze Kenya Power? Why not Onyango? Why not Kamau? Why not even Omogusi from that side of Zimbarat? Ilikuwa lazima ikuwe Chirchir. We need Jakes, listen to me, Jakes.
I am.
We have to tell ourselves the truth.
What else can I do when you're having challenges in the studio?
We are here to tell the Kenyan people the truth. We have to tell ourselves the truth. Isikuwe natoka sijui mimi natoka sijui hapa Eldoret hapa atina support. Nikisupport sasa huyo mwenye anafanya hivyo. Ule kasini yangu ama sister yangu ameolewa Kisumu, atasapotiwa na nani? Ule bibi yangu nimetoa Nyanza huko Mount Kenya, atasapotiwa na nani? People, we have to be Kenyans and we stand bound to be Kenyans. Tutalaliana mpaka lini? Until when are we are blindfooled by this politician? Until when?
You said what? Blindfooled. Well, sawa, it's a new one.
Tunapelekwa kuwa wajinga, yani tumefungwa macho tukue wajinga na wanasiasa mpaka lini? Nimeona juzi hata hapa juzi huyu anajiita engineer mkarabati Kichimba Sudi. Anaongelea msichana wake amegraduate kutoka UK ama sijui wapi. Yeye mwenyewe hajasomea UK. Amesomea Uhuru Highway primary hapa Nairobi, lakini hata hiyo certificate haionekani. Lakini mtoto yake ako wapi? Majuu. Alafu anaambia mtoto wake, oh, unajua sasa hapa utaenda kukunywa wine cocktail, sitakuwa hapo. What is that surely? Wewe mtoto wako Jakes, wewe atakunywa cocktail siku gani? Until no. Abana. You know, you'll make some people like some of us to break our systems or to break our computers because of the asira ile tuko nayo kwa sababu ya our government is running our people. We are not heading to the correct position. Hata tungepigia kura Raila Odinga, who is baba, si ati angefanya vile tunataka, yes, lakini we need the best to our people. We need the best to our people. Dex, usinipatie muda niongee ati ni rande show. You just enjoy the show that tulikuwa na captain alikuwa anaongea. No. We have to have a very serious conversation on this. We need a very serious conversation on this.
Ni nice to me nikinaisika me.
That is it. That is why I'm saying now you are now telling me that I'm nicing you, but our people are suffering. And they are listening on me even on conversation side. Wengine wanafurahia kwa sababu wanajua I'm telling them the truth. Atuko campaign hapa sahi. Kama baba, let me tell you Jakes, kama baba angeshinda kura sahi, kama baba angeshinda kura leo Odinga baba, wale watu walipromisiwa 6,000, niambie Kenya Kwanza wangekuwa wanaongea nini sahi kama mimi? Hii ni tarehe ngapi sahi? Hii ni tarehe karibu tarehe 3, tarehe 4 5 sahi. Hii ningekuwa sahi nataka 6,000 bwana, na si mchezo. I need 6,000 tuliambiwa, kwa sababu baba hakushinda. What next?
Tell
I like
me,
the fact that you are allowing me now to speak. I like that fact. You are giving me time to speak.
Yeah,
so
nice,
my people in the comment section and the other people,
imekazia wengine, so have your day.
I'll enjoy the show today, and I'll speak even until I'll even stay on my system speaking on it. Kama baba angeshinda kweli ya ukweli, tuseme ukweli, na mimi nawajua Wakenya wenzangu hapa, kama baba angeshinda alafu akose kutupatia 6,000, mungekuwa hapa mngetukwambia nini? We need to speak.
6,000 iko ipewe kila mtu, ilikuwa ipewe the vulnerable homes, and they have cited that it was around 2 million people there about. It wasn't for everybody, so I don't know kama unge make list ya watu 2,000,000. 1 auko Kenya, 2 wewe ni Dynasty, 3 wewe ni Sonko Kuruka, 4 wacha tunyachia hapo. But
and do you think Kenyans could have agreed on that? What you're saying?
What am I saying?
Do you think Kenyans, even the normal Kenyan, can agree that mimi niko na pesa sitaki 6,000? No. I know Kenyans, when it comes to politics, they'll say huyu jamaa alituambia anatupea 6,000, hiyo 6,000 iko wapi? Na mwenye anaitisha 6,000 ametoka kukula nyama mbuzi na matumbo kwa hoteli, amelipa 600, lakini anataka ile 6,000 ya baba, only to tint the name of baba. You understand what I mean?
I do.
Yes. So for now,
now let me I've allowed you speak now. Can I make you answer some questions?
Yes.
What's happening with UDA? We saw Wamushomba the other day saying, I wish I could be able to play that clip, but anyway, Wamushomba was out there saying muongo ni muongo, that UDA, in fact mentioning the president, lied to the people concerning coffee, concerning tea, macadamia, concerning produce that comes from different parts of the country, majorly also Mount Kenya. The prices, others may argue that they were slightly better during Uhuru's time. Now, after Uhuru, in Ruto's tenure, case in point, macadamia. Some were saying the other day, I don't know how true that is, but I'll try to get the facts with me. that macadamia ilikuwa inatoka 200 shillings during Uhuru, and that was still low. They were working very hard to have it raised. Munya had tried to have macadamia have some nice pricing, but after Uhuru, now farmers who have trees that have macadamia are saying wanauza a kilo at around 20 shillings, and macadamia is very expensive huko nje, but huku mwananchi mkulima analipa 20 bob. Now Amoshomba is saying this president lied to farmers. This president talked about guaranteed minimum return. That hasn't happened. Coffee is not doing well. Tea, maybe kidogo. Milk is not doing well. They talked of coolers. They talked of adding value addition. That isn't happening. And Gadoni Moshumba is coming out, despite calling him my president, that's what she's calling him, but she's saying the president has not really kept his word. In fact, she's saying that the finance bill, which she strongly opposed, she's one among the few who voted against it, that it wasn't popular with Mwananchi. This is something that ought not to have passed as it were. It ought to have been amended. It ought to have Mwananchi centered into it. But unfortunately, it was hurriedly passed and pushed down our throats. Now, with that narrative, together with many who are saying UDA is fighting itself, and UDA saizi inajikaranga almost in the verge of falling. What do you make of her sentiments, and equally of those who are saying I would have rather had been in Azimio because in UDA ni kubaya? What do you think? What do you make of all that?
Jex, let me ask you one question.
But you can't ask me question for question. We won't have a show. Please answer me. Then after you are through with my answer, then you can ask me. But go ahead.
Okay. I think now, Jex, now you want to divert the truth.
I'm not. I have to answer me then.
because now let me tell you this, because we are in a debating show whereby we will answer you, you answer us, you ask us, we will ask you. That is where we are. Now, Wamushomba is giving us a question, but he's supporting the same government of UDA. Yeah? So when Wamushomba is asking us that of all those questions that he's asking about us, I don't know even what to say. Let me come back.
All right. Ashley, how are you? I see you're raising some interesting facts up kwa comment section. I'm trying to read most of them. Ashley, are you there?
Yeah, on the chat.
Yeah, I'm reading most of them. I don't know if you had the same problem. I could try to log in.
No, I just tried right now.
Oh, okay.
And I did.
Yeah, I had actually to disable some. I had to disable Facebook. Facebook is having a challenge today, so we are purely on YouTube alone.
Okay.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, read what you see on the chat, because I just put it there. I wanted you to read it, and before you read it, read the survey on how they are doing. They say that was an incorrect. It was fake, because same survey was used during the election and it showed them as failing. So even when they got this one, it grades them, they did not regard it. But then there's this new survey that shows that our economy improved. So that's what I want you to read, so I can say about that.
I'll do even a good one. I'll project it for our viewers to see, so that
I'm using do. That's why I was asking. I can't see it very well when I'm talking.
If I do it on the screen like that, can you see it?
Yeah, but you are better reader than I am. Anyway,
just one moment. Allow me to get all that text ready, then I'll read it. So what are you saying, that the figures they are projecting are accurate or inaccurate?
You read it. We'll get there after you read.
All right. Nowadays, now I'm fearing these reports. They say that KQ is second best in Africa, and as much
We'll
as it's
see.
second best, it will still report some what do you call it? Some losses. So at times we are afraid with these projected figures, because I don't know what parameters they use to measure their argument, but we'll try to argue it out to see where the truth could be, because mwananchi hapa nje, kama maisha iko poa atafeel, kama maisha haiko poa atafeel. So can I begin from the first sentiment? Inasema hivi that Nairobi December 29th Reuters, that Kenya economy grew by 5.9% year on year in the third quarter of this year, compared to 4.3% growth in the same quarter of 2022. Official data showed on Friday this growth. And it continues by saying, just one moment, that this growth was supported by a rebound in agricultural activities that had contracted in 2022. The Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics said in a report. And finally, you're saying, thanks to favorable weather condition in the quarter, agriculture, forestry, and fishing grew by 6.7 compared to contraction. That was the last bit of what you sent.
I'll read the last part. He said I wanted to know who is reporting, how credible is the people who took that statistics to show that there was which we didn't feel. And then I tried to Google, I tried to look who are these who are reporting this. I saw the people reporting are the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. That is who is reporting the growth. And who is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics? I am showing that it's a semi-autonomous government agency established by the Statistics Act of 2006 under the National Treasury and Planning. Its ultimate parent is the government of Kenya. That is the parent. So that should answer you. That is the owner of this agency that reported. So if the government of Kenya is the one who is saying they had a growth, and the area they had a growth is the area of agriculture where they put fertilizer. So they are trying to say that the policies they are putting in place are working. How credible is it? As credible as the protest we saw last week with the people on the streets from the slums demanding for them to get affordable housing too. That is how credible that report is. Yeah.
Now, actually, when you look at these statistics, it's the same thing that we saw last week, I think, where the government showcased some figures, or rather, people were talking about some figures that many can't really verify. That Kenya inflation rate dropped to, I think, 6.8 or 5.9 thereabout, and Kenya is ranked. Kenya is doing well globally. That we are third in terms of direct investment to our country, but on the ground, really, is that the case? Is Kenya doing so well that investors are lining up to come invest in Kenya. Is that the story, or all this, is it just publicity that on the ground it's not truly the case?
So I wanted you, when you quote what somebody said, I want to see which organ or which agency is reporting that. If you tie it to the government, then you know that it's propaganda. It is important to look who is reporting and where are they getting that, what is their source.
Just one moment. I'm trying to use a different machine from the one I'm projecting with. There is a report from FDI, Federation of Direct Investment, I think, something like that. I don't know if you have seen that report.
No, but who are they?
Those, sorry, not Federation, Foreign Direct Investment. They are organizations that give a report on which countries are good to invest in, which country are ranked better. Maybe Stella has a clue who those guys are. Who are those guys, Buana Stella? Madam Stella,
before you go to Stella, I'm getting to a narrative here, and then you wonder who gave them that information. We have to go to the source, the real source. Where are they getting this information? Are they getting it from the treasury too? Are they getting it from the government, or are they getting it from outside? As long as it's not coming from the government, I would want to think that it's true. But anything that is coming from the government and being sent to someone else, it's just like the way Ruto said that in Mukuru Wanjenga is like Europe. And I don't know whether you've read those clips, so we can see them and see what kind of testimony they have as far as being truthful. So anything that is coming from the government is a lie.
Now, I've projected to you that report from FDI. FDI is Foreign Direct Investment Statistics for 2024, and it's saying that Kenya has been ranked third, of course, ahead of countries like Iraq, Namibia, Kazakhstan, Morocco, Serbia, and India. Of course, only coming third from Cambodia and Philippines. Now, that is what they are saying, that according to them, the projected growth in Kenya inaashiria ya kwamba Kenya is a country that this year many will be trooping to invest. Now, that's their report. IMF equally ranked as doing well at 5.9, ahead of countries like Germany, China, and even the US. Those are the figures. Yeah. Those
that is the media. Listen, Jakes, if you have investors running away from Kenya, going to Ethiopia, going to Rwanda, going to Uganda, and also investing in Tanzania, because of the tax regime, it is favorable to them, yet for Kenya is very harsh. So the person who's coming with this media saying that we are ranked on what number they are going to rank it, there is someone who has been paid so that he can be able to put it in a social media way, so that you're able to attract investors. I mean, unataka kudanganya watu. Lakini listen to me, Jakes. If that survey it had come correctly, why did they not explain why what do you call, why are investors running away from Kenya? Because you see, during Uhuru's time and Kibaki's time, they started this thing called SEZ, Special Economic Zones. Special economic zones, it will be favorable for investors to come and invest. Then they are given a period time of maybe like a tax, not tax amnesty, what do I say? Like you operate free of tax. But there are some taxes which you have to pay, which is favorable for an investor. Look at the people like AGOA. AGOA, most of them, they were going to EPZ. Walikuwa wanatengeneza jeans, they were making coats, they were making shoes. And the thing is, AGOA, they were in tax-free zone because it's an SEZ. Right now, if you see an EPZ right now, EPZs, the ones which are in Machakos, the ones which are in the river. 6 of them closed down in the month of August, September, October. Most of them, even they laid down almost 3,000 workers. So, mtu mwenye anakuja analeta hii hogwash kuanza kutuambia iko hivi, iko hivi. Stop comparing that. What I tell people, if you want to get the ground story of what is happening in Kenya and why investors, do your own survey on the ground. Stop relying on Google or what. Like right now, tunaweza ongea nini? Jakes, right now, an investor akikuja tuseme like macadamia, hiyo Kenya nuts yenye ilikuwa ya this guy called Pius Ngoge. Pius Ngoge employed over 500 people. Pius Ngoge used to go to those sides of Meru, those sides of Central, kuokota Kenya nuts kuokota the macadamia, njugu na kila yoyote inadila hapo mpaka macadamia ona. So within this regime ikiingia, we are understanding that Pius Ngoge, he's selling part of his company, so he's able to recover billions to pay their loans. So that means, you see, even this investor, a local investor, is also threatened with this tax regime of ours. So huyu mwenye anakuja analeta nini, anakuja analeta inaitangwa kukuja kutuambia, oh, we are number 3 or number 4. Let me tell you, this is Ntumbi and his people. They are trying to buy Google to do that. We cannot allow for people like Ntumbi wanakuja wanatufunika macho. You cannot compare Cambodia, Thailand. This was one of the poorest nations in the world. Poorest nation. Now they are the tiger nations. Right now they are running in Asia market. It is even it's proved right now. These Asia markets like the China, the Malaysia, and what they are doing, their exports coming to Africa. They are also even making people to invest in their goods to bring them in Africa. Things kama hizi vitu ndogo ndogo ziko Kamkunji, China Square, and what. Jakes, let me tell you, are you trying to tell me that kama ingekuwa Kenya, like now, I understand, like Rwanda, they have a plant for Volkswagen, the VW. What they do, they assemble the cars, then they sell it, they get their commission. Same as South Africa, where they have the assembling of Mercedes and assembling of BMW. Whoever they are called, who also Ethiopia, they are going to be given one of the biggest nini for Chevrolet and also Toyota, because you see, even the Japanese are going to Ethiopia because the tax regime, it's very favorable. Right now, you're seeing even Toyota Kenya, Hapa Kenya, they are also struggling making profits. No one is buying cars. During Kebaki's time, during Uhuru's time, people were buying cars because the cars were needed to move up and down. Because you see, if there is infrastructure, there should be movement. What do you need from movement? You need cars and you need energy. Now, sasa hii government ya Ruto imekuja imeingilia maneno ya petroli. The transport sector is also suffering. Also, like watu wanaitango long distance trailer people. They cannot travel moving from a country from Kenya, going to Ethiopia or going to Congo or going to Sudan, because the cost of fuel is so expensive. So you see, the only thing what they can do, wanaambia mtu tutaweza kukufikishia, because you see Uhuru alitoa ICD from Mombasa akaileta Nairobi. Now Ruto ameirudisha. Now ICD, what you were being told, you do your clearance in Nairobi so that you can able to move your goods either in the Rwanda or whatever, which is much cheaper. Yes, it was a good thing, but the thing is, if kama umechokoza vitu kama infrastructure, especially energy, which is petrol, which is diesel. Now, even these people are feeling the heat. And I told you, Jake, the last time when we spoke in this forum, I told you people like Tanzania, people like Uganda, and they are trying to use Somaliland, see Mogadishu. If you see, even someone like Kagame is also fearing that his business is going to suffer. He's going to use the Atlantic, the side of Congo, because let it be for a long distance. But for example, sisi hata kama kulikuwa hata na notice long distance trailers, they cannot move the other side of Uganda or Tanzania because there's certain tax which is supposed to be paid. Now, trailers zenye ziko Uganda, and not zenye ziko Uganda, the ones zenye ziko Busia ama zingine ziko Lungalunga, haziezi songa because there's a certain rate of tax inalipwa. Now, there's a conflict between the URA and also the Tanzania revenue, whatever, because they are like, if you people, you cannot let your goods come. I mean, because most of the things we import, sorry to say, we import things from this East African, from mahindi, kitunguu, matunda, kila kitu. They are asking themselves, munaeka hiyo notices na munaeka kwa border control. Why did you not give this notice like 3 months ago? But why give it in the 11th hour? You see, that's why we are having border conflict. If you see someone like Museveni, if you people, you saw the clip, the way he was so very upset because EPRA, they've come and changed their guard of telling them they are meant to register. They need to have a certificate of incorporation, a CR12, a KRP. For what? There is an agreement between the East African, the East African whatever, the EAC, and also the COMESA agreement that any mafuta enye inakuja kama ni ya Uganda inalipa tu depo nini, inalipa tax ya kudepo hiyo nini mafuta, then they pay rate ya KPC, then mafuta inapampio all the way up to Busia. So why the change of guard? And this is the problem with Jakes. This government is becoming greedy by the day, because if wakati wa Ruto, I mean, if wakati wa the days of Moi, the days of Kibaki, and now for Uhuru, Uganda and Tanzania and Rwanda never had any issues. Why is it right now this regime is spoiling everything that was created? Yes, maybe we can say this, the previous government, yes, maybe kulikuwa na some conflict, but ni conflict ya to agreement na nini, but it was not something dealing with monetary. The issue here is monetary greediness. Can you hear me? Jake, munanisikia ama I'm frozen?
Tunakusikia, sorry. I am working to restore some disconnection tulikuwa nayo, but go ahead.
No, I've already finished my submission.
Oh my, sorry. All right.
There's something wrong with your connection.
Yeah, there was, but I am now good. You see, I'm even in two laptops and another device over here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to restore some challenges tuko nazo kwa studio, but itakuwa tu sawa just now.
Okay.
All right. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're clear.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's go on. Sorry, I didn't get most, especially the last sentences, because I was on a device and haina sauti kibao. But when you look at some of these figures, Madam Stella, and when you see how the government is working very hard to, it's a tactic to show that we are doing something, as much as maybe there's nothing to show what they are doing. So these figures, are they cooked to send a narrative, and people, it seems they're not buying it. Like today, there was another narrative. I'm trying very hard to see if I can project it, that Kenya Airways has been ranked second best performing airline in Africa. And that is that. Then there's also another report by, can I get another report is saying that President Ruto has been named among the most influential Africans in 2023 by a new African magazine known as the Times Magazine. It listed him as one of the most influential leader in the world.
We Times Magazine ya River Road ama Times Magazine gani hii unaongea? No,
Let's be
honest, James, let's be honest. This report wanaongea juu ya Kenya Airways. Remember, 3 months ago, Kenya Airways walisema they went a loss of how many billions?
Several billions.
Then, remember walikuwa na deni, hawakumaliza kulipia Boeing. Because of what? They were making profit losses. They also advertised in the newspaper profit warnings. So, I've told you, Jakes Nasi, without fear and contradiction, the Itubi and the people, they bought some Google people kuweka hii kitu ndio wajaribu kufunika. You know, Kenyans are not stupid. Kenyans wamesoma.
There you have it. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see on your screen? Can you see on your screen? I've projected it for you. That the President Ruto has been named among the most influential Africans in the world, or rather in Africa in 2023.
Jakes, wacha nikwambie. Nilikuambia gazeti ya jizi whatever, fungieni nazo nyama. Kama iko kwa Forbes magazine, sawa, bring it to it. These people power and influence yenye inakuanga kwa Al Jazeera. These are people who they don't even have edited journalism. They give the truth how it is. So now, but people, because you're clicking, because ndio ikuje number 1, ukianza ku Google, ndio ikuje number 1 kwa Google, number 1 President Ruto. No. Jakes, I told you anything can be compromised. Even this internet is compromised. Even Google is compromised. The thing is, if it was like this, like the way he's saying that he's the most influential, why are we suffering? He's forgetting that people really talk. He made enemies with his own East African counterparts, from Kagame, from Museveni, and also made whatever with Suluhu. If he was a leader who could have shown that he's the most influential. Okay, influential comes in a narrative, whether you come in a good picture or a negative picture. So now, maybe when alikuwa ameongea hiyo influential, maybe it is the school which he went. I don't know. I think where I went to the school, influential tells you either you're influenced in a bad way or in a good way. But you are forgetting, if you have a country which is suffering, and you have a country which has bad reviews, from the time this guy is talking lies. Remember, even these people, when you journalists, they do their research, they do their survey. Umesahau kuko na watu wanaitangwa Infotrack. Infotrack to do their survey. If people like some journalistic, the foreign journalists, they'll come, and also they don't need to go to Mukuru or need to go to Kibera. They'll come and they ask you people, how are you feeling? Everybody is complaining cost of living. It is not suitable to do business. Then they compare countries which you can do business. Like now, if you want to do a business, if you want to open a business in Kenya, it takes you like almost like 4 to 5 months before you start your business. Because why? The business system ya kuregister your company and what. There is a lot of bureaucracy, delayment, and as in there is a lot of backlog. Everybody is a backlog because you have a lazy government putting lazy people. If you go to South Africa, you open a business in Cape Town. You just register the company. Within 30 days, your business operates, and you're given a period of 6 months on how you're going to do your turnover tax. After that 6 months of your turnover tax, that is when you start paying your taxes. But now, the Kimani, this guy of the Molo MP, when he came with his people saying that You have to pay the TOT before you do your return tax. This is not looking good to us. Because hata sahi Jakes, umeona hata mama mboga. Yes, we are not refusing to pay tax. Jakes, tutalipa ushuru, hatujakata. Lakini kwenye ushuru inafikia mtu kama mama mboga. Yes, hiyo 3% mama mboga hajakata. Atalipa. But what is the guarantee of hii ushuru tunalipa? There are no roads. Hospitals are not being funded. Now you see even the education sector, walitudanganya kwa TV. Oh, the schools have been given the monies. There is no funding yenye imepatiwa. Haya, uniform one watu wanaenda. Parents cannot even afford simple school uniforms. Na vitabu. So what are you trying to tell us? And I'm telling you, Jakes, if you see someone like countries like I can give you an example. Countries, they are very small countries, but everybody wants to run to that country. There's a country called Mozambique. There's a country called Comoros. There's a country called Mauritius. The people who want to go to South Africa, but you see the South Africa, the only barrier there is xenophobia. Surprisingly, kuna watu hata they want to go and operate in Somalia. And we're not talking at big investors. Hawa ni watu wadogo hustlers. Mtu anakuambia hili nifungue beauty shop Sudan Juba. Because it will be better for me when I'm doing my business, I'm earning what is due to me, and I pay the government what is due to me. But we are not overburdened. You're saying hata mtu mdogo tu anasema nataka kwenda kufungua shop ya simiti Somalia. Remember Somalia? Yes, it's a war zone country. Yes, kuna conflict here and there. But unaona mtu ako willing kwenda kufungua hapo. Na yet we are not talking about investors with billions. Ni mtu ameenda ameokota to 500,000 to 600,000 mahali anasema anataka kwenda kuset up. Now, see, this government, they are saying, oh, we want to take doctors. You are supporting brain drain. If you're supporting brain drain, your teachers, you're supporting brain drain, your nurses, you're supporting brain drain, your doctors. What are we left with, Kenya? We are left with no health sector. We are not left with the education sector, because after ukienda TCC or you go to the university, once you get your degree or what, you have friends in China wanakuambia, are you able to teach English? Yes. Okay, for your credential and everything, you go to China. Then we have what half to baked. Then you have students who are half to baked. They cannot construct a sentence. Wakifika JSS. Jets have told you and here and then. Here report and unaweka una project hapo. Here is the media, and that is Itubi and his people trying to malign investors to know. But remember, if I was someone like Boni or someone like any civil society, I will tell them, do not invest in Kenya. If you want to invest your money and you don't want to get frustrated, go to Uganda, go to Rwanda, go to Ethiopia, go to Somalia. So that way, when you're producing, you can able to bring money back here in Kenya. But Udaniga was saying that you want to send people in Germany so that they're able to bring money for diaspora. For what? Even you diasporans, you don't want to invest in Kenya because unajua ukinunua apartment, remember 40% inaenda kwa tax. Are you going to risk? Are you going to risk? Yet you risk paying that money. Then the person who's doing you want to buy the apartment, he's unable even to pay the CGT. So you're overburdened. The investor is overburdened. The person is overburdened. Jakes, this is not the time. In fact, the people of Kenya Kwanza or whatever, they'd rather go back and check what their mistakes are. See what they had flawed in 2023. So they are able to know what they can correct in 2024. But as we say, there's nothing we can do. Let's just wait and see. 2027, we move on. We remove this person, we get someone else.
All right. Clear to hapo. Actually, some of these figures are ridiculous if there are anything to go by. But utakuta even media, including a good one like this for Jakes, we give it airtime, and then eventually we end up misleading the masses, just like we had like Native, not sorry, Tifa, and others that would give their opinion. And some of this research are not thorough, but you come out, and in Kenya they are highly publicized, and we use them to decampaign or campaign for someone, a matter or an issue that we want to achieve from. How can we even protect ourselves from such, can I call it gossip? Can I call it misinformation? Ashley? Ashley, are you there? Or mute 10?
Oh, I thought someone muted me. What we can do, like we are doing right now, is bring information, and then people can decide which information to take and which information not to take. Because sometimes you can tell people the truth and they refuse to accept it, or they do not believe you. So the best thing is just to put the correct information out there, give people as much information as they need, and that let them make an intelligent decision based on all the information that is out there. Now, what, like if you look during the Cherela, they waited until the last. They waited until the last minute to complain that there was irregularity. That is why they were not believed. When Ruto started going to the election, towards the end, you had him going even into international stages and complaining about the risk that there may be, the elections might be rigged. So what we need to do, even for Ruto, on every country, every Kenyan they need to let them know what is going on in our country. Because Ruto has very good speeches. And the reason he has been given this, because I think it's an award that whatever recognition he was given this recognition because of the many speeches that he's been going to give out there. So when these people hear these good speeches, they see him as the next best thing to happen, or the upcoming great leader of Africa, because he speaks so well, with so much hope, with so much patriotism, almost like he's going to be the African leader, but he's not. His walk and his talk and his walk are different. So it is for us to tell the world that this person is a fraud in every shape, form, or fashion that we can, until he styles up. We should not allow him to hide, because that's why he's getting these awards. And it seems that Ruto is, have you ever seen those people who are very concerned about pleasing the visitors, but not their family, or giving outside, but they give out to other people, to charities, to every fundraising. But when it comes to taking their kids to a good school, when it comes to buying their kids good things, they don't do it. And that is what Ruto is. Because like when I look at this award ranked, where he was ranked among top 100 most influential world leaders. And I go and magazine has ranked Kenyan President William Ruto among the top 100 most influential leaders in 2023. In the ranking published on Thursday, November 16, praised President Ruto's leadership in terms of climate change in African continent. The US-based publication specifically praised the Kenyan head of state for hosting the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, which earned Africa shillings 3.5 in funding green projects. So you see, he is being celebrated for hosting the African Climate Summit. So that is why you see he send troops to Haiti, because he's trying to build his own resume at the expense of the people who chose him. And that is why I keep insisting we have to make him fear us. He doesn't fear us. He fears those super foreign powers. So in 2024, if he lasts until 24, can we ask him to go and get them to come and vote for him? When Kenyans talk to him, when they give him advice, he tells them he does not need their advice. He knew what he wanted to do when he got into government, but he's listening to all the other world leaders. The other day, he started quoting some foreign power that was telling him how good Kenya is, how good our economy, how hardworking we are. He's listening to them, but he's not listening to Kenyans. They're not the ones who elected him. Kenyans elected him. We have to let them know, and all the other MPs, senators, MCAs know that we are the ones who elected them. The reason they are passive, the reason they are so, like this other guy who was saying that they commit crimes and they are not persecuted. They go against the constitutions, they are not held liable. So they become emboldened. And I'm telling you, even if Raila was to come in, we would expect no difference, because they would ask, why are you asking us to do that, yet you did not require that of Uhuru or Ruto? So we have to start holding our leaders accountable. We, the people of Kenya, have failed ourselves. And because we have failed ourselves, that's why we have jokes for leaders. People who come in, they steal, they know they will not be asked, and now they even want to go against the constitution. My question is, if today there was a coup, would he not come in and say that the constitution, by the constitution, he was chosen to be the president? Why does he want to use the constitution sometimes and walk away from it at other times? That's my question to him. And my other question is, if someone went to court and they felt unjustly ruled, that the judgment was unjust, and they took matters into their own hands, should that person also not be given the same chance that Ruto is getting by getting away with not obeying court orders? Or is there a certain set of rules for our leaders and a certain set of rules for the other Kenyans?
All right, beautiful. What I'm playing on your screen, these are Kenyans who chose to defy power, and they took matters in their hands rather, and mtu alijaribu kulima barabara nini, and they were chased away. Can mwananchi equally also protest against impunity and demand fairness and justice? Because these are Kenyans who decided that this cannot continue. Who do I have? Stella, I think you can answer that one.
Of course, Jakes, end of the day, Mkenya amejua. Sasa we are not going to sit back and wait for our properties.
All right, internet imemfanya ile kitu. Ashley, what do you think? Can Mkenya take matters in their hands? Because these are Kenyans, yeah? You see, think ilikuwa imeanza kulima, trying to prepare a road. And they're saying, even ndio ilianza, and then watakuja wafurusho from the land that wamebuy. Of course, wasema pia walikuwa wanatumia the notion ya tumika kuunda affordable houses. But what do you make of the reaction from wananchi here?
That's the kind of reaction that we are lacking, and that's the kind of reaction that we need. And if you see that there was also fruit, their reaction got the attention, and Alice Wahome, I believe that's where she went, and she told them that their titles were valid, while they had been told their titles were fake. And it was found that the title that was being claimed to be the owner of the person, that title was cancelled. So actually, we would like to know who went and was trying to use that title to get this land. So there is a lot of corruption in Kenya, and it is up to Kenyans. That's what I keep, and we are the majority. The people at the top are very few, but they are taking all the money because they have found that we don't have a voice. It is a time for us Kenyans to get a voice, to speak up, in one voice. One of the things, if you notice, Jakes, what they do when there is a corruption case against a leader, he invokes his tribe. But when he's eating, how much of that money is he giving to his tribe? Yet when he is caught, they say, oh, they're attacking the Kalenjins, oh, they're attacking the Luyas, and the Luyas come out to fight for him. But when they are eating, they eat alone. Some of us, even our relatives are there, but they don't give us anything. But let them get in trouble. They'll be calling you to come and fight for them. So we have to realize that we are being used, and we have to refuse to be used. We cannot fight each other. Sometimes people come here and they fight each other. And if you look at them, their economic status is in the same rank. So they're actually they are fighting each other for somebody who is up there, who doesn't care about them, but is using them to keep that power up there. If our leaders fought for us, we would not be in the same situation we are in. Even these people from Azimio who keep saying, oh, Baba, let me tell you something. How many leaders in parliament have said, no, we cannot have to expense the Kenyan taxpayer by adding additional offices while we are depleted, while our country is broke? Have you told us where this money is going to come from? And if you add all these offices, how are we going to reduce the cost of living? How are we going to reduce the cost of living when you add all these offices? We are not going to take that offer. It's not good for the people. So you see, actually the same. They both want to eat. They want to be the one eat. They want to be seated at the table. They don't care about it. And even the Azimio people are not holding their own leaders accountable. I commend the UDA, the people who voted for UDA that are holding Ruto accountable. It is time Azimio held Raila accountable, that held Kalonzo accountable. Asked Kalonzo, yes, you are agreeing to this bipartisan report. Tell us, where is the money going to, whether it is through referendum. Don't even talk about, now referendum costs more money. Do you think these people really have our interest at heart? Now they come to introduce a referendum to hungry people. Yeye ameshiba, tubo imefika huko anakani kama yuko karibu kuzana ni mwanaume. Na anakuja kukwambia about referendum because you are dealing with people wameshiba. They keep going on vacation abroad. Wewe hata mtoto wako huwezi peleka shule. Mlisikia juzi Sudi akisema anapeleka msichana wake, amefanya degree, amefanya master sana, ampeleka London, sijui England, na ameshamnunulia apartment na gari. With whose money? A person who didn't go to school. It is your money. Why can't you get angry about that? Why can't you get angry about that? Not angry because they are prospering, not jealous because what wanasema ngani weave. No, it is not. Let someone work for their sweat or give our children to the same opportunity. In Kenya, there is no child who wants to go to school who should not go to school. If this PDF, let us see anybody coming online kusema nataka mchango. How comes the MPs right now, they keep saying, no, you have to give the CDF, we want our kids to go to school. Alafu wengine they pass so well, or even if they did not pass, why when they are not going to school, how don't we see this urgency after they have received the money? Why are we agreeing them to get the money? Why can't we come up with a way where each child goes to their headmaster and the headmaster gives them the check to go to school? Why does it have to pass through a third party?
Actually,
why does it have to pass? Are we so stupid? No, we are not. But we are complicit. We know better, but we don't do anything. We just sit there and we watch. We keep talking. We keep complaining. It is time we went to the ground like these people you are showing here and actually did something. Somebody like Waiguru, after stealing NYS, I don't see how she has become governor for 2 years, for 2 terms. And now she's the head of the governors. When the governors were told they were not performing, she was the first to defend them because she's a crook like them. So she understands.
All right, I'll be coming to you, Ashley. I see Fred is back. Fred Joseph, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're well, my brother. All right. What do you make of what we are discussing? I'm sure you've been following, and of course, top on the list we had, or rather, top on the topic, we are talking of the boldness that Okiya Omtatah has showcased in as far as defending Mwananchi and not really seeming to be relenting and not afraid to tell William Ruto that, you know what, I will oppose you. I will defend the rights of Mwananchi. I will defend the constitution. He went to as far as describing Ruto's remark as satanic, barbaric, immature, and among many other uh, adjectives that he used. What do you make of him and most of what we are discussing at the moment? Unmute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. My name's Fred, and I'm happy to be here. And I was just passing by, and I had some of your discussions. My network was not going good, so I had to go in and out, in and out. But to go on with your discussion is what as Kenyans we should know is very simple, that the government that we are having, I had a lady there saying that we chose this government. I can assure you this government, Kenyans never chose it. It was chosen for us for a reason. You know, like now it is now 1 year this government is in power. Instead of working, they are fighting their own people, you know. And to their masters, this is what they wanted. They never wanted somebody that maybe Kenya will be better, Kenya will be a better place for Kenyans. No, they want us always to fight. After 5 years, we fight. After 5 years, we go back to them asking them for aid and everything. So somebody like Ruto, even with this thing saying that judges are corrupt, yes, he knows that judges are corrupt because himself, he got into that office through corruption. So he knows. Me, I'm 100% sure of what he's saying, that judges are corrupt. They are because they put him there through corruption. So he's sure is what he's saying is that people are not saying the truth. The only problem is us Kenyans. We are entertaining this. When Raila came, when he stood that he wanted to be a president, people called him Mganga, everything. Everybody that voted know who Ruto is. But people ended up accepting him as a president. So what we are going through now, it is us Kenyan reaping what we planted. And the earlier we learn that Kenya is our country, the better. Because I see even online when a Luo is being killed, Kikuyus and Langos are really happy about it. When now Kikuyus are being evicted to their homes, Luyas are very happy about it. When Kisis are being butchered, other tribes, and that is not being a Kenyan. A Kenyan, we should be a Kenya for Kenyans. Me, I tell you where we are outside here. Governments are working for their people. Governments are not working for the foreigners that Ruto will come and start telling us that some
This guy
foreigners
said that
came.
there's eviction of
Allow him
people.
to, Captain. Allow him to finish. You go ahead.
Thank you. So in other countries, the government are there to work for their citizen. And I can give a very good example now of Ruto. People are crying that people are hungry. Oh, people, why are you evicting us from our houses? Now the schools are being opened, the school fees are high. He's not listening to us. You know why? The reason why? Because you didn't vote him there. He was put there by his masters. He's serving his own masters, not Kenyans. Because a straightforward person who entered into the office, voted by his own people, the Kenyan people, Ruto could have not have been doing what he's doing to Kenyans now. He know the Kenyan people never voted in him. He was put there purposely to drill us down. When Kenya is going back, I tell you, the masters are very happy. And some Kenyans are really happy about it because our man is there. But if your man is there, you will be the one that will be crying more than those who are not there. Because when things will be rough, it will not only be rough for the people who are not in government, it will be all Kenyans. My last statement is, I wish us Kenyans, we should all stand up together and fight for our country. Because now the people who are at the top in this government are not fighting for our rights. They are fighting for the master's right. Thank you. I'm now here. I think my net is good.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yes.
Captain, what was your question or concern?
This guy, I heard him saying that the people are happy when people are being evicted. Who has been evicted as we speak right now? Since we are now 1 year in government, I've never seen anybody has been evicted.
Okay, I
But
think
this
you are
guy is
you,
telling
you
us
are
of
you are
eviction.
not living in Kenya. Then, if nobody's is not being evicted, you are not in
No,
Kenya.
Jakes, tell me. Jakes is in Kenya. Jakes, tell us who has been evicted from the place he has been living since William Ruto took over the government.
Where do I even start?
You can help me, my
Guys,
brother. You are even now. There is a video you are showing.
Who
There,
told you
these
I'm not
people are.
living in Kenya? Who told you I'm not living in Kenya? Because you are coming here to you are tarnishing the people. I'm not supporting William Ruto as we speak, but you are telling us people have been evicted. Who is that has been evicted?
Captain,
You think that
relax. Captain, if we begin to show you, there are so many. Captain,
don't give
relax.
this guy time to cheat
The
our
one
people.
for Ukambani.
All right. Now,
Where?
Captain, relax. There are so
Where?
many. If you listen, listen. Cool down first. Calm down. Calm down. You don't need to raise your temperatures. Calm down.
Okay,
There are
Jakes,
so
listen.
calm down. Listen. Calm
Tribal
down.
eviction or the government eviction? You have to agree on that.
Captain. You see, that's the problem when you fail or you cherry pick what to listen to. Fred has told you that actually he didn't say directly that a tribe is chasing another tribe. He just said at times we celebrate when another side is falling, when another community, like what happened between the border of Kericho and is it Kisumu County, where we saw people being killed, where we saw, is it Sondo? I'm forgetting the name of that area.
Sondo, see, Sondo.
Yeah. We saw tribal fights where communities rose against other communities. We saw houses being burned. We saw a man brought out and butchered. That one we have it. Some of these scenes are so graphical we can't even play them here. But what he's saying, what I understood him to say, is we shouldn't rejoice when we see others falling. We shouldn't rejoice when we see some people, some communities or some areas of our country, like what we saw in Mavoko, houses being demolished. He's asking us, or he's calling on us to be Kenyans, that when you see it happening in Cumberland, it will happen in Soy tomorrow if a president from Cumberland is the president tomorrow. So right now, you may rejoice, you may feel.
Jakes,
But
why
Jakes, let me
are you
interject.
trying to defend?
Jakes,
Why are you
no,
trying to defend Fred?
Captain,
I'm
About
not
me?
defending him. I'm just saying
no,
what he has
Trying to
no,
defend Fred
Jakes,
to speak nice
Mavoko
and
was a
cheating
national
people
Yeah.
of Kenyan people here.
Mavoko
Why?
Ruiru was a national issue. People invested
What are the
there.
national
We do
issues?
not
Yes,
care
very
whether
good.
they were
Yes,
no. Skiza,
yes.
Captain, listen to me. Captain, listen to me. I am going to fault
All right.
Fred the way whatever he's saying. We live here in Kenya. We know the people who purchased in Mavoko, there were no Kamba people. Everybody from Jaluos to any tribe invested in that land. Same as Roiro and everything. Don't say that people were rejoicing at it because it is a Kamba. That is a wrong statement to say. These are people, livelihood and dignity was destroyed by the same government which we voted for. So you cannot say that we are supporting our kingsman because he's a Kamba, because his property has been destroyed. We rejoice. No, we have left our mindset in the 70s and in the 90s. Right now, this is the regime where people know that we do not care if the next president is going to come from Northeastern, as long as our national issues is whatever. But you cannot say that you're thinking about in the 70s. Hii ni Kenya mpya. Hatutaki kujua ukabila. Sisi tunataka kujua sisi Mkenya maisha yetu inaangaliwa na mwelekeo. Ushuru enye inalipwa si ya Mkikuyu ama Mjaluo, ni Kenyans. So huwezi sema ati watu walifukuzwa huko juu ni Mkalenjin ama nini. Even right now, there is no one even in Kenya. We are looking at because someone is from a certain kinsman, utasimamia election maybe in Meru because I'm a Meru. Because I'm in Nairobi, I'm supposed to be a Kikuyu. No, everybody is taking the person mwenye anaangalia. Are you going to understand?
And Stella, you're right. Stella, you're right.
Yes, but
Good.
I am
My only
Very
challenge, just one moment, guys, relax, Stella, relax. You guys didn't listen.
Kenya Fred
Just
anasema.
one moment. Just one moment.
James,
Stella, you
wacha
guys
aongee. James, wacha aongee
just one
amalize. Wacha aongee amalize.
Just one moment. Listen, Captain, just one moment. Fred didn't say what you guys are saying. I think you guys got him on
We've had you. Internet cannot forget. We've had him
James,
what he has
Fred
said.
amesema ukabila.
All
Kuna
right.
kitu amesema
Now,
hapo.
Fred is still in the show.
Anaongea
Fred.
ukabila, tulitoka kwa ukabila.
All
Sasa
right.
tunaangalia shida ya
Aliongelea ukabila.
ukabila
All
ilianza
right,
in the
beautiful Stella and handsome Captain. Beautiful Stella and handsome Captain. Now, Stella is still in, sorry, Fred is still in the show. Fred, can you clarify what you say?
Before he says, I'll say what I heard from him. What he meant, when people see it in Machakos, they assume those are Kambas. What Stella is saying, they are not Kambas, they are mixed people. But what Joseph was trying to say, when they hear it in Nyanza, they assume all those people are Luos. So the people who are against on the other side are happy because you see their opponent. But what Stella is saying is that in those areas, they are mixed people, so they are not one particular tribe. So that is where the miscommunication is coming in.
Yeah, but from what I gathered, what Fred said, Fred didn't really mean what all I'm hearing now.
Okay.
He even actually said that we need to be Kenyans, that when you see your brother in pain, feel it as though it's you. You know, that's what I felt, or rather I heard him say. But when you're here, don't mbona tutumie mate na wino iko jitetee.
Okay. You know, you can hear me, no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. When you heard me, I think you heard me well. I said as Kenyans, we should be there for each other. Another thing, what I said, the government that is now today, I'm 100% sure. I can even bet my head. We never voted for this government. This government was put for us. If I'm lying,
yourself to more hot soup. Why do you want to bet your head?
No. Let's call a spade a spade. You know, this is the problem. This is the problem we are having. No, wait. Just give me time. This is the problem we are having as Kenyans. That when I talk of me as a Kenyan, being there for a Kenyan, other Kenyans are saying, oh, I don't know what. Now, the pen is black or white. I'm saying this government, we never voted for it. It was put there for us. And what I said again is that the reason why this government is not helping us as Kenyans is serving their own masters, not us. Because if for sure we voted for this government, the people are talking here. Do they want to tell us the way Kenya is now being run for them is good? Because me, I tell you, when Uhuru was there, I never voted for Uhuru. When Uhuru was there, the euro was 109. Now euro is 150. I don't know the measure the people here are using to know if our government is good or bad. You know, another thing, we should be for Kenya. Me, I don't care whether you are a Meru or a Kikuyu or a lawyer or no. Yeah, I have friends all over that. What I was saying this, we should be there for Kenyans. If I see somebody now, like the way you are seeing people, they are being evicted from their houses, and the government is saying they want to build affordable houses. These affordable houses, they are not, the people they are evicting, they are not being compensated. They are being thrown away. They want to build a house there. These houses, as Kenyans, we are going to buy them from these investors. It's something that is not even heard of. You know, then you find some people are happy about it because other people are being frustrated. You know, and this is what I was saying. It's not a good thing. We should be a Kenya for Kenyans. Even Ruto himself, he should see that these people now that are being thrown outside their houses, where are they going to live? You know, this is what I was saying. But I can bet my head even now that if for sure this government, we voted for it, wekeni results hapa tuone, IBC results verified. Hata government yezi toa, musidanga, let's call a spade a spade. And if call a spade, Kenya will go high. Endelea, mimi niko.
All right, Fred is there.
Huyu jamaa kwa nchi nyingine.
Si ndio, I'm nchi nyingine, but I love my country. Yes, I'm nchi nyingine, but I love my country.
Huyu jamaa anafikiria results ya 2022 elections itarudiwa 2027 na Raila akuwe president ama whoever will be the president.
No.
Ajui ya kwamba
this is the problem. Are you seeing now? This is the problem now you are seeing.
Listen, bro, listen to us.
Okay, yeah, I'll listen. When my time comes, I'll reply.
You know why I'm laughing?
Tumekusikiza, tumetosheka. Sasa hata wewe ni time yetu, hata wewe usikie sasa. Sawa nani?
Unasema alafu
you know why I'm laughing? You guys are very quick to
No, James, relax.
What have you said?
Unaongea?
Wait. Ninaongea alafu nitakuachia. Ebu uliza Fred. Umesema ati Fred, you in your first statement you said at who voted this country?
What I said that the government that we are having now was not elected by Kenyans. It was installed by other foreign forces. This is what I said.
Who? Listen to me.
Foreign
Listen
forces.
to me.
Do you have to say that? What when I say for I think you are learned. When I say foreign
I
forces,
think Fred, you have to listen to other people also. We have listened to you very much.
Listen to
I'm
listening.
We are requesting you to listen to some of us, bro. Listen to some of us.
Captain, listen to me. And Fred.
God, Stella.
I am a registered voter. Captain is a registered voter. I don't know whether you voted. We went na tuliamuka saa 12 kwenda kuvote the government. Yes, we voted for it. Now we are seeing the consequences why we have voted for it. So don't take us tumefanya dhambi. Ndio makosa ufanyika. But huwezi sema ati foreigners were only observers. So you're not going to fault the citizen voting for this government. Yes, we voted for this government. Tuliamuka usiku, tukahesabu, tukaangalia form 34B, form 34B, watu wakaitikia, president ameingia, na tukaenda mpaka kotini, then he was saying that he's the one he's the president. So don't come and say at the foreigners, it is us Kenya and we have taken accountability that we chose the wrong government. So don't say an outsider chose the wrong government.
Can I answer you?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. Yes, everybody voted. As you are saying, everybody voted. Even me, I voted. Now, what I can tell you is, there is something called transparency. And this is why okay, I don't want to use that word, but you know, there is something called transparency. It's a very good thing, being transparent. It's called black and white. So when I come to you, I say that you sold me a phone, and the phone you sold me is not working. Now you should prove for me that the phone that you sold me is the one I having and it's not working. And if it's not working, you
Jex,
repair it.
Usilale, share the
No,
link, share the link.
wait. She has just asked me a
No,
question.
I'm
There's
telling
a way
Jex
I'm
to share
bringing.
the link. Jex, share the
Okay.
link. Usilale, share the
The
link.
link is there. I'm not asleep.
Okay.
I'm doing something, but
So Stella, the thing is,
Share the link. Share the link.
Can you calm down? I love you outside.
It's not
Right.
between me and you to decide whether Ruto is president or not. It is a right for him to be a president according to you, and it is a right for him not to be a president according to me. You can't change that. Now, the only thing that will change it is what is called transparency, the one that even the courts never did. And that's why when I came here, I first say that I'm 100% with Ruto when Ruto is saying that the courts are corrupt, because he himself, he corrupted the court to be where he is. And if we are lying, everything is in the computer. He should come and show us. Raila went ahead and
Joseph, we've had you. This is something you talk. No, you've already. We know whatever you're saying, so I'll cut you short. This is what I'm going to tell you. What we were told in 2017 by Justice Maraga is that an election is not a one-day thing; it is a process. So if it is a process, it's even when Uhuru was refusing people, was interfering with the campaign. Even when he was giving money from this government for Azimio, that was already interference. So yes, Ruto may have stolen, and so did Raila. What happened is that Ruto outsmarted Raila in the stealing.
Yes,
so
exactly.
So let's not talk about it. Let's go from here, because if they both played dirty and one was smarter than the other, we are wasting time discussing them. That is why we need to choose new leaders going forward, so we don't have waste our money and waste our time and waste our resources fighting here for nothing. Let us talk something substantive.
You know, what we are talking
Well,
is very
well spoken,
substantive,
well
because what you are saying is that somebody outsmarted somebody through stealing. So, and that was my point. And this is why, as Kenyans, we are suffering. The point that you have said is what I was bringing. The reason why we are suffering is that somebody came out to be a thief more than others. And now us down here, we are suffering. Reason, because there was a bigger thief than a smaller thief, you know. And for Kenyans, we should come together and say, this thing now, it's enough. We should be a straightforward people. May I tell you, I live in a country, I'm sorry to say, I live in a country that even if you have a phone, you go to eat in a restaurant and you leave it there, I tell you tomorrow you'll come and get it and they'll give you your phone. If it were Kenya, you leave your phone there, it's another story. And I don't know how we can change
what
that.
Is the sense of it? What are you saying?
What I'm saying,
what are you saying?
Charity begins at home.
You bring a phone, you bring us a phone here. You leave a phone. I don't understand what you mean.
Sikia, unasikia Kiswahili, sikia vizuri Kenya ninakwambia. Tuliamuka saa 12 kwenda kuvote government UDA. Kama katibu kendaga Azimio. I've told you, tulisimama hapo, tukachaguana, tukahesabu, ikaonekana Ruto ameshinda, venye alishinda, that we don't know kama aliiba, but if the court said that he's the president, we have taken accountability as voters of UDA and voters of Azimio that we made poor decision and poor choices.
Yes.
Getting accountable of this thing and
Stella,
this mistake.
alafu hii story ya kutuambia unawacha
Maneno ya
sisi kwa hoteli unarudi kuchukua kesho.
we
Where is
need
it
to
coming
go
from? Where is it
way
coming
forward
from?
for this.
Where is it coming from? Story ya kutuacha
Guys,
unawacha
can
simu
you
yako
be
kwa
kind?
bar, unakuja
All
kutuambia
right,
kwa
all
kwa
right,
no,
all right.
unawacha simu. Where is it coming
I
from?
make any sense. Now the thing is
No,
the topic of
no,
All
don't
right.
take our
forward
Kenyans.
All right, Stella. All right.
No.
All right. All right.
27.
All right, everybody. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, everyone. Now, why am I laughing? Because you see, what Fred began so well. He said, "I'm a visitor," and he was roaming around, saw us, and he joined us. But where, Wadau, manze, you're not kind at all, Bwana Kawageni. Not that you should not that you should not defend or rebut what he's saying, but as well allow him even an opportunity to defend himself.
No,
You know,
James, we cannot allow
Japo,
lies here. Even that way.
all right.
Acha
And actually,
kumtetea. Sisi
I wouldn't allow you to shout
inafanyika
at me.
yako. Sisi
Don't shout
tunaumia.
at me. By all means, don't dare shout.
Shouting.
We
We're not
are having
shouting.
a
We're
show,
not being
and
scared.
we're
We're not being scared.
yeah. Now, Stella, give him a when you speak, allow him to respond. That way, it will be a good conversation. As much as you're not agreeing. All right. Then can I have Eli so that asikae tena sana. Eli, I'm sure you will equally put in some nice firewood to this fire. But go ahead. I don't even want to.
No,
But I
no,
hope you're well
too.
health-wise.
I'm well. The COVID is gone. I basically I put the COVID on quarantine.
Oh, well, that's great
So
news.
so Nico Sawa. I'm quite. I'm actually amused and actually shocked the way some of the panelists are responding to Fred. This Fred has been in panels, the original Mutembe, if you can remember. So I'm sure, Jex, you know who he is. He had a previous name there. A good guy. And I'm not too sure why the other two panelists were, using an iron fist against him like that. It's really, really petty, because he actually made a very good point. He was trying to say something quite obvious about the state of the nation, right? And in fact, he gave examples, of different communities, different ethnic groups, and how they could be perceived or mistreated. He went across the board. He didn't just say these two communities are against these two communities. He went and mentioned Kikuyu, Kisi, Luya, Kalenjin. It could have gone and on and on and on. But I was shocked that that is an item that can actually make people so angry here. Because, for example, Stella, and I'm not
even
having a go at
laughing.
you.
Yeah.
No, exactly. Stella, I'm not having a go at you, but you did say something there that really surprised me. And you're in Kenya, I'm not there. And you said something about we're not living in the 1970s, 1990s. And here we have a report from the NCIC, which was released, I think, in August last year, where they tabled a report, a huge report about the ethnic imbalance in recruitment in the counties. Okay, and in fact, they said this. They said something similar to what Fred was saying. That out of all the 40-something, near 50 ethnic communities in Kenya, 10 are always at the top of jobs. Not the usual 3 or 4, but 10. This time they came with a specific number, which is 10 ethnic communities. There's a big imbalance in the way people are recruited in the county. Okay, so that's just, if you say to someone in a panel like this give us an example. So me, I'm giving you an example of what we have as a problem in Kenya. Okay. So sometimes when you're attacking someone, you know exactly why you're missing. You don't want to say what you want to say, but it's easy to attack, you know. So me, I'm with Fred 100%. My next issue is, and I'm going to just read it here. It's something to do with the current topic about William Ruto. Okay. What I wanted to mention here is something I discussed with Jakes this morning, and it was about what are the options that people have in challenging Ruto's behavior, power, authority, and there is a specific part of the Kenyan Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, and I'll read it. It's Article 144, removal of president on grounds of incapacity. So a member of the National Assembly, supported by at least a quarter of all the members, may move a motion for the investigation of the president's physical or mental capacity to perform the functions of office. If a motion under clause 1 is supported by a majority of all members of the National Assembly, blah, 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 blah. I won't read the rest. What I'm saying has been used in some countries before. But in our case, we have a major problem because Parliament, which would sponsor such an event, is in the pockets of William Ruto and his cabal. Okay, whichever way they do it, it will never happen because Parliament is straight into his pocket. Okay, and in fact, even those people who are in the so-called opposition, they would easily, take any bribes to defeat any proposals to investigate the capacity of this man who is ruling Kenya at the moment. And I'll give you one or two examples and then I'll stop. We know very well that, if the whole of this panel will accept that William Ruto is a pathological liar. That's a very difficult thing to say of anyone. Imagine someone calling you a liar. You will not be happy. No one likes to be called a liar. Nobody, right? But what you read on a daily basis now is Kenyans saying Ruto is a liar. That's Kenyans across the board. Hata kama unatoka sijui sehemu gani ya Rift Valley, kila mtu anasema that in Malindi, in Mombasa or Malindi somewhere, they were already going to court because the border people said they were the false promises of the elections. They need compensation from William Ruto in person. Okay, so a pathological liar, a person who is he has a chronic problem in how to handle the truth. We must see, is this guy got some mental health problem? Should he be assessed so that we know exactly what's going on in this guy's head? I mean, this guy is supposed to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Can he be trusted? Have you seen his behavior now towards the people of Sudan? He recently hosted, a rebel who is notorious for the Janjaweed militia that he's involved in. And this man was in State House last week. Now, if you listen to Ruto's rhetoric, which someone said there, I think it was Ashley, that he is a smart fellow, he's a good speaker, and so on and so forth. Everyone is a smart speaker in their little or big capacity. People can talk. Communication is not really about words. It's mostly body language and how you pass, your message. Okay, but this guy, the one thing we know is that he has very, very low self-esteem. And this low self-esteem, you could see it at the Bombers of Kenya event when Raila and Uhuru brought that BBI. And you just see the visual, the way Ruto was, feeling very small, in a big crowd, because he sees the others as the so-called dynasty, as opposed to him who used to sell chicken. The self-esteem of this guy, the only way he can let himself out now is to make himself say big things, delusional, to make them look believable. Those lies, I'm telling you, there's a mental health diagnosis. And I'm not even a psychiatrist, psychologist, and I'm not, aware about any other way I could describe this guy. But he's straight in person who has no capacity at all to run a show, let alone, organize a piece up in a brewery. I don't think this guy is able to do many things that even leaders who didn't go to university can do. And I'm talking about powerful people who have managed countries, but they didn't go to universities. In fact, most countries around the world, the leaders don't necessarily go to university. John Prescott, when he was the deputy prime minister of Tony Blair, that guy, he hardly, he didn't have the same kind of education that, say, for example, Tony Blair had, and all these other people. Meritocracy in many countries, and I'm not saying the West is better than us, but I'm saying that the fact that this man has a so-called title, the PhD, which also we know that there is something about that. There's a story about how that thesis was written. Was it Ruto who wrote it? Or was it someone else who done the homework for him? This man is a 100% liar. He has no capacity to run the country. And I think this is one of the few ways that people should approach how he can be removed from office. Now, my last line about this shouting match that you guys had earlier on against our friend here is that if you come here as UDA or as Emil and think that there is no other people, interested to understand or contribute in the debate, just from one wing or the other, that's not enough. You have to support what you're saying, but don't shout someone down because you think what you're saying is much better. Saying things like you could teach someone English or nikwambia na Kiswahili. Those are just kind of childish. I'm sorry, but I think you guys need to apologize to this man because it was so unfortunate the way you handled that message that he was trying to pass across. Thank you.
All right. Captain, there's something you are saying before you shouted. What were you saying? Oh, Captain is on the phone. Stella, do you agree with Ellie that the president can be removed from office because of incapacitation? And I don't know if he has really laid out grounds of how the president is incapacitated, because I've been trying to project what that Article 144 says about impeaching a president on ground that is incapacitated. But what do you make of that remark?
Can I just can I just clear up what I was trying to pass there across? Basically, the man is a candidate for a mental health assessment. Honestly, when you're a pathological liar, when you're delusional, that's a very, very serious condition. When you're delusional, and this man is delusional. Because you can imagine the statement he said about Ekuru Aukot Europe. And he was serious. He was addressing journalists from serious media organizations. Mpaka now, sasa all these YouTubers, they went to Ekuru Aukot in droves, just to find out if this is true. So being delusional, and then you've got this immense power to run a country. And the constitution is very straightforward about your capacity or if it, and it says mental health and physical and mental. Ile ya physical tumeshasikia stories zingine hapo, lakini hiyo wacha nimwache tu hivyo, siwezi kwenda hapo, hiyo ni yake. Lakini hii ya mental nakwambia ni shida, tunajua it's something that needs to be looked into, and in fact it could be one of the most peaceful ways of challenging his authority. I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor, but given the opportunity to put a challenge on Ruto in Parliament, I would really articulate, this argument. Thank you.
Stella, from where you sit, amefika hiyo level that now we can say truly huyu jamaa is already mental, that we now need to remove him from office on grounds of incapacitation.
Jakes, let me tell you something. Pretty strong words which have come out from Ellie, which I'm kindly disagreeing. Remember, when you're trying to remove a person who is mentally incapacitated, it's someone who is not of sound mind. We have a president who is of sound mind and he knows what he's doing end of the day. But his issue is not mental. So mental comes in a way, whether it's bipolar, there are types of 3 mental whatever. Anyway, I don't want to come to there. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, this is the thing what we're trying to say. His utterances, what he's saying, it is out of anger, or maybe he's under duress. Remember, duress can come in 2 ways. Someone is forcing you, or you are just outspoken because of pressure. So for everything that Nani is on mental health, then you Jakes umeweka hapo some type of constitutional, that those are the things which we really need to go and amend. If Ruto was not of sound mind, the parliament, the law is allowed for him to step down and someone else comes in. But we know this person is not of sound, he is of sound mind, but he does not have a mental issue. The issue is just the spewing what he was saying is maybe due out of pressure, or maybe there's someone else who is misinforming him. Because you see, when you're overwhelmed, there are things which come out. Or let's say when you have tempers, there are things which you ought to utter out, where you even you go back and you say, by the way, hapa kulikuwa na makosa, I wish singesema hivyo. But now the problem is, Ruto is acting as he's acting as a what do I say? Akona kiburi. Unajua kuko na kiburi na kuko na ugonjwa. Unaelewa? Ugonjwa ndio hiyo mental health. Kiburi ni inetangwa aje? To feel entitled. But we can't say that Ruto is having a mental issue or whatever. The other thing he said that we cannot say that this guy, he's a liar. Lies come in ways like this guy. I remember even that time, wakati, the time of the BBI and the time of the handshake walikosana. He came and also faulted the government of Uhuru, saying this and this, and he promised us to his manifesto, which is written in black and white ink, that he's going to go according to the hustlers' needs, where these needs have been overturned. And this is what we say. If you know that you're coming for a dialogue in a whatever, come with clean hands on the table, but do not hide cards under the table.
Are you still there?
I'm done.
Oh, sorry. Just nakuzoeanga you have a way of ending. Sikuzoea uta end hivyo poop. But Fred, now at least the temperatures are cooler. You can come in. Let me ask you, can we impeach our president? Is it even possible at this hour?
Yes and no. If first of all, I want to thank Ailey for, even you, Jakes, for understanding what I was saying. Me, my motto has always been, I'm a footballer. So a footballer, you can go to a match, you lose, and you say yes, you lost, and people you go on. The next time you go, you win, and you celebrate and you go on. So a president can be impeached. It's something that has been done and it can be done. But in the Kenya of today, it's not possible. So that one is out. Kenya of today, it's not possible because people will be paid, and it won't, because corruption is Kenya is corruption. So it's not possible in Kenya. It can be done through law, but it's not possible in Kenya. Another thing I wanted to ask Stella, I'm sorry she's gone. She was saying that Ruto, through manifesto of Ruto, things he has done. I wanted her to tell us what Ruto has done in his manifesto that was written, that he has done 1 year that is in the office. Nothing. And people are waiting. Even the hustlers, the one that he had, that the mama mboga is crying, the boda boda is crying. So you don't know what he's saying. Thing I wanted to say concerning this, that Kenyans is ask Kenyans to wake up. You know, me, I'm a liberal Kenyan. I meet you, I don't ask you are from which tribe. I come to you, I say, Jex, niaje poa, then we go on. Eli, niaje, you go on. So when even YouTube now, when I came, I find Kenyans are talking, discussing. I just came, I didn't know it was UDA, ODM, which chama. Now, the thing here is that as Kenyans, we should come together. Look, when Uhuru was there, we were crying about Uhuru. The economy was bad. We didn't know that it will be worse. Now I tell you, even taking a kid to school is a problem. And I think even the lady that was here, maybe he has some kid that is going to school. She will feel it. You know, me, I have people at home. I have people that I take to school. I'm feeling it. So but my pain is, me, I can afford, but my pain is, what about the people who can't afford it? And education should be free, because there is a reggae music that is asking us, if education is the key to success, why are you selling it for us? It should be free, you know. But now they have made it, even eating is a problem. Going to school is a curse. Even being in your own house is a problem. Last time they were talking of, if even you're having a small chicken, they want to tax it. You know, these are the things that inatoa Kenya. This is why next time somebody sees you walking with a phone inaenda, unanyang'anywa. That is not a Kenya. I remember the time of Kibaki. If you could find a policeman taking a bribe, Kenyans, mwananchi could go and arrest him and take him to jail. That is the Kenya we want. Kenya for all Kenyans. Me, I want one day I come out from Luo land, I go live in Kikuyu land or in Nandi land, because it's a wet place where I can do farming without a problem. That is Kenya, you know. But the government that we are having now is not even promoting that. You see, even the one earlier just said, the majority of the people are now even are being employed in Kenya. Now, Nandis are Kikuyus, other tribes are nowhere to be seen. We are not complaining, because some of us, we have our own things that are doing. But what about other Kenyans? Me, I fight of other Kenyans. That's why I was even coming here. Other Kenyans, what are they doing? Me, when I'm eating and you are going hungry, it's hurting me. You know, I don't get full. I'm eating, but I'm not getting full. So as Kenyans, we should come together for Kenyans. This is why you see somebody like Okiya Omtatah, instead of going to demonstrate in street, he goes to court. He knows very well that the courts are corrupt, but he goes there hoping that he will find one good judge to judge wisely. And that is what other judges have been doing. I'm not saying all judges are bad, but some, you know. So it is possible to impeach president, but not in Kenya. I think I'm through.
All right. Ashley, same sentiments. Is it possible we impeach the president? Earlier cited one reason, incapacitation. Could you have another reason why we should impeach him? But Fred says it's not possible in Kenya. And we know the process or the route through which a president can be impeached. Do you have an MP, let alone a leader who has the guts and the temerity to impeach the president, because it needs serious marshalling of numbers from all sides. It needs many to really agree with that position and then raise the required quorum for an impeachment. It sails through, and to all those because it will even go up to the Senate, and then finally decided that finally this president has been impeached. That process, can it even be imagined in Kenya?
I hope it can, but I don't know if a successful impeachment means that the president comes out or what happens, because I do know the US did that on Trump 2 times, but he was still president because in the Senate they were unable to get enough people to find him. I don't know that it was supposed to be, if he was in Senate, he would have come out, but it didn't go through. That is how hard it is. But in Kenya, what would be the deterrent mostly is that most of our MPs and leaders are themselves corrupt. So once they start this process and Ruto finds out that the ones who are likely to impeach him, you'd see them getting hit with cases, corruption cases, because they have files on what they are doing. They know, the government knows exactly what is going on, and what they keep these files, the law enforcement only works as a weapon to, like when you have something going on, all of a sudden. The other day they had a file come up on Wamalwa when he was governor. Was it? Yeah. So they have these files they keep. So once you have, there are people who would like to do, like, during Uhuru's time, there are some leaders who waited until the very last minute because they were scared of showing that they were against him, because they were afraid of cases being open for them. So we have so many of them that are corrupt, have corrupt things they've done, and they know that if they acted, that the government will be on their necks. One of them is someone like Babu Owino. If he showed strong resistance, you see how he's being quiet. Can you imagine if he was at the forefront? That case that they say they are going to appeal, that hasn't been appealed, would suddenly find 200, 500 officers at night going to get him from his house. So that is what they do. Like now they keep saying Uhuru has stolen. So the other day they say they are going to take him to court. So they have proof that these people took money from the government, as long as they lie low. And that is why sometimes I wonder what they have against Raila, because he's lying low. They may have something against him so bad that he would not like his supporters to know. So he lies low. So you keep saying, no, he's quiet, but you don't know he has been told, if you talk, we are going to bring these things up, because that's how our government work. So when we have all these corrupt leaders, it is almost impossible for them to agree to impeach him. But this is what I came back for, because I had logged out. I got this thought that, Ruto is very interested in appeasing and looking good to foreigners. What we need to do, you see how Omtata is keeping on saying, oh, he threatened me. He needs to pay a visit to America. He needs to talk to everyone who can hear him and tell him he has been threatened with the sword. That will bring attention to Ruto, because those are the people he listens to. That is where he wants his character to stay looking good. And those are the people who need to know what is happening in Kenya. And that is when he will act. Because people act when the people they esteem, the people who they want to esteem them, look at them, have, like these people are looking at him a certain way. He wants to keep that image with his speeches. But if they knew that he's threatening his countrymen to slash them for standing up for their right, for going to court, then they would have a problem, by the way. That is what they need to do. They need to fly out like he does and go and just talk like him, like a bird, and say all the things that he's saying about 3 things, and then let him go out. The next time he goes to Canada, make sure you are there. Make sure the president knows he said mambo ni matatu. Let him have the press in that country ask him what he meant by people going to heaven. Next time he'll be careful what he opens his mouth to say, because he doesn't want those people that he esteems to hold him accountable, because he's going to be scared of what they'll ask him. Make him uncomfortable to go out, because every time he goes out, he's going to be ashamed, because they are going to know him and they are going to hold him to account. You know, like if he comes to the US, they'll ask him questions. Here, the press asks you questions. And that is another thing that if we are to do any referendum, we should have a referendum where the communication director comes every day to say what the president, you know, like when he says we want an opposition office, someone should be able to lift their hands and ask them, since our economy is like this, how much money are you projecting is going to be used in all that, in the 50 CSS, and where is that money going to come from? Wouldn't that money be better used to do ABCD? So that Ruto is not just telling us things, and he likes to put people against, like we had shortly in the show, this against this, or so Omutata doesn't want people to get jobs, so the dynasty doesn't want the hustler, you know, like that. Crash people, and we need to hold him to account. We need to ask him questions. He never answers questions. He just comes and says things that are not true, and he rarely has somebody asking him to explain. When he says, somebody yesterday was trying to explain how the housing program is going to work. The truth is we don't know. I am guilty of coming here during the campaigns to explain to people how the bottom up is going to work. I didn't know. He is the one who is coming up with it. He is the one who needs to explain. He needs to put it on paper so we can read and we can hold him to account. Let nobody come here and try to explain what Ruto wants to do with the housing. We don't know. None of us knows. And it might surprise us when he gets there and he say, oh, I didn't mean that. And Jakes, yesterday you promised me you're going to play that clip of that trip that the Truth Watchdog went to Mkuru, because I want you to play it, because that is what we need to do to Ruto. We need to take those, where he goes, which country he goes, we need to find some people, go in there and let those people know in that country who Ruto is, so that he's not going around pretending to be a sheep while he's a fox. I'm done.
Can I ask a question? Just a question.
All right.
Yeah, Ashley, I wanted to ask you 2 things. First, according to you, the way the government is, the way our Kenyan economy is now, is it okay with you? That is first. The second thing, if Kenya is a sovereign state, why should we go to America to ask them about what Ruto should do and what should not do if we are self-governed as Kenyans? Why did you? I'm not getting those 2 quick questions. One is the way Kenya is now, the situation of Kenya. Are you okay with it, you yourself?
Ellie, you equally had a question.
Thanks, Ashley. The first thing is I would like to second Ashley's request that you play that Mkuru Kwanjenga Europe video. It will be something that it's just just play it, please. And then the other thing I was going to say.
I was to count that I have a present for both of you, but anyway, but finish up. I'll tell you the present just now concerning that.
Okay, so my second point was maybe one of these programs in the next few days or even tomorrow or whatever, if you allow us to come with a whole catalogue of the lies that I was saying that are pathological, and then it can make sense on whoever wants to sponsor pressure in Parliament to start off a process of even if it's a cosmetic process of removing this man using that article that addresses the mental incapacity of a leader, of a president. You know, because when you start scratching the surface by just trying, then even future leaders, they will be scared, you know. But I wanted to just give one more example. This is the one where he said a couple of months ago that the president or prime minister of Germany promised to give
Jobs.
250,000 jobs to Kenyans. You know, I looked for that diplomatic memorandum everywhere. You know, press releases from Germany and all that. You know, there's ways you can find this. You can find information, easily. I could not believe what this man said. You know, and I was just thinking, how does the German government think about this man when he can say such a thing? You know, as 250,000 jobs to Kenyans in Germany. You know, a country which, of course, there is a dying population. A lot of people were brought in, probably next to 1 million refugees in the last, say, 7-8 years. But not even these people have all been given the green lights to work, the legal right to work. So then can you imagine someone in Kenya decides to tell the public that Germany is, it has a place for 250,000 Kenyans. You know, it's the sickest pathological lie that I have heard since the last one they did in Jubilee about laptops and stadiums. You know, that was just, so it's a repeated script. And so what I'm saying again is, whilst people like Okiya Omtatah are trying their best, we should start having these conversations about what else can we do, and this is just one of them. I think Stella was really articulating very well, because she must have some legal knowledge about some of these things, but I don't know whether she understood where I was coming from in terms of mental capacity, because sometimes people think that mental capacity just means the person could either be a cabbage or no cabbage, you know. So that person could be walking on the street looking as smart as they come. The IQ could be extremely high, and I wouldn't fault William Ruto's IQ, because I think he's smart. But the issue of mental capacity is quite obvious, that needs to be checked. And I'm sorry for singing this song, because I think it's something that needs to be checked, and people should not be afraid to have that conversation. Yeah, so that's what I meant actually. But I totally support Ashley's request there for the video of Europe, Mkuru Wajenga, so that we can have some fun.
All right. Ashley, there is a question I've been asked, and then I'll play the video after that.
Okay, he asked me if what I think about the economy. I think when we personalize things is when we come into conflict. So ours is to give the information, and what I think, I am just Ashley. I don't have any leverage, neither am I a leader to do anything. So what I think is really my personal opinion. And if I think it is good, when I think it is bad, it won't change what it is. But if we are here talking, giving the information we are giving for people to make their own educated decisions, Whether it is good or bad, at least that is what they think. So I have what I think. I could be wrong, I could be right, but I don't think it's going in the right way. And I think I've said that before. The second thing you asked me is, why do we are a sovereign nation, why do we need to go and tell other nations? If you notice, during the election time, Ruto went somewhere, I think, was it to the UN, to say how he thinks that the election is going to be stolen. There is importance at times to let people know what's going on. Even like if you're in a family and there's a domestic abuse going on, people say don't take your issues outside. But when things become unbearable in the house and you're unable to work within the house, you have to go and look for help elsewhere. In this case, it seems like I started when I came to the show, is that Ruto is very keen on a good image. And that's why he's receiving these awards. He's keen on cultivating a very good image outside. He doesn't care what we think. So as long as we contain his badness in Kenya, I don't think he's threatened. What I'm saying, let us try and see if he can move. You see, we are trying to find the weak link. If he doesn't come out, the best we can hope is that he tames what he's saying and what he's doing. And he does good, even if it will be out of fear. So if we can go, not to stay specifically one country, but everywhere, let them know what is going on in Kenya. So that even when he goes any country to visit, that the press in that country will start asking him those questions and he will become uncomfortable. He doesn't care what Kenyans think, what the press thinks. That's why he just talks what he talks. But when he sits with other leaders, if they know him, abusers do not like to be known. They don't like what they are doing to be known. But once it is known, it exposes them. So I'm saying, let us expose him. Once we expose him, if we cannot remove him, I am thinking, since he is very big on his image, he's going to change. If not because he cares about Kenyans, at least because he cares about how he looks outside. That is my reason.
All right. Fred, are you satisfied with that explanation?
I'm not satisfied, but I can take what he said. She said that it's her opinion, But I would, I like the way she reasons. Actually, she reasons. The only problem that she has, that I'm seeing in her, she doesn't want to broaden her mind, to be open, because she's accepting even herself that the way our country is going is not good. But she doesn't want to admit that for sure our country is not in a good position. Another thing, the president of Kenya is elected by Kenyans. Kenyans have the best constitution. Is, I think, one of the best in most of the countries that we know of. And if we only could just follow our constitution to the letter, Kenya can be a better place to live in. The only time we get it wrong is when now us on the ground, we start getting divided by the politicians. You hear Ashley said something about now Raila is quiet because there's something that the government knows about him, that if he talks, this thing will come out. Now, it is us, the Wananchi, that are putting these corrupt people into the strategic positions so that they can be manipulated. Our constitution says very well that if somebody is corrupt, he should not even go to any public office. That is constitution. But we see all these people go there and then we start complaining. That's why I was saying the forum like this, the reason why I was coming here, we are all Kenyans, and we can change our ideas, and we can change ideas and put our minds together and see where we are going wrong, and we adjust, you know. So at the moment, our country is not going the right way. The only way that we can make it go right is when we talk to each other, not at each other, when we talk together. Because it can be that I never voted for Ruto, but if for sure he won the election, is my president, I'll accept that is my president because he won the election. Another thing, what he should do, he should heed to our cries as Kenyans. Now people can't even take the kids to school now. People are crying. Some people are, this is something that is really killing me. But our government is, they don't even talk about this thing, you know. So people like Ashley and the other lady that went, they're in a good position that they can change. You know, if you change yourself, tomorrow the neighbor will change. But if you can't change yourself, it will be difficult for the neighbor to change. So what I'm trying to plead to them, to open their mind. And when something is bad, just talk and say the truth. It won't cost you nothing. You just say that this is bad, our country is going in a bad way, and this is a way that we can help it. Thank you.
Dex, give me, he said something very sensitive that I want to articulate what I said. I said Raila may be hiding something. I didn't say he is, because we don't know. Sometimes we get surprised when they come up with this EACC and you see somebody is being accused of something. We don't know. They know it and they hide it. Unfortunately, they are there to work and they are supposed to arrest people when they do wrong. What they do instead is they keep this information and weaponize it to keep them silent. So I don't know, and that is not what I said. So just correct that. The other thing you said is about, I've forgotten. I wrote it down. I wanted to write it down. Something you just said right now when you were finishing, but I've forgotten. If I remember, I'll say it next time.
All right. True TV, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, Jakes. Nice to see Ellie. Nice to see Ashley, Kip, and everybody else. You're having a good discussions this evening, and Fred. I think I came in because I had some good statements, and reading what some of the pundits are saying is what has just prompted me to come to the discussion. You see, Kenyans like complaining. You've seen people on this platform complaining without a solution. They have practically no solution. And they will only talk about what Ruto is doing badly, but they will not say this is the solution to Ruto's problem. And we as Kenyans are a problem. We are the biggest problem because we put these people in power. Sometimes we complain about leadership, but we don't look at ourselves and see that your neighbor, yourself, you are equally corrupt. You're complaining about the government, but yourself, you're corrupt. So Kenyan, we have a problem. And we need to look deeply, even if we go to in 2027 elections, we need to look at ourselves. There's a lot of civic education that needs to be done so that people are aware of what the consequences of electing bad leaders and the reason why they go to vote. Majority go to vote because of tribe, and that is the biggest problem. Majority also take stands according to tribe, and that is also another problem. A few of us will take will be concerned about a leader's policies, they will not even look at a leader's policies. If you look at all the divides, those who support Azimio or those who support Kenya Kwanza, if you ask somebody who supports Kenya Kwanza, what are the Kenya Kwanza's 4 main agendas as they move into government? They will not probably be able to articulate the 4 agendas that that Ruto had or Uhuru had in the beginning, and which is a continuation of what Uhuru is saying. If you ask them the same thing, what does Raila Odinga stand for? What does Kalonzo Musyoka stand for? When they want power, what do they really stand for? What do they want to do that is so extraordinary from what William Ruto is doing? So we don't scrutinize our leaders. We don't ask the right questions. We ask the wrong questions. Yeah, when you talk about corruption, like Ashley has come here, as I said, has said that we don't know what EACC investigates. That is absolutely wrong, because EACC cases, most of them are published, and we know that they're investigating a particular person or a particular corporation or a particular county, and some of it end up in courts. But again, some of the investigations, as we have seen in most government, be it for Uhuru, be it for Moi, be it for now Ruto, we have seen that the government can use the police, they can use the institutions to harass the opposition, people who oppose them. So we are in this situation because of making wrong choices, and having no practical solution to anything. Like if you ask somebody, okay, fine, we had a blackout the other time. As Kenyans, what should we do? No, we should remove Ruto from power. Then what? We have removed Uhuru has come out of power. Moi has come out of power. We are still complaining. The complaints we had during Moi's times are the same as what we have right now. Are the same. The only thing that has changed is that we have a new constitution that is guiding us. But most of the problems that we had ever since independence to date are just the same. When Kibaki was in power, today people are saying Kibaki was very, very good. Kibaki was very good, very good. But people who watch Kibaki work closely will tell you that Kibaki was the most tribal leader Kenya has ever had. The economy was doing fine, yes. But did he have a problem? Yes, he did have a problem. Eli is raising up his hand. You had mentioned here that Ruto is a pathological liar. Yeah, that is true, and it should be impeached. But when you go up back to Eli, when somebody was incapacitated, was it uncoordinated as Kibaki, you still praised him. Yeah, when he could not even articulate a speech, you still praised him, and he could not even, things that he was saying sometimes were not even coordinated. He was after the accident, he was not even fit to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, but you still praised him. So we have a problem. So look at your problem first and say, when I'm going to this ballot in 2027, am I going with the right mind that I want to elect the right leaders for my country? Or am I going with this tribal card so that I can put my tribesman into power? And that could be a solution. That's my take. Thank you.
Eli, you're raising your hand.
Okay, Jakes, before even Eli talks, I'm trying to see, because my question is that is there any problem if we come like interface on the screen, we all see our faces, because we cannot be dictating our people here, and we cannot even see you. Like for me now, I can be the dictator here, and I don't see you, Jakes. Why are you dictating me, Jakes, and I'm not seeing you? Huh? Can we come into the screen and then dictate all of us when we are seeing you?
Captain,
Captain, are you?
Captain, Captain,
You want
let me help you.
are you interested with the information or you are interested with the facts? So
I'm
which one is
interested
it?
in what Haley want to talk now. Haley, it's your time to talk. Tell us what you want to say, Haley. I saw you raising your hand.
Captain, let me help you. That guy talking there as True TV, that's Mzalendo. That's our Mzalendo. So you know Mzalendo?
I know him. That's why I'm coming in using proverbs. I didn't want to come direct.
Captain, you know this boy. So when it, so why you just want to see my face and be happy to see my face?
Why
You
hiding
give me
yourself?
enough
What
time.
is that? Which million have you stole? Which million have you stole that you don't want us to see you?
I'll come at the right time. Right now, I cannot show my face.
So you
Captain,
want
you're
to
on
come at
fire.
the time of red runners. You want to come at the time of red runners. Because right now it is the time of good people. Okay, come in.
Captain, enough. Eli, go ahead.
I just thank you, True TV.
He's missing
I just
Nico.
wanted to.
Sorry.
I wanted to add something to what True TV. That's a mouthful name. True TV. I'm not used to that. I'll just call you by your name, Mzalendo, but I won't mention the other name. So we'll just leave it as Mzalendo, right? So what I wanted to say was, acha niwache uchokozi. Nimewacha uchokozi. Sasa baba, the thing is like this. You said that the options that we're tabling, like removing Mr. Ruto through Article 14, then what? After he has been removed, then what? That's a very good question. In fact, it's a very loaded question, because if in any case Ruto is removed, we have Rigathi Gachagua. So can you imagine? That would be a complex nightmare, okay? But what I was trying to suggest, that just the fact that people would be interested even in attempting trying to remove Mr. Ruto through a debate in parliament about his capacity, his mental capacity, is a good thing in itself. It doesn't mean that then he'll be removed immediately, or what I'm saying is it's a serious option. The one thing I know, before you play that video, or do you want to play that video?
No, sorry, I'm testing it, but go ahead.
Yeah, the one thing I know is that given the way the country is run and the way the electoral authorities are run, and Ruto's pursuit and the theories of incumbent president or deputy presidents around Africa, Ruto will be in power still in 2027. So this is a long, because also, like, we know that majority of people who were disappointed in 2022 and 2017 will not vote for a president. And I'm talking about chunks of people in the country. And that will work in the advantage of Mr. Ruto. So it's probably one of the reasons why he's not even bothered, because he knows that in 2027, it will be another easy ride for him, because Kenyans forget so fast. And money to be thrown at them would be just one of the items. So I'm sorry to say this, but we should continue thinking of one way of dislodging someone who is a chronic problem, a pathological liar. And if even we start talking about the things that the likes of Jirongo have said in the past, he has never challenged Jirongo. He has never taken him to court. So we take what Jirongo says as the stubborn truth that we should know. Thank you.
All right. Any rebuttal or I go straight to the video? Okay. Silence means approval. Let me take so.
It's good, Jakes, eh? But for Mzalendo coming here with acrobatic names and those names is coming here for, we cannot agree on that. You know him. You know Mzalendo so much. I know him.
Did you just say acrobatic name?
Tell Mzalendo to come here with the serious topic to the people of Kenya. Don't come here with those names.
Can we please save time?
Actually, are you talking?
Tukitupatia chansi ya kupanda bangi hapa, kutakuwa na mimea ambayo italeta hewa nzuri na hata kuosha wenye wanakufa na kansa. Je, bangi ipandwe?
To ask you to go to Mukuru. We are building 14,000 houses in Mukuru. If you go today to Mukuru, you will not think it is a slum. So you will think it is in Europe. There is.
Na hata magari hawezi kupita, ila watu wa Ndudhi na Volkswagen. Bro, rekodi bwana. Yo, hello guys, I hope you are all well. Leo tumekuja kufanya discovery sisi wenyewe tujione. Our beloved president William Ruto alisema kwamba there is improvements ambazo zinafanyika huko Mkuru kwa Njenga, na mabarabara yako fiti, kila kitu kiko fiti. So sisi tumekuja kujionea kama kweli kuna maendeleo, manake mwaka umeisha. Unajua it's not good to judge earlier. Lazima kwanza ungoje. Rais akisema kitu tunangoja kwanza. Kwa hiyo nataka kumkumbusha kwamba ahadi zake za nyumba bora katika vitongoji kidogo tu haijafanyika vile ambavyo labda, na kuna wale wanao
video sione kama inafaa hata iendelee sana.
Kina mama wa michango ya matanga wanaonekana barabarani. Huku majumba, mkiangalia majumba ni yale ya mabati.
Mama ni aje? Kama mama singara mchukua hiyo alafu tuende barabarani. Ni hapa tunamkana huko chini.
So pale kuna pale pomolewa.
Pomolewa? Huko unaona kwingine hivi kidogo kuna baya sana.
Oh, hivi ndani. Naona za toka hapa hivi. Afanya kitu. Kuru kwa Njenga. Haya ni makala. Anasema nini? Acha kuja.
Hao jamaa kwa TikTok straight hapa.
Ndio vitu mabuda. Kweli la nyama. Na cheki ma video. The watchdog. Wewe sele bana hapa hivi. Bana hata mimi watchdog bana jo hadi mimi nitokee leo kwa bidhaa bana hadi kidogo ile yangu. Mimi najua yangu ikosh. Useme unajua hii cheki watchdog. Hata kama kusho park hapa.
Na park hivi.
Huko utapata parking unapo hivyo. Bila kusho parking iko poa. Parking iko parking yani iko very au usitoke na hadi
sasa wewe.
Kwani jamani.
Na kam bro.
Kwa hivyo tungoje big man. Wale watu hapa Mr. Mbilimbili hayuko hapa hivi. Kweli tulia genje asapa siku zote yangi iko shiluku deriba.
Na kam. Mtangazaji ambaye luku sijui Mbwekse. Nisema Mbwekse ni Mbwekse.
Saa hii tungali tuko hapa na tuko tu sawa. Tumezaa zoea. 2021 ndio tulibomolewa mwezi wa 11. Na hiyo maisha tumeyazoea na tunarudisha nyumba kidogo, kila mtu anarudi kwake kidogo.
So Kenya, huyu ni one of the Kenyans wenye wameface hiyo ubomozi, na for sure venye nimekam hakuna keja, hakuna nyumba hata moja tunaweza sema kwamba kuna mjengo umeanza labda mtu akakula pesa asijulishe rais. So ni noma. Nataka tu niwatembeze huku wasee, si tupige maraundi zetu, malap zetu wazimu. Tukutane na wasee tuwaulize 1 2 3 ili wewe pia uweze kujua kama ni ukweli iko, kama hakuna tuwezi paka mafuta mgongo wa chupa. Anakwambia kama TWD hajaitangaza ile ni porojo. So lazima tufike huko hivi muangalie mkichekecheke. Na ni ukweli nyuma behind me kuna wasee wanajaribu tu kufanya tu job kujaribu kurudisha hadi ng'ombe pale hivyo, sijui kama
hapo wanafanya kutandaza maji. Kuna maji ilikuwa inawasumbua, sasa tukaitisha tu roli kwa barabara ikuje tumwagie hapa maji itandaswe mahali penye maji inajaa, itandaswe ndio maisha iendelee kwenda mbele. Ndio maji ilikuwa inajaa wakati walidanganya hapo wanakuja mambo El Nino, wanakuja kutengeneza mitaro, kutengeneza nini, kumbe ilikuwa uongo, ni kukula pesa. Wao watu ni kukula na kupanua matumbo zao. Sisi hatuna haja nao, ndio sisi tumezoea maisha hapa. Ule mtu tu anajaribu ni Sakaja kukuja kutengeneza mitaro. Sakaja tu peke yake ndiye anajaribu kuja kutengeneza mitaro, ndio tunaona watu wake wako area, lakini MP hata Pasaris hakuna kitu anakuja kufanya kitu huku. Sufuna hakuna kitu anakuja huku kunini. Hatuoni watu wake. Watu tunaona ni Wasakaja peke yake ndio tunaona huku. Kwa hivyo hao watu wanaenda kupanua matumbo zao. Na mimi kama Finyaman siogopi kuongea hiyo. Juu mimi ni Mkenya kama hao wengine vile wako wa Kenya, na siogopi kuongea hiyo. Juu sisi wote tuko Kenya.
Okay, so maze, it's sad. Hii ni area tu moja, and I hope the cameraman will be able to capture hii area zote. Mcheki wase wanaishi zile tunasema ni makeshift, alafu zingine pia zimeisha kabisa. Ukiangalia huko hivi cameraman, ukiweza kuangalia nyumba kama hii zimeisha kabisa. Okay, yale magunia ambao wanatumia pia yameisha. Okay, so it's so much not like unajua una hope ingekuwa. So unfortunately that is the price you're supposed to pay. Unachiki pia wameka, kuna wakulima kidogo hapo pia waliachanishwa na wanyama wao tu hivyo. Unaona? Yeah, so kama venye jamaa anajiita Finyaman, anasema ni kugumu, lakini wanajaribu na wahami hapa hivi. Hapa ndio wamezoea, hapa ndio home. Kwa grao mazi vitu ni tofauti. Ukisikia news huko hivyo saa zingine ni ukweli. Okay? Ukisikia news saa zingine ni ukweli, lakini saa zingine pia na kwa ni kupaka mafuta. Mfike grao mkamcheki pia nyinyi. You confirm with me that what I'm saying is true. So mimi sijaona hizo manyumba, sijaona hata mawe moja imechimbwa ama mgodi hata mmoja. Tuseme tu foundation hakuna kabisa, ni zero. So from all those pictures you can say and you can tell. So nataka kuwapeleka the other side pia mwanze kuona kama ni ukweli kuna nyumba imejengwa pale kumebomolewa. So far hakuna kabisa, at least kwa grao. Okay, so thank you so much Finyaman, na appreciate your time. Mwenyezi Mungu akubariki. Okay. And I hope things will be well. Yeah, so cameraman utaka mtu na mimi. Yeah. So wase huku ndio ni ajeni wase. Mko fiti? So mnazaona hata kama ni I think hizi zilikuwa machozi iliachwa tu hivyo. After kila kitu imebomolewa. Unaweza ona ubomozi au unaweza sema aje nyumba zimebomolewa hapa ni through kuangalia simiti. Ukiona hivi simiti ilikuwa ndani ya nyumba ya mtu. Okay? So you can see how massive it is kutoka kwa barabara all the way mpaka huko. Na unajua pale hivyo wana make tu nyumba tu mabati tu. So sijui kama hiyo ndio Europe, I'm not sure. Okay? So mnaona wa Kenya. Hizi zote ni nyumba hizi. Hizi ni nyumba apparently zenye zinafaa ku clear for the government to do its project. Which of course is cheap affordable buildings, but so far 1 year later ni mahame tu, nyumba zimebakia mahame. Hii ni keja, hii ni nyumba. Ukiona hii miti ni nyumba mtu hii. So this was like a room, another room, room. Nacheki. So just come with me, cameraman. Na mcheki kuna watoto wadogo wanaishi huko. Home ni wapi? Okay, wase. So apparently hizo mabati zote mnaona zina shine, hizo za white huko. Hizo ni nyumba zenye wase wanajaribu kurudisha. Unaona? So the destruction of the buildings. I think tunaenda tu lakini hatuoni any project yenye gava imeanza. So unaweza angalia mpaka huko farthest huko. Ni mabati tu zina nini? Ni mabati tu zimejengwa. Nothing like the buildings za gava venye nilikuwa nasema. Hata ukiangalia huko pale watu wanacheza. Try to check this side. Pale watu wanacheza huko pia tu ni manyumba za makeshift. Zile za haraka. Weka tu mabati manze. Tusukume leo, kesho itakuwa sawa. Unaona? So you can really tell. So far hakuna structures zozote. It's as worse as it gets. Na imebidi tu tuseme venye iko juu. Sasa taisemaje? Una get? Niaje? Umejam? Sikuji na bulldozer. Na kama mtu kugotea wasi. Uko na skate moja? Unaendesha skate moja? Hebu endesha nione. Jamaa kana talent. Okay. So guys, hadi kule ni makeshift tu. Ni makeshift. Hakuna cages per se ile yenye tulikuwa expect keja ya president. Zile alikuwa anasema, so mtatusamee kwa kusema tu kweli, but that is what is happening right now. Na hakuna hizo nyumba. Mimi sijaziona ama mwanzo wa hizo nyumba mwaka mmoja, kwa sababu unlike other persons, I don't like to criticize any government project before time. Unajua lazima tumpatie hiyo mwaka amesema, tuanze kuona. Sasa tujui kama hii project itaanza lini. But for now, for sure, there is no single building that has been built, but there is hundreds if not thousands of structures that have been destroyed. Okay? So that is what I can tell you. For sure, nyumba zenye zimejengwa ni raia wanajenga wenyewe, mabati tu, like you can see behind me. So wale wako better, at least wametengeleza mabati, structure fiti ni mabati zenye ziko hapa. Na the reason why unachikini mabati mob, I think ni fear, like governor zarudi kabomoa, so kwenda tena hasara ya mawe, wamedecide wa build mabati. Okay? Na wale sasa wale wana uwezo mabati ndio wale mmeona wanaishi huko kwa makeshift. Hizo mahema za makaratasi na magunia. Hao ni wale wenye wezi. It's as worse as it gets. Na imebidi tu tuseme venye iko juu. Sasa taisemaje? Una get? Niaje? Umejam? Sikuji na bulldozer.
All right. And Wadau, I'm sure you are wondering why that video, why now, and where in the world is that? Now, that video will be played in full on Sunday after some communication has been made. But then again, before even Sunday, Ashley, why do you want that video? I haven't finished it, but I'll finish maybe later.
The reason I asked for that video is because yesterday we were talking about housing, and people are talking about housing, affordable housing. There were some people who are saying it is a good idea. What I wanted to show, before we can even build for those people who are working, if Ruto had come up with a policy where he adds, like, I think people are already paying taxes, because I don't know where the taxes the payee is going, because the taxes they collect is what should be building houses. I don't know what is the need of the extra one. So if they can use that tax and say that they will build houses for the poor, like the ones we saw, those people are in need of houses. It doesn't matter if we build for the middle class, the people to start buying houses. How can we do that when people are sleeping? Can you imagine those people in those makeshift cupboards or those tents, And then you didn't play it in full where he says when it rains inside the house. You didn't play it in full where it shows the sewage passing out there and people are selling food there and children are running there and raw sewage is just playing there. Before we can even think of even, this thing they're talking about, this thing that made Ruto be ranked as one of the best leaders about, what is it called, what he was given for energy? Like that is a luxury for Kenya. When we have this kind of situation, the environment here is really bad for the economy, for the climate. This is a hazard. So we need these people that are giving him these awards, these ranks, to come and see this and tell us how this contributes to the climate. Don't we have to hold people? If I am so eloquent in my speech, doesn't that speech can that speech be there without substance? Is that speech backed by substance, or should you just be a good orator to be given an award as a leader? Should a leader just be able to speak well, or should he also do well? I'm done.
All right.
Can I say something about this video?
Can I add on Ashley's?
Please do, Stella. Then I'll have you through TV.
Okay.
Yes, Stella.
I remember when we started this forum, we spoke about affordable housing, and I told you that these people, when they came up with affordable housing, they came with brick. They were creating bricks in the air because they were comparing other countries how they are doing affordable housing. Number one, they forgot to know that when you're doing affordable housing, you must come with a legal framework, how that affordable housing, it is supposed to benefit the Wanjiko end of the day. And remember, by that time, this government had made some policies saying it is either a contribution, it is either a levy, or it is a tax. Till today, when the order paper was passed, no one has given the clear indication how this policy is working for the Mwananchi. They've been collecting housing levy in a tune of 5 billion every month. Remember, you cannot start a project when you don't have a plan. You must have a plan. Wangejua that there's this land, we need to know whether it is clear or there are no encumbrances. Then they are able to say, yes, we have taken 5,000 acres of land. We are going to build 13 houses, 13,000 houses for the affordable housing. But now the problem is they came up in a hurry because when they saw the one for Buxton in Mombasa and the one in Starehe, for the one for Uhuru and the one for Ngara, this affordable housing was not even thought. It was not even part of the how do they have to put it? It was not something which should be compulsory ya mwananchi, because it was a plan which was made like a pilot project. Then we saw the pilot project of this the affordable housing for Uhuru. It failed because wabwanyenye ndo walichukua hizo nyumba. They started renting out to Wanjiko so that they be getting rental income. So you wonder yourself, when I'm going to get this affordable housing, Jakes, and this is what I've been emphasizing, the government could have said that there's this 5,000 acres of land which we are going to build this 13,000 units, and we need to give you the legal framework, and we also need to give the PPPs and who are the developers and who are the investors, because you see they were saying we'd give the land so that the developer does the building. But remember, the developer cannot do 100%. And also the government cannot do 100% because our government would need a PPP support just in case pesa ikiisha itaendea nani. So unaona hiyo kuko na risk factor mingi. But the problem is the housing committee, they are being told the truth, but they don't want to listen. Okay, let's assume, Jakes, leo hizo nyumba zitengenezwe, maybe zikuje 2026 ama 2025. Okay, Are you trying to tell me the guys in Ekuru Aukot, they will come into those houses? No, because hawezi ingia huyo kwa hiyo nyumba because hawajafikia hiyo criteria. Because they were saying a hustler should remove this amount of money, an employee has to remove this amount of money. So there is no clear structure. So the thing is, they stop building brick airs everywhere. There is no affordable housing. Hii ni pesa inakuliwa. Now, if these people are collecting 5 billion every month, who is the one who is holding that money? A consolidated fund. There is no one. So I'll share you the document for the affordable housing which was passed by Kimani Ichung'wah and the other one which was passed by the House. Jex, there is nowhere I've pointed this point. Haiko kwa hizo haiko kwa hiyo nini, haiko kwa hizo whatever supplements, haiko. But what Watchdog ametuonesha, mumeona ukweli, hakuna nyumba. Hakuna nyumba. Even when Uhuru was saying that their houses which are going to be they are going to be commissioned in each and every county, he never even specified which part of which constituency and which land any itafanywa. Because before you make any house, that land has to be commissioned. Hata ukijaribu kwenda kwa Ministry of Lands kwenda kutafuta ati hapo kwenye wamesema kwa Ekuru kwa jenga, you see that land iko na mtu ama it is given by the squatters. And I remember this, the same Ekuru kwa jenga. I remember, was it 2000 is it 17 or something in 18? There were people who were given titles. So let's know that this thing for affordable housing, it is the Tumbocrats' money. I don't see this nini ikiendelea affordable housing. Ashley, thank you very much for bringing out this. So at least the people from diaspora, they understand what we are saying.
Yes, True TV.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
We can.
Whatever you're playing here is a pure propaganda, and it is sad that this video I can tell, and it is scripted very, very well to portray that Ruto is doing nothing. I want you to go to your Google right now and look at Ekuru Aukot housing by William Ruto that is being done by William Ruto, and look how
sorry, what did you say?
Go to Ekuru Aukot housing and go to Buxton housing project and go to Homa Bay housing projects. Those are projects that are going on, and the structures are already up. So when people come here saying that these things are not happening, they are really happening. This guy, he is selective. He's showing us houses that were demolished a long time ago, that and is not going where the construction site is. So this is a pure propaganda video, just to to kind of bring down Ruto's government and Ruto's policies. And again, just to add on what on what other people have been saying, that this what Stella was trying to say, that this project was not well thought. This project has been well thought. This is something that is informed by data. You can see many Kenyans out there don't have decent housing. Right from when Raila started building the houses in Kibra, that was informed by data. That was informed by a lot of information from Habitat that people need houses. So these houses that Ruto is building is part of the Uhuru's Agenda 4. And saying that people don't really need houses, and you are seeing it for yourself. In fact, the guy carrying out the video is taking us to, this is how you want your country to be portrayed. This is who you are. This is how you want us to look at you in Kenya. This is who you are. You are just that piece of garbage that is being taken up there. Unaonyeshwa this is where we are as a country, but it's not showing you the pictures of the development that is going on. I have told you to Google and find out
the Mukuru site when Ruto was inspecting it in September. And look when this video was produced, then you realize that some of these things are just propaganda by the opposition to portray that the government is doing a bit of nothing, while it's a bit of lies.
Share the link for the Google map, and I'll get someone to do a drone on the Mukuru kwa Jenga by next week. Share the link, Mzalendo. We are waiting.
I'm doing that just for you now, but Mzalendo Equal is having an awesome point. Just one moment. I'll share the photos with you, but we can go on with the conversation as I prepare. You know how these things take 2 or 3 more seconds. Now, both of you guys are saying correctly. This guy did not project the wrong side. He just showed one side of the coin. There is the other side of the coin. And just one moment. I'm almost done. Kidogo too. Oh, okay. Let me do it this way. This will be faster.
You see,
ladies and gentlemen, you'll bear with me.
Hiyo video yake, the houses you're seeing behind there, those are Mukuru houses.
All right, just one moment. Now, these photos I'm about to project, this one is a direct link. Actually, Stella, you're asking for the link. Okay, Google too. What do you call it? Let me show you what I've Googled. Okay, Google Mukuru kwa Jenga. The link is coming, but let me begin with the photos so that I can explain what I've done. Now, this is a local media newspaper. And these are the places that William Ruto has been. This was captured days before Jamhuri Day, where he went to visit.
I have a question. Is Mukuru kwa Njenga the same as Mukuru kwa Ruben?
Jakes, is it Jakes?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the email. You wanted to portray the government as doing no houses. Hizi nyumba ni za Mukuru. Look at now.
This is not starehe. You want the link? Here's the link.
Mimi nimezaliwa Nairobi, najua slum zote Nairobi. Mimi nakwambia hizi ni nyumba za Mukuru kwa Njenga. Wewe ni starehe gani? Starehe ni project ya Uhuru. Hiyo iko. Hiyo inaitwa boma yangu, boma moja.
Ya Uhuru iko Ngara.
Sasa angalia, unajua hiyo ndio sababu mimi na acha tu nikufundishe tafadhali Stella, wacha ufundishwe kama ujui. Phase 1 ya Ngara iliisha. Phase 4 iko starehe inaisha, ni ya Uhuru. Unaelewa? Iko karibu kuisha. Enda make Google your friend. If you don't have information, unaenda hapo unatafuta tu, unaangalia hii project ya na uangalie iko wapi. Yeah.
Mzalendo, all things considered, people should not be living in those tents at this time. If the government is aware that the people living inside deplorable situation, they should put them in hotels. They should have got them alternative housing until those houses are complete. There is no excuse whatsoever that those people are living there at this time.
That's why they need houses. Yeah, that's why they need decent housing. That's what the government is doing. That video you are seeing was done before the housing project started. All right. So the government is moving towards affordable housing for the poor and affordable housing for the middle class, and that is it.
You know what I'm saying? Those structures that they were showing, that video was done yesterday, by the way.
Yeah,
that
by
video.
the Truth Watchdog. That guy.
But what I'm saying, regardless of if they are building, our government, if they can pay a sitting somebody who is also on a pay slip, and they can pay those leaders sitting allowances up to 25,000, they have the capability to house those people elsewhere until they can find housing for them. They should not be living like animals.
Let me ask you, Ashley, this is the issue. Now, those houses zenye mzalendo hapa na Jex wanaoneshana, ebu nikuulize, me and you, are we able to qualify to get on those houses? No. Why? Because there is some people who have already grabbed those houses. Now, wakasema that we are going to get these houses for kufinyilia Wanjiko. So that means these houses zenye zimefanywa, how come sisi wa Kenya, we have not even seen those houses zikiwa commissioned? We have not seen it. Because when I'm sitting here on my end, and I'm
Now,
Cheza video tafadhali, cheza video tafadhali.
There's one inacheza. Now, sorry, Stella, kidogo tu, I have seen the houses being commissioned. Like in Ekuru, I was present in one of the commissioning. That one has happened.
The one for
the houses have been commissioned. Or what are you saying? So that I am able.
The one which was commissioned,
those ones were commissioned by Ruto.
Remember that for Bondeni, ikona case
by William Ruto.
Ikona case kwa koti kwa sababu hizo nyumba haziwezi tengenezwa because wali encroach kwa property ya.
Those houses are complete. What do you mean? What do you mean?
To me, Jake.
The houses are complete.
Listen to me.
The houses are complete.
No problem,
right.
but they went
am.
to court, isn't it? And who is the developer of those houses? It's a certain Muindi Dakasema that these houses, they had encroached and they are having a fight with the guys at Bondeni. Na hizo nyumba hazikuwa zinatakiwa kuwa za affordable housing. It was supposed to be for National Housing Commission. Check those pleadings.
Hiyo suppose umetoa wapi? Hebu tuambie pale ilikuwa supposed kuwa.
You know, here in Ekuru, I can almost narrate it because I
no problem.
I don't like
being... but it is in court. Ebu angalia.
Jex, tafadhali ambiaga watu kweli. Ukipata nafasi ya educate people with the truth.
Just one moment, Mzalendo. Both of you guys are correct. Just a moment. Both you guys are correct. What the guy decided to do, he went on the other side of Mukuru Kwajenga. That portion is still very there. So he's true. It's true what he showcased, and equally what I'm showcasing is equally true. You know, he didn't go he didn't show us the entire area of Mukuru Kwajenga. This is the construction site. And NTV did a nice story over the same. There's a site being developed, and there's the other side that houses were demolished and nothing happened. So both people are saying the truth. The only thing is everyone is saying they have truth. The president said that Mukuru Kwajenga now looks like Ulaya, but people are disapproving his fact that kunaka Ulaya. So that's why they brought that other side of Mukuru Kwajenga. So both of you guys, or rather all of you guys, are saying the same thing. It's only that you're not really going the whole hog of saying that kuna side kuna jengwa na kuna side hakujajengwa. Kuna side watu wanakaa kwa makeshift tent ambazo zinaingisha hadi mvua. That is very true. It's correct. But pia kuna the other side ambapo nyumba zinajengwa na zinakaa very okay, zinakaa smart. But that doesn't qualify hiyo place yote kuambiwa kunakaa Ulaya. That's the bitter truth eventually. But anyway,
so
the jury is still out there.
The guy that brought the video lied people like me who did not know that there was a construction. But still, okay, I'm happy that there is a construction. But I still I'm vexed. And the reason I feel kind of way is because I don't think any of these leaders would like any of their people that they care about living in such deplorable conditions. Because these people pay taxes when they go to buy food.
Zangara ndo easy, Stella. Zangara ndo easy, so that
they
almost look alike. And
you don't need to show.
It is easy to confuse.
The ones which I'm telling you, unaonekana ziko starehe.
Hizi nyumba are they getting to those people from the slums, or are people coming from outside to buy them?
No, these houses, hata zingi. Okay, you see what happened, Ashley? When these guys were moved, they were promised that wakisonga, hizo nyumba zikishatengenezwa, watakuwa placed in those houses. Shock on them, by the time when these houses were being given out, and the time the guys of state housing of department, these houses had already been allocated kwa mabonyenye. So that means hata hizi nyumba wanaonesha si ati ule mwenye alikuwa na kwa slum ako hapo, because unaona hata hizi nyumba it's rent to own. How do you pay 25,000 shillings na ulikuwa unalipanga nyumba ya 7,500? You see, it does not make any economic sense.
And you see, I know some people, I feel some sort of way that some people want to brush this thing under the rug. The problem is when there is such a demarcation between the rich and the poor, the half-net and the half, that is where there is a lot of insecurity. So we need to care, like the guy who was here called Joseph was saying, about the poor. We need to come up with a way of building them houses where we give them free, and then we work on this chronic poverty. We have case managers going into these homes on a home-by-home basis and asking, let me finish, asking, why is this family poor? How can we help them move from poverty and climb up, so that these houses that are being given out for free, this family will be here today, but they are not going to own it generation to generation, that they like they did in the ones in Outer Ring. You know, the ones in Outer Ring were government houses that were given to people, but those people never moved and they have kept leaving them to their. Yeah, that is the problem. But if we build houses like the ones they've built here and they give to those people in the slum, you make someone have some sort of self-esteem, and then you work within the family. There are people who will never stop being poor, but some of them just need a help. They just need a jump start. Help them, go each family and see how can we help you guys move from being poor even to working poor. And then do you need an education? Offer scholarship to those kids. Let them go to school. If it is a parent, they are a young parent, take them to a career.
Okay, let me tell you, Ashley, let me tell you, there was this issue of slum upgrading project, which was done by.
So even this housing levy should have, it should not be a one size fits all. It should be something that is it's specific to each family and to each city and to each village, because what housing needs are there in Nairobi are not the same housing needs that are there in the village. Even though there is a teacher in the village paying a housing levy, they don't need houses built by the government. What they need is the government to give them a mortgage, and then so that they can go and build a house where they live. So it has to be, it cannot be a one size fits all.
Yes, that is why it is called, you look, economists will tell you, you look at the ripple effect of the housing project in future. What will they bring the mortgages down? Is the mortgage that the government is going to ask you to purchase this housing, is it lower than what is being offered in the market? And another thing I wanted to tell you, these houses are meant for the middle class and the poor. The ones in Mukuru Kujenga ni ya watu wale wako huku chini. The ones in Ngara, they were meant for civil servants who are working, who are not for the people who wale wanatoka kwa slum wakuja wanunue. Those houses were bought by civil servants. So when you are yeah.
Mzalendo.
Mimi naona hii mambo ya nyumba, tushamaliza hiyo mambo ya nyumba, turudi kwa chapter nyingine.
Mimi na Ashley hapa tunaweza understand. Ashley, you see, in the 2007 there was this thing called slum upgrading project, the one which was done at Kibera. Now that one was a very good example of affordable housing, where guys from Kibera were moved in the upper side of Kibera. The houses which were built, then they were told, go to those houses, then there's a small fee which you have to be paid. But now this one for affordable housing, it is forcing people to buy a house, or maybe you're being told to be mortgaging that house, but they're not telling you the period when you're going to mortgage that house. So wanakuambia itakuanga rent to own. But when ukikuja
Stella,
hapo unaanza kusema
can I
it's
ask you a
rent to
question
own.
as you go
Ngoja
on?
kidogo mzalendo,
Stella,
sijamaliza.
can I ask you a question?
Sijamaliza.
Yeah, no, it's a question too, alafu endelee.
No,
All right.
wait a minute. I've not finished. If you go to other developers when you're buying a house, they will tell you this is the amount.
You are
for the
finishing
2-bedroom
in
is
this sense.
amount.
Now, Stella, listen, I want to ask you a question. You have said that Kibera, watu walisongesha ndio wakajengewa, correct? Now, the one I'm showing you right now, because some of these things, some of us have very vested interest in them. This is happening in Kibera. Are you aware? This is a link from a friend. It's still in Facebook and in YouTube, and it begins by showing you how Kibera was. This is Kibera. That's what the video begins. It shows you exactly where. Kama unajua Kibera vizuri. Here is where the president amemeet na Sakaja. I'm sure in this video you will see Jalango. These the houses had not begun. This is the module of the same. Then the constructions began. These are some of the houses here. Of course, it's still a module, but let me show you the houses. Some of these are actual houses. These are not modules, actual figures. I have a panelist who come to this show who lives in such house, in one of this house. He was in Kibera, but now lives in such a house. I have had to ask him to send me this. This is a project that was done in Kibera. It's still ongoing. Part of the site is done. So please explain to us so that you finish, because you said you want to finish. How is this possible yet you're saying it's a fraud?
I've not said it's a fraud, Jakes. Please try and listen to me. I came out and I said the plan which it was done in 2007 for Soita Shitanja on how the planning of Hustler getting a house for the slum upgrading project. That is what I've said. I have not said that these things are fraud. Please listen to me. The issue is the government not explaining nicely to wananchi how they can have these houses and what is the plan. And this mortgage, they have to give who are the guys who can mortgage those houses. But we believe the government cannot mortgage the house. They must be a financial institution. If it is a rent to own, it is a rent to own on what period? And this is what I'm saying. Dex, if you go to other developers or you see other people when they are building houses, they will tell you that a 1-bedroom house is going to cost you this and it gives you a period of this time. If you go to even to places like when people are investing to buy off plan, you'll be told that the return on investment it is going to be for 2 years. After that you feel that is your house which is fully owned with you. But this one for the government, they are not giving indication on how long you're going to have that house. So they will be talking about inheritance. Okay, fine. Unakato 6,700 every month. For how long are you going to have that house? And maybe wewe umenunua hiyo nyumba, you started saving that your pesa umeanza kukatwa when you're 30 years old. So how long are you going to get that house? Within 4 years, 5 years? So ukikatwa 6,500 to fikisha 5 million, itakufikishia nini? How many years are going to be there? Please, just try and check the logics. I've said just check the logics and the study and the whatever. And what is the economic value of having those houses? If it is some slum upgrading, fine. But yana nyumba, mtu akimaliza nini aende ushago aachie mtu mwingine. But this one, you people, you're putting like a housing for this house. It's like an investment where the government is not coming clearly. And that's why I'm having an issue with the legal framework of this thing, how the affordable housing can benefit Wanjiko end of the day. So don't look the person who is salaried. Angalia ule mtu mwenye hana salary, ama mama wazi nini, boda kijana. if ulikuwa unajua ulikuwa unaishi nyumba ya 7,000 alafu hizo nyumba zimalizwa kutengeneza alafu unaambiwa ni 25,000, tell me how long are you going to pay for that house for 5 years to qualify to have the 7.5 million for a 2-bedroom house? Someone come out and tell me.
Stella, there is no time the government will give you houses for free.
So there is no answer. Just close the topic.
No, there is a question. There's a question. There is an answer. There is an answer. Do you know how we go about getting this answer? We do have answers. Not that I have answers, but because we have to inform the public. There is how you get these houses. Number one, even if you are abroad, just go to eCitizen and look for Boma Yangu. There, the information is there. Just for a moment. Just for a moment. You see,
I know. The issue is, when are you going to qualify
I've
to get
listened
that
to
house
you.
for
Allow
3
me
million?
to listen. Can we be heard as well? We have heard you. We have said this, and not me. Rather, if you go to, it's good to give the correct info. Any one of us right now, just log into your eCitizen, get the information there. Then from there, let's now debate with the questions that Stella is asking. Because by the end of the day, some of these things, it's always better to have your facts correct before you are disapproved by anyone else. Because by the end of the day, if your figures are there, if your facts are there, then it will really educate the masses who are watching us, because there are many watching us, and this is a very interesting topic. And I would really want us to really polish it and maybe even have it some other time or another day very soon, so that we really come with facts, we come with proper, we articulate properly. Because by the end of the day, as I've said, the truth has two sides. And of course, at times we only lean at half truths, half baked info. And when we are fully baked, I'm sure we'll be able to educate the masses. Because as Ashley said, this is not just any other forum. In here, we want to sensitize our public. We want to really give accurate facts. And Ashley equally said yesterday, it's one thing just to politic. It's one thing just to be negative, to speak. But it's another thing to speak out of facts. It's another thing to speak when you're convinced. And one of the reasons why we think at times with Ashley, she's easy to look for facts. And even when she hasn't found all the facts, she still goes for more. And that's what I want us to do. Let's go for more and more and more. And I love equally what Stella does. Stella equally argues it from the low angle. But when you now bring the political angle, it changes everything else. So let's prepare for this, so that this show can really educate our masses, especially on the housing levy, the truth about it, so that by the time we meet, especially that show that Stella, you're about to do with Leo, we polish that properly. I don't know if I'm making sense, so that we know what we have seen in Ekuru Jenga, what is right, so that to see project something and we end up being what Stella is describing, the very media, that we are not fully polished. I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's what I felt I should say, because we will go on and on about this housing issue. Mzalendo will bring the truth or the false side. Ashley will do. Eventually, our listeners watabaki wamefloat hapo katikati. That's why I had to interject you, Stella, so that to see, yes, the political angle, we can argue and do all that, but also let's come with facts, content that is verifiable, content that we have done our due diligence, correct? But you can go ahead now. I think that one is proper.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Okay. To call a spade, the video that true watchdog have told us, that is the true story on the ground. Because we all agree here.
And he's right. And that's what I said. He's right. Because it is the other side
of the other story. And we all know that when the government, like a president, is going somewhere, there has to be prepared. And the video will see there. And that's why I was saying, you know, when Ruto say that if you go to Mukuru Kwajenga is like Europe, that was Europe for him. Because where he was shown was like Europe. Now, the person who really went to the ground is that watchdog, because he didn't organize that tomorrow I'm coming there, make for everything. Now, that is the ground. I really feel bad, even now that Ruto is the president, with those people, with those Karatasi houses, they are calling their Europe. It's something pathetic. He should even come and apologize to the nation after all this contradiction has come out. Now, the thing here is, with just the houses you have just shown us, and the houses the watchdog have shown us, do you think those people can afford those houses that you have just shown us? And through the watchdog,
you're putting me mnaniweka katikati ya mwiba na mshumari.
No, we are just discussing. We are just discussing.
You know why?
Project ama affordable housing. That is what he's asking.
Yeah, because those are two, you know, how do I put this? These houses have been classified into 3.
Okay.
Right?
Let me just
let me help you, Jay. There is not we need to classify into urgency. If I go to the emergency room today, you have a medical background, and someone else comes, they tell you, we are taking you as you come, walk in. But if someone with a more dire need, emergency comes in, they will go before you. So yes, we are building affordable housing into different levels. But when people are living in deplorable situation, I don't know what their leader is doing. If this is one of the leaders that keep going out of the country and can use that money to buy iron sheep and build some sort of humane dwelling for people. They are not animals. So even though we are building houses,
you are right.
1 minute.
And you're right.
There is a dire need here that they cannot wait. Some of these people will be dead from disease by the time those houses are done. We need to put humanity into what we are doing. There is an urgency.
And the other thing, you see, when these people are acquiring this land, people are being evicted. When they want to build these houses, people are being evicted, and you see the situation on the ground. Now, when you acquire the houses, we are told to go to EI, to go and check there and to apply. Are you seeing where the contradiction is? And this is why we are saying this is robbery with violence. Because these people, they acquire this land for free. They get the people to develop them. Then they sell them to wananchi that are now, like you have just said, that they sell them to parastatals. Not now the people that were at the ground that were chased like dogs when they were building the houses. So we should come together as Kenyans and say where the thing is bad, where the thing is good, is good. I like the Ashley now is seeing light to what I was trying to say, that as much as us now we can come here and talk, there are people, real Kenyans in the ground suffering just because of this government, of their recklessness, and that is what is not good. I think I'm done.
And I'm so sorry, I know there are people who haven't spoken, but I just want to say this quickly, that I feel like our government that looks like Iraq. How can you destroy, and there was no even urgency of doing anything in the land, then even grass has started to grow. So what was it spite that made them come and destroy those houses? Because they didn't even remove everything. This is a place where kids still are. They just came and demolished and left the waste.
No,
they just demolished. and they didn't do
Those
anything
houses
beyond
were
demolishing
demolished
in
in the
2021, 2 years ago.
actually that was demolished by Uhuru's regime. Now,
I'm not trying
I
to put
agree.
blame on Ruto. I'm just saying,
I agree
I'm
with
just
you.
looking at the inhumanity in whoever
Yeah.
demolished. I am not trying to say it is Ruto, by the way. I'm just seeing the hue. You know, at the end of the day, that's why Joseph said, let us not look it is Raila or it's Ruto, ama it's Jubilee or Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. No, at the end of the day, at the essence, it's people. We are talking about, and one of the things that I've noticed with Ruto, he talks about numbers. He looks at Kenyans on statistics. He doesn't look at them as people, as individuals, as breathing human beings. If you look at people as breathing human beings, I think even the policies he's making, he can't say, oh, we can wait and then the economy is going to improve. But how many people may die in the process? If we look at these policies that we are putting, as people who are being impacted, I think the policy is more humane.
Let me ask you something, Ashley. So you see, let me see, Ashley. Let me tell you something.
Hapa moment, wadau simurumie akina Pen Eli mwahurumie.
Watu wako
No,
hapa
you
bwana.
see, no, wacha tu
Ashley
niongeze
Stella,
kile Ashley
Ashley
anasema.
Stella.
Fine, actually, ndio, you've spoken the truth, whoever you have your own whatever. Me, on the place where I'm trying to put my legal capacity here is like, yes, you have done the affordable housing. Yes, it's a good thing. So what happens to the mama mboga who you threw her out so that they have affordable housing ifanywe, where the houses zenye nani truth watchdog alikuwa anaonesha zenye bado zilikuwa na simiti, people were still living there, and that mama mboga was paying that house maybe 3,000 shillings. So does it mean huo mama atarudishwa ndani kwa hiyo affordable housing alipia 5,000 shillings? Because you see, like the cost of materials and everything. Remember also, you need someone to live in that affordable housing akuwe akilipia hiyo rent na hiyo maji. So that means you are seeing these houses, they've been made for mtu mwenye anajiweza lakini haiendei Wanjiko. So you have to check if mama mboga atakuwa kiambiwa akuwe akilipanga 3,500 akuwe a 3 million house, how long is she going to get that house? You see, me, the problem is the period of acquiring that house. That is the issue, where we are not being told.
All right. Mzalendo. But Eli equally hasn't spoken and Nyagaka, but Mzalendo, a minute for you, and then to pay Eli, and then pay Nyagaka.
Yeah, I think there was
hawa jamaa wamenyang'anya nyinyi wote some but nasema imekuwa ka back and forth kidogo, but anyway, let's go on.
Usijali, hapa ni kuambia tu watu ukweli, kuna kuonyesha ukweli wa mambo pale iko, and I wish that whatever people are saying here, you'll play it after 5 years after the housing projects have been complete, and even if you were to walk people back to the slum upgrading program that Raila and Kibaki did in Kibra, that one they will tell you, oh, it was a very, very good thing. But let me tell you, it was informed by data. It was informed by numbers. And it was built by Infosys, and they complained, the Kibara residents complained about it a lot, that they were being wanatolewa kwa manyumba zao. Today, places like Kaloleni, where we have bungalows occupying a very huge place, instead with very few residents staying there, that place could be occupied by more than 5,000 people staying in that particular place. So those places are going to be uplifted, and the mortgage, because people are talking about money, ati watalipa baje hii pesa. If the current bucket is 18% on mortgage, The government is giving you a mortgage of 3%. If you are in the slum upgrading program where nyumba yako imebomolewa kama hao umeona, wanaingia kwa nyumba wanalipa ada kidogo sana, 2,500. I wanted to ask any of these panelists here, wale wanaongea juu, najua wajawahi ishi kwa slum. Unajua rent ya slum ni pesa ngapi?
500.
You don't know. You don't know at all.
What
At
do you
all.
mean? What
Right
do you mean?
now, the current market rate ya nyumba ya slum ni 4,000, 3,000 ndio nyumba ya slum. Wale wanaishi Kibra
So is
wanalipa
everybody
ngiri nne, ngiri tatu.
affording that, Mzalendo? Is
Ngiri nne,
everyone
ngiri
in
tatu.
Mukuru, in whatever, in Mukuru kwa Jenga, in Kibera, in Musango, in Kabiria, are they affording that amount of money? Mzalendo, don't tell us.
Abi, I'm telling you, in Mkuru kwa Njenga usione, there are landlords there. There are landlords there who have built those structures.
Wacha kudanganya watu on live TV. The reason why you are lying.
Wacha kutudanganya hapa Mzalendo. Tunakujua sana.
Hizo sasa, si mulikuwa mlisema kuna nyumba za ngara, mlisema kuna nyumba. Mimi mlisema mimi ni muongo, mkasema kuna nyumba, nikaonyesha nyumba. Sasa hivi tena mnasema
one moment.
Nimeonyesha nyumba za Mukuru. Ni uongo ama ni ukweli? Mnasema mimi ni muongo. Nimeonyesha nyumba za Mukuru.
Kidogo tu Mzalendo, kidogo tu,
anafanya kazi ya kibarua ya mjengo na analipwa 250.
Now, sorry,
my friend, wacha nipigie mtu anaishi Kibra saa hii aingie kwa hii station nawaambia analipa nyumba pesa ngapi.
Wacha kutupatia tutaanza kukuambia tutampa.
Pole, ni mute. I don't do that often. Please, acha nifanye hivi. Mzalendo want to live in charge. Ndio mkifight, mkitake jagila za wenyewe, mtakuwa tu mmebaki wachache, or rather watu mnawezana, so that I can be able to have a small rest and prepare for the next show. Is it okay? Because I've already done 6 hours. I think that's jam kutoka hapa time nikoketi. Mzalendo, go ahead. Stella, kindly piganeni kistaarabu, msipigane sana.
Stella moderate the show because I know Stella atapiga mangua tumgumi hapa. But anyway, Jakes, I think you've done almost 5 hours. Mimi hata be for a very short time, but I'll continue a bit and see while tunaweza fikishana na hii conversation. There's a mic making a lot of noise. There's a mic making a lot of noise in the background.
Nia Stella, nani kimute inaacha nikiasha inarudi. Sijui kwa Stella, we will find a way to have your mic be good. We are almost 5 minutes to 6 hours. But guys, let me take this moment to appreciate wengi ambao mnatutazama. We still have many watching and equally many participating hapo kwa comment section. Allow me to really thank you, Bwana Clavins Kereta. Asante sana. Godfrey Ruto, I see you. Thank you so much for being part of this. I see you, good dear. Asante Penyagaka, who is equally in the show. Asante sana. For Binyawalo and many ambao mnatuma ujumbe. We really appreciate, and just like I've said, we will plan that we have a very informative housing show so that Stella akuje akiwa ameprepare, Jakes akuje akiwa na maswali vizuri, Mzalendo akuje na facts, Ashley akuje na other facts, and then eventually we come tell you exactly what the housing bill, the housing levy is, how you get a house, how you don't get a house, how you mwananchi uta either benefit or not benefit. We'll prepare for that, and we will make sure we announce the day. It will be very soon. It will be very soon, but I'm telling us now that the panelists can really prepare, and that you guys can wait for that awesome day when we have a great conversation. Now, if I leave Amtakuwa na camera, it's only Fred who has his camera on. Kindly, if you can, have your camera on so that it is slightly better for those who watch later on.
Jakes, just a second. Let me get to my computer so that ndio utoke tafadhali.
All right. So, but all the same, let's prepare, let's get our facts so that when we seriously say something, we are certain about it, and we'll try to get some people in the ground. I know 2 or 3, equally those who already have gotten those houses, and then we see how did they get the houses, what procedure did they use, how easy or how difficult was it for them to acquire those houses, and equally find the truth about it, so that we don't, the difference between us and any other person should be the truth. Say the truth, and as Ashley will tell you, that will seriously set you free. All right. Stella, I don't know if you're now good. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't know. Ni earphones unakwanga umeingisha kwa phone or what? Because inaletanga kafani ka scratch
I'm
hivi,
using
but
Safari. I'm using Safari.
tutaangalia vile tutaifanya fanya. You're using Safari.
Yes.
All right. Ni watu wa iPhone ama ni watu wa Oppo? All right, we will see. Oh, fantastic. All right. Penya Gaka, hope you're well, my brother.
Yes, sir. Young man, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Aha.
Vile sikiza vile wanazungumza maneno ya housing ya Kenya, na hiyo ni mzuri sana. Wengi tunajua kwamba nchi kama South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia ziendelea kwa housing kama hiyo. Na hiyo ya Mkuru wa Njenga was shocked kwa sababu ya ile media ya reporting ya Kenya ilikuwa inasema hakuna kitu, na mzalendo akakuja kusema ile ni bogus. Na tunajua wengi wetu tunajua kwamba the media of Kenya is 100% anti-government, anti anything this government ya Ruto inafanya. All they have to do is stay neutral and we can make up our minds. But ile ilikuwa inanishangaza sana kwa sababu how can a full president say something like that, even if it was a stretch that it was like Europe, and then there is nothing that is built vile mtu ya gazeti alikuwa anasema. Lakini thank you very much Mzalendo for pointing that out. Na hiyo ndio I think the truth, because you cannot build the whole place at one time. Ni one side at a time, na mnaendelea kutoka hapo. Na Jake show mzuri, na vijana yetu kina Stella, kina Ashley, they contribute very nicely and very thoughtful ideas, and that is exactly why we come to shows like this to spend our time on it instead of looking at the media ya zingine. Hivyo ni kusema kwamba let us continue doing what we're doing. You go rest, unatuacha na mkono mzuri kwa mzalendo. Sisi tutaendelea tu kusikiza, na tukitaka kuzungumza tutazungumza, lakini vile unajua mimi mtu ya UDA, what I say is that we are doing the best we could so that at the 2027 we could be voted in. But if we were voted out, we will stay out and talk. Ututaenda maandamano. This is completely useless ideas ya maandamano ambayo, yes, it's in the constitution, but it has to be specific reasons why you want maandamano. To have a specific reason that Ruto must go and he just won the election, my friend, I don't want to use the bad words, but hiyo ni kitu inatushangaza sana. So Jakes, we're going to pumzika kidogo. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I want to ask you still a question, even as Mzalendo and the rest are coming back. Let me ask you this. These houses that are being constructed, it's an issue that we need to have sobriety when we're discussing it, because by the end of the day, even if your baby is dirty, you don't throw away the baby and the bath water. What can we do right? What policies need to come into place? What are the changes in this levy, or rather in the law that was passed, so that, because we agree, all of us agree that we need houses. All of us are in sync that these houses need to be constructed because we cannot have Kenyans living in such deplorable state and we are comfortable. We cannot. So what can we do? Because by the day, it's one thing to politic and disabuse the government and all that. There's another thing to do the right thing, because that mama who is sheltering his children in such a makeshift tent, it's so sad. So what can we do? Because by the end of the day, it's one thing to criticize and to have different opinions, but we equally ought to have a solution. What can be done? What in the law can be done? What in the practice of either getting the taxes or the levy or whatever, what can we do to get it right so that we have houses? Because we need houses. What can be done?
Yes, here the debate about you cannot come up with an answer the same day. Really, at least they have started. So it should be a debate on who is qualified to get the house. Vile wengine wamesema hapo, you go to EC, same nini nini. If those are there available, let us go from there. Who's hii mashamba ambayo kama huku Kakamega rua nyumba ya huyu nani Rai, ni land ambayo ilinyakuliwa in a wrong way, and all these houses mahali wanatengeneza, they have been given the people the warning to vacate, and then they don't vacate. Then when it is kama huko Ukambani, when they go there and do away with their shiny houses, then the people complain. But hiyo question ambao umeuliza ni mzuri sana, but it should not be a hurried quick answer. It should be deliberate and takes time to come up with a very good idea. Well, Mabu, this is not something that just started yesterday. It was started a long time ago, and we have to follow the best methods of having the individuals get the houses.
All right.
It's a work in progress.
Stella, how would you look at the issue?
My issue here, yes, I'm not against affordable housing. The issue here is the framework and the policy, how this thing of the affordable housing, which the Kenya Kwanza was saying that they'll have to cater first to the hustlers. Now, they never came up with a clear indication how these houses can be acquired and what is the criteria of the qualification of these houses. So the government is quiet about it. Our MPs are quiet about it. So that means there's something they are hiding under the carpet. So now, if these houses sahi zishamalizwa kutengenezwa, let's wait for, let's say, we're in 2024. Let's assume in June wenye wataingia. Are you going to tell me that ule mama mboga mwenye aliambiwa asonge, hiyo nyumba atapatiwa? Ama hii nyumba itapatiwa someone who is salaried? And the person who is salaried, ile pesa anakatwa, how does he qualify to get that number? I mean, how to get that house? I remember the other time Huinga was saying that qualifying to get that house, it goes like a lottery, which guys, as Kenyans, were like the salaried people. Unanikata pesa yangu uende ucheze nayo karata ndio ujue kama nitapata nyumba. Another thing, remember when you're being told that unakatwa the 3% from your gross. Now, hesabu 3% from the person mwenye ana earn 50,000 shillings. How much? I mean 1.5. How much is that? It's around 1,600. Then you add for the employer. Then you are told that house, if you need it for 3 million, 1 bedroom, it's a 3 million. A 2 bedroom, maybe it's 5 million. 3 bedroom is 7.5 million. Remember, Jakes, when you're getting employed, you have a life to live end of the day. So if the person who's going to qualify for a house of a 3 bedroom and has a family, the issue is the person who is salaried, who let's assume is earning 50,000 shillings. What happens ikifika the time he's supposed to retire, or he's fired, or he dies? What happened if the spouse cannot afford? Are you going to throw that person out? Now that is the issue. I'm having the issue with the legal policy and the framework of this thing. Because if you want to house someone, you need to make that person is comfortable end of the day. And these houses, when they are saying that if you can able to afford and buy them, but now the problem is they're not giving the criteria on how I can acquire that house and how if that house, if I'm going to have a sectional title, and what are my rights as a tenant there or as a person who has have bought the house there. So there is an issue here, Jakes. Me, my issue is the policy and the framework how this thing was done. This thing they never thought about it. Wangeacha venye National Housing Commission the National Housing Commission walikuwa nafanya, like the one at Nyayo House. Nyayo Estate, like the one for NSSF in South B. There is NSHIF in the one in High Rise, where if you're a civil servant or anyone who wants to purchase that house, you're being told this is the amount of the percentage to toy, the rest of it is mortgage, or you can get a financier to help you the financier to help you to mortgage that house till a period of 5 years or 10 years. So after that, that house is yours. But now the one for this affordable housing, they're telling us you can either rent to own or you rent it. Then you, after that, you can, within 7 years, if you're not qualified, you can give someone else. You see, it does not come clearly. Jax, I'll share with you the affordable housing, the 2 bills which were passed. No one has talked about the financing or mortgaging of those affordable housing. This is the problem. Haiendei hustler, inaendea a salaried person. Kimani Ichung'wah the other day said that even the Mama Mboga is also supposed to be paying the 3% of their housing fund, which is around 750 shillings. The 750 shillings, akilipa within the period of 3 years, itafika hata hiyo nini 3 billion ya 1 bedroom. That is the issue, Jakes. The thing is here is the legal policy. There is no framework and there is no policy of getting this affordable housing. The only way of getting this affordable housing, like the one for Ngara and Buxton, wote ni mabwanyenye wamechukua and they are renting. You'd see someone has bought an entire 4-5 floors, alafu anaokota rent, yeah, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000. What happened to me? I'm supposed to be paying the ground rent. Yeah, nini. I'm supposed to pay kanjo. I pay steamer. Okay, fine. I'm not saying that utilities it's supposed to be done, but the thing is the responsibility of those mabonyenye wakichukua. Alafu another thing, Jake, utaangalia aje, what will be happening with the management? Itakaa kama slum ama kutakuwa na a management itakuwa ikimaintain that place? That is my issue. My issue is the policy and the legal framework. It was not thought about it.
All right. Beautiful. I don't know if Mzalendo is coming back, but I think we should call it a wrap, right? What do you think, guys?
It's okay.
But it's already 4:20. I don't know if Stella, you are able to push Kidogo and Nyagaka and Ashley. I think they're coming back as well. Elip here. But all the same, I know this is a matter that Ayezisha size. It's an interesting topic, and I don't know why kukonaweka tena. Kika ni mzalendo ama ni nani? All right. Now, we will definitely prepare for this show properly, especially Mzalendo. We need to really prepare for that housing story so that we can have the truth and really explain to the masses who watch us what really this housing issue is. So that before we even really say we don't want it or we want it, we talk from a level of truth. What do you think?
You've seen a lot of misinformation and a lot of rumors being peddled around on the issue of housing. Housing is one of the most important factors in our well-being. When you get employed or when you first get your first job, the first thing you think about is not even after getting your salary is a house. So this issue, we should appreciate it because Kenya is doing one of the things that many presidents have failed to do for their people. Having affordable housing will bring the cost of rent down. The ripple effect is good for the economy. And for the people who are in the informal sector, people who are doing construction, people who are doing supplies and all that, the people who have got hardwares and all that, they will get a lot of business when this project finally kicks off in many counties that they are going to happen. But you see, the problem is we have people who are fighting the government agenda, and it is their right and it is within their constitution. But when does the judiciary? When is it right for the judiciary to stop a project that is going to be beneficial to the people? For example, you need water in the slums. Slum upgrading is not just about housing; it's about water, it's about sanitation. It's a lot. It's a lot of things going on. People just look at it like housing. Wanapewa manyumba, wanafanya manini. Hawa jamaa wanakunya, wanatupa mavi flying all over. Well, people who are complaining a lot are people who are living in decent housing. But the people in the slums, I wish you could play a video of those slum dwellers who are demonstrating that they need houses. Then you come on the screen and say they don't need houses. So what are you saying? They need those houses ASAP, as soon as possible, because first, they will have some good shelter. Secondly, those housing, they don't just come with just houses. They come with some of them come with the nursery schools in them. Some of them come with business complexes in them. Some of them come with playgrounds that we don't have in the normal estates. Coming to argue on the screen here are just misinformed. When I told them that the housing is going on in Mukuru, first, when we played that video, people wonder if we had gone like that, then people would be like, yes, kumbe hii kitu ni porojo tu, and we would agree with their point of view. But again, the government is doing an enormous project. A project was 20 billion in the country that will turn around the economy. When Ruto finishes his term, I am sure Stella will be passing by and saying, I really disputed those houses. They should have come down during my time, but Ruto managed to survive. So this is something that we should embrace. Tom Boyer's houses are still up to today. People in California, they got a payment system. It is working, although the units were very few. But people in California, those houses you see in California, a place called Calif, those houses were built by Tom Boyer. Yeah, up to today they are there. You see, houses like Umoja Estate, I keep on repeating it here. Those are government schemes in cooperation with the developers and the international community to come up with affordable housing. I mean, we Kenyans have a problem. I saw that the people have a problem. This is one of the only projects, even if you don't support Ruto in anything, but this is something that you need to support because everybody needs a good shelter. Today, even with your decent salary, buying a piece of land in Kenya is unaffordable. Why? It's unaffordable because it's only meant for a few rich individuals who can afford a house. When the government is telling you that the mortgage will be 3%, mnasema hiyo ni porojo. When it's telling you that NHIF you are paying 500, we want to make it 300 and it is 300, bado mnasema ni porojo. When the same government is telling you go now to NHIF na ukate usikie ni 300, bado unasema ni porojo. So when is the government saying the truth? So at least there is something. Hata kama mtu ni mbaya zaidi mbaaje ama mnamchukia namna gani, kuna saa zile anasema ukweli, and hiyo ukweli ndio lazima tuzingatie kidogo kama Wakenya, tuangalie ni saa ngapi. Ruto cannot be perfect. There is no perfect human being. Even Stella, you're not perfect. If you're not, myself, I am not. Lazima kukuwa na kitu mtu anapinga juu ya mzalendo. And a lot, maybe because of my political stand. But you see, this is what I believe in. This is what I see. This is the kind of projections that I want in my country. I want to see decent housing coming up. I want to see healthcare coming down, because some of us receive a lot of calls to support people, people who are not, people who are disadvantaged, to support on medical bills and things like that. So these are some of the things that you need to support. And even if you are not supporting, you need to come up with a solution. Give me what you think is a solution, not just words. Give me what you think is a solution to the housing problem. Give me what you think is a solution to the cost of living. Not every day, each and every single day, unakuja unasema, Ruto ni mbaya, Ruto akwende, Ruto atolewe. Then, akishatolewa tulitoa Kibaki, tukaweka Uhuru pia alikuwa mbaya tu. Tukaweka Ruto sasa ndio mbaya zaidi. Hao wengine wote walikuwa wabaya tu kidogo. So Wakenya, we have a problem. The problem starts with me and you. The people who wake up in the morning, cast their votes on tribal lines, cast their votes because of they believe in a political party, but not on policy. That is the biggest problem. So we have a problem. Thank you.
All right. Now, at least from the submit, now you can be able to moderate the show. You have given your submissions. Domi, karibu sana. I'm sure Mzalendo is happy to see you, and equally our guys at the comment section. But guys, I leave you in the able hands of Mzalendo. The link is there. Kuingia kwa show ni kutumia hiyo link. Inakutuma kwa StreamYard. Ukifika StreamYard, make sure umeasha mic, umeasha camera, andika jina. At least hawa wako kwa studio wameandika majina yenye wanajulikana, na hata kama sio rasmi, but at least have a name, and then you click enter, unajikuta kwa show. But thank you very, very much. We're not ending. It continues from here. Maybe hata inaweza shikanisho na ya asubuhi. I will make some plans with akina Leo so that after you guys are through, the next show should be ready. So, but anyway, thank you very much for always keeping it Africa 24. Kindly consider subscribing to Africa 24, and above all, please follow us on all our platforms and make this conversation go on and on. Subscribe, like all our videos, and equally follow us closely to see what we air every single evening. Tonight, we discussed what Omutata said, and that's what these able panelists are doing. I leave you on the hands, or rather in the hands of Mzalendo, in the beautiful hands of Stella, in the mighty hands of Nyagaka, and of course, with the able hands of Domi. Hawa jamaa watalikalia hilo swala vizuri, and you will be well entertained. Thank you very much. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. I just sign out, but the program continues. Thank you. God bless you. Situonaneni. All right. Mzalendo, take it home.
Mzalendo. Oi more wadwa.
Oi more enya bwana. Koro.
Sasa. Azima ber.
Endeleni na lugha ya taifa.
Hiyo lugha ya taifa bwana. Azima bera inya. Adwara mwadho mora. Sasa wacha nikuulize, are the housing projects all over the counties, or they started with particular counties in Nairobi, nini? Is it all over the counties though?
In most counties, not all the counties, but in most counties there's a project going on, and in most counties there's a project going on. There is one going on in Homa Bay. There's one going on in Machakos. I think there is another one going on in In Mombasa, in Mombasa there is something going on. Nairobi, as usual. Kunayo, Nakuru. Jex has told you that he has been part of what is going on in Nakuru. Jex has told you he has been part of what is going on. The housing project that is going on in Nakuru. So it's selective. It is selective. It is in a few counties, but I think that was informed also by demand of the housing. It is not just something that was haphazard. I think there is nothing going on in Marsabit. I've not heard of anything going on in Northeastern. So I'm only talking about the information I have on the few counties that I have seen something happening. Homa Bay, of course, have seen Ruto doing something. Yeah. I hope I have answered your question. Mr. Penn, you left the studio. So we are left here with Stella, the one and only. Stella, I wish your camera could come on. Stella, how are you? How have you been? Stella. Stella.
Mike.
Hmm? Oh, Penn, you're back. Okay. Mike, Stella, how are you?
I'm fine.
Hey, you are so polite, eh? Kwa nini sasa umekuwa polite hivyo na ulikuwa hapa, eh? Breathing a lot of fire.
Unadanganya watu nyumba ya Islam ni ngapi?
Nyumba ya Islam ni in fact ni 4,000 kwenda 5,000 kwenda chini. Haiwezi pita 2,500 kama ni chini kabisa. Hiyo ni nyumba ya karatasi. So wewe unadhani ni pesa ngapi? Hebu niambie wewe unadhani ni pesa ngapi? Nakupatia figures.
No, wait a minute. Mtu wa mjengo.
I heard somebody saying ati nyumba ni 500. Kenya nyumba ilikuwa 500 ili mwaka gani? Slum ikakuwa 500.
Ziko.
Hakuna, there's nothing like that. Now kuacheni propaganda mingi. Sometimes kaeni na ukweli. Nyumba haiwezi kuwa 500. Kama stima yenyewe toka ndio 500, nyumba itakuwaje 500?
Hiyo haina stima.
Nyumba za slums ziko na stima, imevurutwa, imeibwa kutoka kwa Kenya Power.
Hapana, unataka koroboi. Zile nyumba za 4,500 ni hizi nyumba ukikuja karibu na barabara ama hizi zenye ziko karibu na slum kama Kabaserian. So you, when you're saying that the houses, the cheapest one is 4,500, let's get the logic.
Bwana, mimi nakwambia nimelipia watu wengi sana nyumba na nakwambia ni ukweli. Hiyo kitu nakwambia.
Sikiza, kama ni wewe mtu wa kibarua.
Nani anakuambia watu wa slum ndio uishi kwa watu wanaishi slum wanafanya kibarua? People who live in this slum area, some of them work in government. Who told you that they only work in the informal sector?
Government, and you're given housing allowance. Which decent housing would you live? Si utaka kwa nyumba ya single yenye unalipa 10,000.
Wewe, housing allowance ya serikali ni pesa ngapi? Tuanzie hapo. No. Jibu tu swali, housing allowance ya serikali ya mtu wa kawaida ni pesa ngapi?
Listen to me, Mzalendo.
No. I want you to answer that. Housing allowance ya serikali ni kama pesa ngapi?
Listen to me. That's why I'm giving you whatever.
Okay, I'm listening, Stella.
Listen. If you have someone mwenye anafanya kazi kwa government and has a payslip, let's take the person who's the lowest earner of a payslip in government. Maybe he's getting 50,000 shillings. Remove the tax, pay as you want.
Did you say the lowest? Did you say the lowest?
I said the lowest is 50,000.
The lowest person in government earns 50,000.
Mimi ndio ninakwambia. I've not touched the parastatal. I've not touched.
Okay. I want somebody. I believe in the panelist. Somebody can verify this information. Do you think that the lowest person in the Kenyan government earns 50,000. Askari jela anahana shilingi alufu hamsini.
Listen
Stella,
to me.
please.
I know where you're
Tusamee
jumping.
kidogo hapo.
I'm giving you an example.
Yes.
Unaelewa? If someone
okay.
is earning 50,000 shillings, listen to me. That is gross. Listen, that is gross.
Yes.
You have to deduct the statutory deduction. You remain with how much? You remain with around how much? You remain with around 43,000 shillings. Then deduct from the housing allowance, depending on the house unaenda kama it is a single one, unakatwa 6,000 shillings. You remain with 30,000 shillings, isn't it? Out of the 30,000 shillings, remove your personal relief of 2,300 and your contribution for the circle, or maybe if there is an insurance which you're being paid to. Unaenda nyumbani na pesa ngapi? Unaenda nyumbani na almost 25,000 shillings. Mzalendo, if that amount of money na wewe umepatio nyumba ya 6,000, a 6,000 will give you a single room at a place where it is worth mali kama kunaitangwaje, mali kama Kibera, mali kama Makina, ama mahali kama Kisumu ndogo, or mahali kama Kabiria, or or Kachiwekera. I'm giving you an example. So, Mzalendo, if right now you're telling me mtu mwenye ana earn 50,000 shillings akato 1.5 ya affordable housing, and let's assume this money na kuko na housing allowance na akatwe the other statutory deduction, do you know how much this person nyumbani anaenda na pesa ngapi? He goes with less than the amount which he was getting 2 years or 3 years ago. So it does not make any sense, Mzalendo. Unakatwa hiyo pesa alafu unaambiwa hiyo nyumba ya 3 bedroom utakuwa umepata na 5 million shillings. So hiyo pesa ukikatwa ya 1.5, it will take you how many years to complete the 5 million? Please calculate. How much will you get? It will take you 100
You are right.
money. So,
Stella, you are so right. I agree with you. I agree with you up to the calculations. Yeah.
Unit having issues and the GSU. That's why you're seeing people like in the state corporation, like people at the Ministry of Lands, Ministry of any other ministry, they provide their staff with houses. Where we are not disputing, they can be provided with the houses, with their ministries. But the problem when it is coming into the affordable housing, and I've repeated and I've said, the policy, it is not coming as me as Wanjiko to understand why should I pay amount of this amount of money, yet I'm not guaranteed to get that house. That is the problem, Mzalendo, because if I go, let's say that I've seen a house inatengenezwa na watu servo developers, I'll go to the developer and I say, how much is this house? This house will tell you, because you need the house and off plan, and maybe it is a 2-bedroom, it is going to come from, it is about 6 million shillings, and it will take a period of 5 years. By that time, I go get a mortgage in the bank. So the only mortgage I can afford to pay is 15,000 every month. Then the bank will tell me, we'll mortgage you for you this amount, but hii ingine enda utafute. In the period of 5 years to 6 years in Kimaliza, that house is mine, and I'm given the title which is mine. And that's why the government is not clear about the affordable housing. Mzalendo tujasema affordable housing si mzuri. The shida ni, has it come at the right time? Are people given the right framework? What happens with akina mama mboga, vijana wa bodaboda, ndio wanataka affordable housing, but what is their capability ya kulipa? Wanaweza lipa 4,000 ama walipe 5,000 ama 15,000. Mzalendo, that is the issue with affordable housing. That is the issue. Because if I ask you, Mzalendo, right now, if you come a place like Kasarani, you go a place like Ongatarongai, Nanini, there are a lot of developers wanatengeneza nyumba, and young people when you wametoka university and they're getting into the job market, within 6 years they have their own houses, they're homeowners. Why is so different the one for affordable housing? You tell me. Why is it? Because there is no proper policy and legal framework. That's why I'm saying, Zalendo, if people like police, kitu Kenya nani Ruto angeanza, affordable housing angeanza na watu wadogo, akina mama mboga, aanzane na boda. Wale watu walikuwa wametolewa mkuu kwa jenga, wafanyiwe venye walifanyiwa nini, wafanyiwe venye walifanyiwa nini, Ngara. Nyie ndeni kuko na this amount of token, mkae, hizi nyumba zikishamalizika kutengeneza muingie, lakini mtakuwa mkilipa pesa kidogo kidogo hivi. Siku yako ikishaisha ama nini, urudi ushambani, mtu mwingine aingie. But wao wanakuja wakiongea maneno ya kuinherit. No one is interested to inherit. What about if I have one child, then I end the US, ama I end the UK, alafu then me, I grow old, then I go home and go and rest till my sunset days. What happens? That hiyo pesa yenye nalipa, najua itaenda kwa government. But ile kuniambia nilipe, then I'm not qualified. That is the issue which people are not getting, why the government is not giving proper legal framework. So umeangalia point yangu. So a government person is earning how much? Is earning 50,000. Let's come to personal and private business, especially for security people. Maaskari, na tusiongee G4S. Let's say a G4S askari or a security askari, maybe gross yake ni 30,000 shillings. Nyumbani ataenda na 18,000 shillings. Kuna wengine mpaka wamelipa maaskari and they don't want to put these people on payroll, or they avoid not to pay payee. They are paid 15,000 to 10,000 shillings. Mzalendo, mtu kama huyo atasaidika aje na affordable housing? Atasaidika aje? Yeah, Mzalendo, I'm asking you. The person who's earning 10,000, 15,000, how is he going to benefit from affordable housing? And that's the gross.
Stella, Asante, thank you for the question. And again, you brought a very important issue that somebody who is earning very, very little, how are they going to benefit from the affordable scheme that Ruto is selling? Now, you need to understand that these houses have got categories. There are social housing category that are between 1 to 2 bedroom houses that are going for I think they're going for 840,000 thereabout, and the other one is going for about 1.3 million for 2 bedroom. The one for 3 bedrooms is going for 1.7, as I was reading. A studio is going for 960,000, and it goes on. There are others which are going for 6 million, 4 million, and you wanted to calculate the monthly payments. The monthly payments range between 3,200 to close to how much? To 6,000 or 12,000 thereabout. I'm not sure, to 31,000, 41,000 huko ma 50,000. Hizo ndio figures niliona mahali. I'm floating these figures for you to understand that even if you are going into these houses, I know that you never used to have power, just as you mentioned, au kukuwa na stima, just as you mentioned. Then sasa utakuwa na stima, au kukuwa na maji, which you are paying for in the slums, but now you have tap water in the slums. You didn't have access roads, now you have access roads. Did you need clean water? Because you're always asking a question where did we need, when you ask about houses, then you should also do those people need water? Place it first, start with water. Do they need water? Yes, they need water. Yeah, but when you put the housing first and not putting the water, then you miss the point. These houses are complete with water, they're complete with electricity, of which these other guys were paying for. So today, they'll walk into a house, pay a mortgage of 2,500, from whatever period. If the nyumba ni 1 million, and I'm being told to pay to 3,000, I can look for 1 million and pay for 1 million and niwache kulipa hiyo nyumba. So why are you asking that for how long? If I know that niko na deni ya nyumba, nimebakisha 500,000, 600,000 nyumba ikuwe yangu, I can rent it out. I can rent that house at a higher price and look for a house elsewhere, and and I still own it. Who tells you that when I get these houses, I must live in them? I can go decide and go and live in the village and still rent that house, and it becomes part of my income. You are not looking at it holistically. You're looking at it from a narrow point of view. So look at this thing as a beneficial in so many ways. And that way you might be able to understand why the government is really insisting on affordable housing. Then the next phase of government is really insisting on industrialization. So these are some of the agendas I saw in Uhuru Ruto's government that were good for the people, that were well informed and well structured. The issue of policy, we might have got it wrong, but there are things that can be polished, but we can't scrap the housing project because of a policy issue. I hope you understood me.
Let me ask you. You're saying I'm not disputing about the housing. The issue is the policy issue. You say that if I get a studio for 8,040, remember that is a category which is
840,000.
Yes, that's a studio.
That's a studio.
That's a bed sitter.
Yeah, now, that's a bed sitter.
Uko na hustler. Listen, uko na hustler. Maybe atafute 1 million mahali huku na pale. Okay, achukue rent. The issue is the government not telling us, if I buy that house fully paid, am I going to get the ownership? Still that house will remain under the government scheme?
That's where a lawyer like you comes in. When you buy a property, do you own it or the government still owns it?
If you buy a property, you have two ways of buying a property. You either go through a JV or you buy a property which is fully yours, where you have a title or you have a sectional title. But this one for the affordable housing, once I get and I pay the fully amount of that 840 plus other statutory costs, that house, I'm not going to be given the title. It's still under a government scheme. Aitanipatia a full pledge as Stella. It's not going to give me that. Now that is the issue. What we are saying. Fine, no problem, mzalendo. If hata ukienda ununue apartment in other places, they will tell you, go have it financed, ama you fully pay. Once you fully pay, then the ownership is transferred to you to be 100% or maybe 70%, and the 30% remains to the management. And this is what the government is not coming clear about it. So that is the issue. So hakuna haja mimi hustler nikuje ninunue nyumba ya 3 million, alafu yet that hiyo nyumba ya 3 million I cannot have fully ownership. I need to have a full ownership. Yes, if you give me full ownership, I'll be paying the ground rent, I'll be paying the kanjo, I'll be paying the management for using the utilities. But now the issue is wanasema rent to own. They never came out to kutuambia how do you qualify to have a rent to own, and yet you have paid the fully purchase of that unit. Then another discrepancy zenye tuliona, the people who are building those houses, end of the day kuko na developer. A developer, the government watakuja waseme it is 840. Developer atasema, ataenda ambia government, we cannot charge 840 because the cost of materials iliendaga juu na cost of labor iliendaga juu. So itaenda 1 million. Unaona hapa sasa ndio kuna conflict of interest because you never know what comes to forgo, because what we were given in the green book, it is not going to be the way it's supposed to be in reality. Remember also these government houses, you cannot even have a security ama uende uchukue nayo a bank loan because watakwambia hii title hapana, since ni a government we cannot secure you with a bank loan. Now that is the issue. Those are the questions which you were really asking for the hustler.
Stella, why I like some of the points that you raised, because the point that you raised are point of information, and here I'll give you the information that you want to hear. These government houses will be paid for a period of 25 years. 25 years, and it will be they called it what? They called it TPS something, title purchase scheme. Yeah, something like that. Title purchase scheme, whereby if you default in this particular payment for this period that you'll be in contract with the government can repossess the house. So if you're asking that will the people of Kenya own these houses once they enter into an agreement with the government, the answer is yes. The government will give you a title once you complete your payment after 25 years. If you do it earlier enough, or maybe 5 years, then you'll get the full ownership of that particular house with a title, and there will be nothing that you will be paying apart from the rates that for the county government where you are. So that I hope that answers your question.
No, okay. What you're not getting, Mzalendo, fine, you have said that
No,
TPS is for 20.
you asked.
Goja.
The question you asked, I hope I answered it, because you asked me, you asked about the duration. I gave you the duration is 25 years. You asked about the title. I told you the title you'll be given once you complete the purchase. If you default, the government will repossess their house. Where did I not answer your question?
No, listen to me. Hapo kwa nini kwa title, it has not even come clear. Also with the guys of the Ministry of Lands of how a government would transfer the property to an individual. Unaelewa? So you need to be given a sectional title. Remember, in other projects kama hizi private owned, where people are bringing up apartments and what. The people, if you buy that house as an off plan, you're given from a JV, it is transferred to you to the full ownership. And kama sio hivyo, if the like you Mzalendo, you tengeneza like 10 flats, then that land is yours and you have fully paid for that project. It has to come from Mzalendo to me as Stella. But remember this one, the land which the government has purchased, it is a county. So that means the county has to give the government, then the government has to come to you. Now, it happened to kukona shida. How does the government release such many rights to the property owner? That is the problem, what we are having here. Now, you have said about the issue of the TPS. Let's assume the person who's earning maybe like 20,000 shillings, maybe take home anapeleka 18,000 shillings. Atoe 3,200 every month times 5 years. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? Ama 3,200.
3,200 calculator. 3,200 per month.
Yes, times 12 months ni ngapi?
How many months are you? How many months?
No, let's start with 1 year. It's 12 months.
It's 12 months. That is 38,400.
38,400. So calculate that money for 25 years for each 12 months. Kama itafika hiyo pesa. Alafu umesahau times
Tumesema ni
25 years.
38,000 times
times
25 years.
Yes.
38,000
5 years.
times 25 years. Yeah, in 950,000. So why is the problem?
Wait, Nzalendo. Now, 950,000. Remember, nini inaitwaje? Remember, there's a nini return of investment. So, the person mwenye anakuuzia hiyo nyumba lazima apate interest yake. Then calculate calculate your interest. Ukihesabu hiyo interest, end of the day ujue maisha inapandaga. So how you left 1,000 shillings in 2000 itakuwa the same in 2039 ama in 2040.
Okay.
That means the rate of the house.
Stella, uliwahi sikia kuna kampuni ilikuwa inaitwa ART? I don't know whether it's still there. ART, African Retail Traders.
Yeah, I know they used to sell whatever. They used to sell household equipments.
Why do you think the government? Why do you think that their biggest customers were people working in the civil service?
Because they were given credit period. So credit period they were being given is like if you go get a cooker and maybe a cooker was 6,000.
Yes.
You are being given a credit. You qualify, you get a credit.
You are paying more for a longer period of time for something that you cannot afford. All right?
No,
for something that you cannot afford, you are paying less for something that you cannot afford. So ulikuwa unalipa pesa kidogo, lakini kwa muda mrefu kwa kitu ile huwezi afford. That is why ART was there. So ulipata radio ya Sanyo, radio ya Sony, unaenda hapo unaona hii ndio nataka, unaenda kama wale wanaweza nunua cash, they were buying them cash because there was a price for those who can buy it cash and those who can buy it in the long through a retail purchase. That's scheme.
True.
That is the same way these houses are working. So
not being pragmatic because I'm trying to give you in a way, after when you're paying this house, when you're paying for this affordable housing, by the time you're clearing this payment, utaona hiyo land enye unalipia rate inaenda juu, inashinda ikiescalate. But remember, you cannot remain paying the same amount because obviously the lazima waongeze interest on it. Are you getting me? Then you have to check the risk factors just in case you lose a job or you lose a spouse who was a breadwinner, or at times you get incapacitated. You see, now hizo ndo vitu tunaangalianga. You see like people like when you go to you have a loan at the bank. These are the things mpaka wanakuambianga aje. You have to make sure that you take an insurance or you get something which can able to secure your loan so that you don't suffer. But the problem is the government is not telling you. There are so many flaws, Mzalendo, when we are reading this document. There are so many flaws. Because hata ukiona even the guys who are buying houses in whatever, in joint ventures, ama these developers, there are things which even this developer may point out. They don't even tell that you can secure that house with an insurance. With an insurance, you only pay a small amount, but the government is not telling you that.
I mean, those are your options. The government is out to make money also, so it will not give you alternatives. It will only...
So me as a hustler is like I'm just there to get that house to make the. I need someone who can make me that I feel that I'm comfortable in that house when I'm buying, so that when my son is inheriting or my daughter is inheriting, they're not going to have issues. And this is the problem when the government is not trying to give you ownership. That is the issue here.
Yeah, you know, I don't know why you are still insisting that the government is not going to give you ownership, even despite me telling you that that you own the houses after 25 years. You're still insisting that you not get ownership.
Bill, and I'll share with you. Just text me or whatever. I share with you that bill, the one which was passed in September, and the one for Keman Gishungwa for the one for November. It is not putting clear policy on how you're supposed to be a full owner of that house. Yes.
Oh, it is not. But anyway, you know, when this thing started, there was a lot of. I think they didn't get it right. That one is a fact. But as they moved forward, they've really tried to polish what they want to, what they intend to do with the housing. So many queries have been raised. The amount that was initially there, Ruto had to revise it because there was a lot of outcry. Initially, it was the amount, but now it was reduced to an affordable rate that they agreed upon. So whenever there's some good thing coming, Waswahili wanasema mahali kuna matunda mzuri ndio kuna tutua mawe, unaona. So hii ndio matunda ianguke, lazima urushe tu mawe hizo, mnarusha ndio watu wapate matunda. So hii mambo yote ya housing hiyo unajaribu kusema ni ukweli, lakini uzuri wake ni ile kitu ile ya muhimu, like the good outweighs the bad. What you're saying is bad about it is so limited, but the general good of the housing program that Ruto is trying to bring up is bigger than what you are complaining about. Yeah, so it will go on, but you'll see the ripple effect after so many years, when you see that trickling down to the economy, when you see that now wale watu najaribu kuwatetea kama hustlers can afford housing because nyumba ziko, and the landlords now have to have competitive rents. They can today tell if you build a house utaicharge vile unataka, because that is what the law is, and hakuna mtu atakuuliza because renting is not regulated in Kenya. So hii mambo ya manyumba italeta bei ya nyumba chini kabisa. After some time, maybe 10 years, bei za nyumba zitaenda chini, bei ya ardhi itaenda chini. All these developers that each and every day you see them on TV, you see them on YouTube, you see them everywhere. They are advertising because there's a need. There's a need for housing in Kenya. People are looking for properties to buy. People don't want to rent. But the government has come up with a scheme that is affordable for the citizen, and that is a good thing. Hey, Mburu, I see you. Karibu sana, and tusalimie. Yeah.
Yes. How are you, Mr. Mzalendo?
I'm doing fine. Stella usiende, goja.
Mr. Mzalendo, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mr. Mburu. How have you been?
I'm grateful. I'm doing well. I'm grateful to see you in the studio today. And Stella, how are you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mr. Mboro.
Yes, I enjoy. I'm just enjoying the debate on the background here. I may not be in a position to talk much, but maybe later I'll be in a position to contribute. Thank you for what you're doing. It's a nice debate.
Stella, yeah, Stella, I think each and every time you raise an issue, we open up your eyes to see the bigger picture. That is the most important part about this debate. When you raise something that is very, very nice, tunafungua macho, tunaangalia hii kitu Stella anasema ni ukweli ama ni ya uongo. then tunaangalia, tunasema Sela, you have a point, but again, look at the bigger picture. Hii nyumba zitatusaidia sisi kama Wakenya. We don't have houses, and I'm telling you, you see now people are living in the slums. Wacha hata nyumba, hawana maji tu ya kukunywa, maji hakuna. Lakini sasa serikali inawapatia hii vitu yote, atago kunywa maji. Now, you know, it's a good thing. We should not condemn it. We should only say that, okay, this is what they should have done. And that's why I always say that when people have got good alternatives, talk about it so that we can share with the government to ambie, hey, this is what Kenyans are saying about the housing. This is what you need to do. But if you don't do that, then again, tunabaki tukipigana hapa bure tu. Bure tu na ni kitu rahisi.
Zalendo, let me ask you a question.
Ask me, I'll give you.
I've asked you about the affordable. You've told me this is we've gone through how someone can qualify and whatever. Now, to me, I want to come to Wanjiko as Mama Mboga and Kijana wa Boda Boda. I want to understand how are they going to afford this affordable housing? Someone like Kijana wa Boda Boda makes 1,000 shillings every day. Then Mama Mboga makes 1,000 shillings every day. So tell me, how are they going to qualify to get these houses?
So you say ati mtu wa chini wa boda boda makes
1,000 per day.
1,000 shillings every day. Mtu wa nani?
Mama Mboga 1,000 shillings every day.
This and 1,000 shillings every day. I've told you per month. If mtu wa mboga, Baba Mboga ana make 1,000 shillings every day. Ana make 1,000 shillings every day. Hiyo inamaanisha in a month ana make 30,000 shillings. The mortgage is 3,200 for a 1-bedroom house. For a 2-bedroom house is 4,000 per month. So with 30,000 and you are making as a mama wa mboga na bado kuna mzee pale pia anaingiza yake, you can afford these houses. It's not that you can't afford. You will always afford them.
Can I ask a question? I came in to ask a question. I was listening to the conversation. You know, some loans, mortgages, you have to have an income minimum.
Yes.
Are these mortgages, are there a minimum? And also remember, when you have a mortgage, you also have insurance on that mortgage, or insurance on the house. So when you pay the mortgage, you're also going to have to pay the insurance. So when you say 840 or 960, what is the minimum income you have to be make in order to qualify? So those are questions. I don't think we should ask Mr. Lendo. Last time I was one of the people telling people how bottom up is going to work when I had no clue. But those are the questions that we need answered by Ruto. What is the income minimum? And like now, if you look at the houses in Buruburu, if you look at the houses in Umoja, if you look at the houses in that area, it tells us that it is not that there are no people who can, private investors build houses, that government has to step in to help private investors build houses for working the middle class. The problem we have is for the poor, either the poor unemployed or the poor that are working poor. That is where we have a problem. And if the government has to step in, I believe they start at the bottom. Like they said, bottom up. So instead of starting in the middle, they need to start at the bottom. And as they empower the bottom, that is when the bottom will rise, and then the middle income will increase. So instead of going to the middle, and we are still ignoring the people at the bottom, why don't we start those people we see living in cartons? If our MPs can get free housing,
yes.
If there are people who can get free housing, let us accept that there are people who are chronically poor. Their generation upon generation upon generation has lived in the slum.
Yes.
How do we empower these people? Because there are people there who just need an opportunity. Just an opportunity, and they will flourish. How do we go and build houses that are owned by the government, that they are transitional, that this government, they build houses there, they give them free of charge, because some of this money you're saying someone is going to pay. Do you know how they earn the money? They sell drugs, they sell themselves, they steal. So even when you're asking people, okay, how much can you afford? You have to also know what is your source of income? Is it verifiable? So how do you empower people to come out from crime and move?
And this is
That this house is going to help our society become even a better society. Yes, Jesus said there will always be the poor among us. So we do not refuse that there will always be poor people among us. But are they living humane lives? You know, the more we make people live like animals, they will behave like animals. And that is why we are seeing some crimes in the country that you cannot imagine that a whole human being can do such a thing, because their heart, they have started having the heart of a human being. They have become inhumane because we have pushed them to become wild instead of domesticating and taming them. So let us give those poor people, if Ruto was saying that, and then with the tax that he has, he doesn't need a housing levy. People are already paying taxes. Use that money. Yeah. If he says, let us work, he's saying, give us time. But what we see them doing as they take this time, the reason Mzalendo people are impatient is because they are misusing the money, and they are not hiding it. They are not doing it in hiding. They are doing it in the glare of the social media. You see someone with a golden watch, they come, you know, even like the Prince William and Princess Kate, they hide when they say, how can they dress like that, and the way the economy is. But those people have money, but you don't bring it to the people. You know, there are occasions when you go to impress, when you're with your peers, but you don't go to impress people who are struggling. That is where the problem is coming in. And I don't think that they understand that. The reason people are mad with them is because they are telling us to give them time. There is no money. But we see, like now, if you look at Alice Wahome, you can see her face. You can see someone who is, you know, like Psalm 23 says, that when you're in green pastures, you can see they have changed how they look. If you look at Ndidinyoro, there is a time he looked beat. Now he looks like a rich person. You can see his skin has changed. If you look at someone like Mokomen, you can see he's not having time. He's not having money problems. If you look at Ruto, all those counter suits he bought, he didn't need to bring it in public. He could have been putting it in private. But when he comes to the public, he needs to continue putting the clothes he had because the country is struggling. But are you projecting in how you're using the money in the eye of the public that the country is struggling? No, you're not. I have one MP one time, they told me we had just come from a foreign trip with another MP, and he was going right back, and he said that laughing. They also know that they are wasting the money. They know that they are wasting the money. And then they are telling us to give them time. You know why we don't have confidence in them? It is because of how they are behaving. But if they tried, I think people will be patient. The reason people are not patient is because they are not even trying to show us that we are really struggling. You know, like say we are really struggling, but this is what I can do. And then Ruto say, I'm not, like, what was the reason for him to go to the Queen's burial? Just immediately he was elected. That was excitement. But as a leader, you can't act like a teenager. You have to act responsibly. Okay, I'm going on this journey. People are crying of hunger. How about even we just give them that 500 for free? You know, it is so mean. A person giving someone who is not a child. I don't think he's even given his own child Charlene 500 shillings. No, he hasn't. You know, there is some money someone can give you. You see that they disrespect you, that they don't value you, that they think very low of you. 500 shillings? Even a high school kid, maybe that is money you give not to a parent, not to someone's mother, not to someone's father. 500 shillings is an insult. And these are the reasons that people are mad. It is not that people are not reasonable. Starting with myself. When I see them going to unnecessary trips and he's saying he's going outside to look for people jobs, you know, what time is he going to sit down and figure out how to create jobs in Kenya if he keeps going out to other countries to see how to help them to grow? Who is going to be left at his house helping the country to grow if he cannot grow his own country? Who is going to be growing it while he's going to look at how the other countries, what they are lacking to help them grow? Who is going to help Kenya grow? Because he's busy going around the world. Maybe we should give him a job at the UN to become the UN ambassador for Kenya, so that then he can have, then we leave someone who wants to stay home and work. Because if he's always jetting out, he has no time to sit down to go to Mukuru where Watchdog was and see that part of town. I don't think he would come up the same person. And if he did come up the same person, then he's the wrong person for the seat. Because if I had the ability, I would go and build those persons, even though it is tents, reasonable tents for them to live in, while I make sure they have somewhere to live. And then I go to each family, I send, this is jobs that can be created. You send case workers in each family and see how can we help you move from here? How can we send you back home where you came from? If they're not able to stay in Nairobi, some of them want to go back up country, but they don't have land. You see, if that is what he was telling us, I believe a lot of us will be with him. And if he wasn't wanted to create 50 additional CAS seat, use that money, take that. Do you know how much that money is? That is money that can make sure those people living at Mukuru and Jenga live comfortably, live nicely. And I'm telling you, UDA would have more members than in 2027 than they have now. If they build those people just reasonable housing and tell them live there for free, the money you are paying for them for rent, use it to go and start a business, start a small scale business. That is empowerment.
Stella, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Where did you see this free housing anywhere in the world?
Why are you asking, Stella? Why not me?
Oh no, Ashley. Yeah, because you are saying that the government should give you free houses, free what?
See, I'm the one who was talking.
Ever see free housing?
Yes, Ashley, where you are, there's free housing. There's free housing, and I need, that's why sometimes where you are, there's free housing, and you know it.
I am aware.
Where you are.
Give me a name. What is it?
Anyway.
In the UK,
and you
look at the
another
free
country.
houses even in the UK. The UK you pay 12 pounds when you are 18. The government provides for you a house, but you still pay the 12 pounds.
No. Okay, and we don't have to go. You see that about the UK. Let me tell you, just the other day, the US was complaining. We have to cut our coat according to our size. That is something we can afford. If it has not been done, let us be the pioneer. Let us show them the way. We don't have to be copycats. That's why we have money. We are not copycats. Why people follow us? Why can't? No, don't cut me off. Because I'm the one who came up with that idea.
I'm not cutting you off. Just continue.
You
Stella.
see?
Ashley, sorry.
Ashley. Okay, what I'm saying is, let us sit together, let us come with ideas, and let us we need to take care of these people. And some of those are dentists, some of those are scientists, some of those who save our country, those people, because some of them are chronically poor. They have not been given an opportunity at life. Let us go and do the decent thing. Every Kenyan, and especially if you call yourself a Christian, should go and remove all those makeshift houses in the next, as soon as tomorrow, and give those people a decent place to live. And then take those kids that are not in school. If they haven't been done, let it start. I'm not even going to give you an example, Zalendo. The reason is because I know you know. But we are not going to copy another country. Because if we are going to copy another country, what I want us to start copying is that in the last 15 years, I saw the Senate in the US saying they have not had a pay increase in 15 years. And they were complaining because they are living in a way that their salaries are so little. And then they were saying something. Some of us have two homes. We have the home at the city, like in Nairobi, and then we have our rural home. We have to go home and we have to come here, and our salary has not increased. Our leaders are living far much better than their US counterparts, which is a developed country. So if we want to copy, because we want to copy something, we want to copy when it is convenient, but we don't want to copy when it is not convenient. If we are going to copy about the housing, because in the US there is projects which are free housing for people who cannot afford. You have to go through a process to get it. But once you are able to afford, you move to other options. And Kenya should have other options, but the government should not involve itself in like this one. They are saying that building houses for middle class. Middle class don't need help from the government. The government just need to create good business policies that will make investment possible, so that investors like who have trillions, investors like Mudavadi who have billions can build houses, and then those houses, they can make the economy favorable, so that the banks are able to have good interest rates and good mortgages, so that people in the middle class can buy. That is what the government needs to do for the middle class. The people the government needs to watch out for is the vulnerable and the elderly. They need to build houses for the vulnerable. They need to build houses for the elderly. And then make the climate conducive to where the businesses are able to flourish and mortgages are able to be affordable.
All right, thank you very much, Stella. I've seen Pen Nyagaka. I've seen Pen. Are you able to say something? Our elder Pen is here.
Yes,
Give us a bit of
yes, I can say something.
You have lived here in the US for the longest time. You have seen affordable housing. You have seen how it works. You have seen what the government can provide. We are grumbling with an issue that no government has been able to solve. But Ashley says that the government can elevate poverty in a way. Maybe can you give us your take on this?
Yeah, vile huyu dada yangu Ashley amesema hapa America, they have all different categories of, even the state and the federal government contribute to how you can buy a house. And hata kuna program nyingine ya huyu Jimmy Carter ambaye alikuwa president, anaenda kwa towni anatengeneza manyumba ya watu wengi ambao they pay little or nothing. Lakini actually vile alimekosea ni kusema kwamba Ruto awe permanent secretary ya UN. Ruto is doing the right thing. If he has appointed everybody in every department, kazi yake tu ni kutengeneza, ni kwenda huko Liverpool swimming or fishing. Na lakini to be direct, to be relevant to what we are talking about, housing, there are so many ways to get to the perfect housing, either for the poor or the rich. It is to negotiate, it is to talk, it is to empirical research of reality through the banking and the social welfare and all that. And the different countries, England, wanalipa so many pounds for this and that. They have done research on that. They have done what that 18 pounds can do. So in Kenya, that's what we have started. We have really started, Ruto started it. Na iko politics mingi sana behind it. Yeah, the opposition politics. Lakini kusema kweli, mzalendo wani ulisema hiyo ama hiyo dada yangu Stella. We do need housing. We do need housing. Watu watoke slums, ile wana flying toilet, watoke huko wakue in at least a decent place to house, a decent sewage system, mzalendo, a different, nyumba bao utaoga. That's exactly what Ruto has said that he wants to do. But how we get there is the issues that you guys are talking about. And that's the best way any society at all can get to the right condition ni kusungumuza. Sio Ruto anasema lazima iwe namna hii, na huyu anasema, Raila anasema lazima iwe namna hii. No. We have to negotiate. We have to talk about, vile Stella alikuwa anasema kitambo, If you pay 3,000, how much is that a month? How much is that a year? What does that do? But what they have said, even in Malaysia, that in Kenya, the housing that they are building, you have to pay only 7 years and the house will be yours. I don't know how they get to those figures, but in Nigeria, I had the idea of 7 years. Was about America, you're going to get a mortgage of up to 30 years. Lakini huko nyumbani walisema ni kama 7 years hii nyumba itakuwa yako. How they get there, how they do this, it is not really a done deal. Vile wengi wenu wamesema. It is have to be negotiated and we come up with the answer and we are able ourselves to come up with the answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Ren.
All right, thanks, Ben. I know, Stella, do you have something to add on that? Briefly.
Let Ashley Ashley.
Oh, Ashley.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what he said about the 7,000, the 7 years, what will happen itakuwa kama ile mtungi ya gas, because it is not practical to own a house in 7 years. So it will become like, si kumaanisha hivyo, nilimaanisha utakuwa umesign mortgage in the 7 years, because there is no way, there is just plainly no way you can own a person, a low income person, and in 20,000 can own a house in 7 years. And I know something else Stella raised, and I had not thought about it. You know, you can own the house, but not the ground. And I don't think you will own the ground, because if these houses, if there's going to be flats, but what I foresee is a lot of foreclosures. They are going to be given out haphazardly, and with time, people will not afford them. And there is going to be a lot of foreclosures in this housing. And another thing, if someone sells me a house and I also contributed to the housing levy, and they are selling to me expensive, and they got it cheap and they also contributed to the housing levy, I foresee fights, in quotes, because what gives you the right to buy that house cheaper than me? And we both have interest in the house. So I think the court needs to terminate this and let the nation have a discussion and come up with something tangible that they can speculate, so that we are not asking questions. We know exactly what we are going into. And at this time, there is none. And I know it is irresponsible for a bank, and a bank will not give a loan to a company that has come to them without a good business plan that shows, you know, like, how is this business going to function? At this time, the Ruto administrative has not presented a good business plan about how this housing plan is going to work. And as such, it is premature and should be dismissed.
All right, I want to thank the guys who... Yes, I'm giving you a minute, Mr. Penn, but I want to, the guys in the comment section, there's Geoffrey Ruto, has been keeping us very, very busy. Asante sana Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana Calvins, Kireta, thank you very much, Leo, thank you. Goodia has always been here with us, and for the longest time. Thank you for keeping us engaged in the comment section. I wish you could ask questions relating to housing, so that my able panelists here can answer you in the best way possible. But I also want to thank you. Thank you very much for being part of Africa. We like you. We like your comments, and asante sana. Tumetengenezea bana hapo kidogo saying thank you. And the guys who have been regular here, like Stella, asante sana Stella. Thank you for your support, expressing gratitude for Stella's commitment for truth and justice. So I watch you nyuma. So asanteni sana for being part of the show and keeping us engaged in the comment section. Pen, you had something to say?
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka niambie Stella tu ya kwamba Moi rising ambao iko hapa sijui ni Kibera, the high rises that he built there, it was going 1991, 92, it was going one for 40,000 Kenya shillings. Na watu wengi walinunua na wakauza. Haikuwa vita, lakini there was nobody contributing. I think the housing was funded by Social Security, but ilikuwa more high rises walikuwa na zita. So hiyo nakwambia tu ile ambayo angekuwa na contribute then anaushiwa, yeah, I can see that to be a war. But going by the example that some of us have seen practically, ni mtu alinunua kama 40,000 anauza kama 150,000, na hizo ni hizo nyumba ya boy rising ya Abu Kibera. Mnajua mahali siko. Thank you very much. Hiyo ndio tu nakuwa nasema, hakuna vita, watu watajua tu wewe ulikuwa na pesa ukanunua. Vile mzalendo ulikuwa anasema ART, African Retail Traders, the same thing. Hakuna watu, lakini ile about I will not talk for ni ile kama you are taking your money out and then somebody is selling you. That I can't say one way or the other. But kama ile ulinunua, yeah. Kama ile ulinunua cheap,
to add on what you've just said before I forget, this house, you had asked a question. These houses are going to be paid for a period of 25 years. The 7 years, if you've been paying consistently, after 7 years now you qualify to get into the house and start paying while you are staying in the house. But in the 7 years, if you are able to pay cash and move into your house, then you will be issued with a title in completion of your payment. So that is what Ruto is planning with these houses. I believe if it works well, if there is no corruption that will be involved in these houses, then it will be a very, very good thing for those who are longing to have their own homes. I want to imagine a situation whereby I've invited Stella or Ashley to Kibera slums to take a shower and to have the comfort of my house in the slums and enjoy. When you want to go for a long call, I tell you to do it on this piece of paper and throw it outside before you go back to your comfort zone. Is when you realize that there is a need for these houses. Whatever the problem is, the bigger problem is getting these people out of this kind of situation. But again, you need to also understand that it is not just about housing. It is about increasing the wages of the people living in these areas. The minimum wage should be increased, just like many governments do. Increase the minimum wage so that they can also move out from these slum-dwelling areas. What the government is doing, it is in the right path. We'll look at what they are doing in the health sector. If the health sector will be totally free for those people who cannot afford, then that is a good thing. That is money that they would have used for the health sector. Now it is money that they can put it somewhere else. So government is on. Economists will tell you that, and lenders will tell you that this government is in the right path. And even if you look at the economic index, I want you all the time to be looking at what Treasury is saying about the economy, and what KRA is saying about its collection, and what CBK is also saying. And also look at our development partners, what they are saying. When development partners are telling you you're overborrowed and we can't give you any money, like they did in the previous government, they're telling you you don't even have a plan to pay the money that we have given you. So why do you want us to give you some more? So this money goes into infrastructure to improve the lives of each and every Kenyan. It is what governments are elected to do. Government are not elected just to talk. Government are elected to provide services for its people. On issues of school fees and all that, I mean, talk to your legislator to bring a bill of free secondary education on parliament. This can be a bipartisan bill. That money can go back into the economy of these people and do something great. Stella, you had something to say? Asante. Oh, Stella amelala.
You were talking Lala,
Stella, did you
sijalala.
umelala? Mbona hata hujatuambia yani
Sijalala.
umeona nini hapo mbele? Did you see this? You didn't comment.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Asante,
Thank you,
asante
guys.
sana. We like that smile. Asante sana for being the Iron Lady in Africa. Na wewe na Ashley hapa. Ashley ndio tujapata sura yake, but we will find out who she is and bring her face here one day in any other form.
But that is not important. Important is the voice. If the voice can be heard, I think I will have accomplished my mission.
All right, so we appreciate you, Ashley, for your contribution. A lot, you say a lot of important things in this panel that are educative. Sometimes when we go off, then we correct each other, na tunarudi laini, and then we learn a lot. Like today's program, so many people have learned a lot from the errors to the reality of the matter, from what we see as propaganda to the reality on the ground. So that is what you should always be talking about. Sometimes condemning government like every other day, I've seen it's not beneficial. It does not even yield anything to change the government in Kenya. Let us change our mentality. Probably if we change our mentality, then the government will start thinking positively about other things. That's my take. That's my observation from so many years of watching politics. We complain, but we don't have solutions. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Mendo. So what would you say about wanton waste on the money?
Yeah. You see, like look at how we have been talking about the wanton waste, and look at what Ruto did. He said, "Okay, fine, I'll cut down my trips." Although he has not really cut them down to the size that we want, but he has done something because people have been making noise. That is a good thing. That's a good thing. It means that he listens to what people are saying. Look at when this issue of taxation on housing came, people made noise and people were saying the truth about it. And what did he do? He cut it down. He cut it down to what people wanted. So, I mean, he is listening, but the only thing that he has refused to listen is that these houses has to go on. And me, I agree with him in that, because these houses are going to be beneficial to so many people. So many people. And the people who are complaining most are people who have got houses.
He has to do it within the confines of the Constitution. You know, Okiya said, as long he's unstoppable as long as he does it within the Constitution. He will be stopped if he goes outside of the Constitution. That is the difference.
Yeah, you know what I've been seeing, Stella, even from where you live. There is always this struggle between government and the justice system. Even here in the US, there is that struggle. You saw Trump the other day trying to push his matters to a court that is more friendly, or a judge that he appointed that is more friendly, that will look at the law in another way. But you see, the judiciary can also be used by the opposition to stop government projects.
It depends on the
true.
Of the judiciary
officer. No, Stella, you are a lawyer. You are a lawyer. I can. You are a lawyer. You will take my money today to take a matter to court, and it will be stopped because I have to be heard. Yeah, it is my right to be heard. But am I doing it out of malice? Am I doing it out of how do you think?
I feel bad that Ruto is only thinking of himself, but this is a chronic Kenyan problem that needs to be solved for everybody, not just for himself and his projects.
Yeah, I think millions of Kenyans need houses. A few individuals, maybe 1,000, 20,000, 100,000 don't need houses, but 10 million Kenyans living in the slums need those houses.
And all the government
these people are supposed to live in those houses. They cannot afford
I wish a slum dweller, listen, I wish a slum dweller would have taken this
afford
matter.
3,000. We go the UK way. Now we have housing welfare where some people are given some certain allowance. Then you're given a period of 5 years. If you're not going to improve or get a job, you're out of that house. But you cannot force the throat to a mama mboga to be giving out 900 shillings for the housing which he doesn't know, or even she's not going to qualify for it. Mzalendo, you have to come out in the mind of a hustler. Don't be on the middle class. Me, I want to see a mama mboga when he has that katururu. Listen,
you know, let me tell you a story.
No, wait,
let me tell you a story, and this is probably why you are talking from a point of misinformation.
No,
if you
I'm not misinformating you. I'm saying I've asked you, Boda will be earning 1,000 shillings a day. Mama Mboga, 1,000 shillings a day, a profit. You have forgotten. She has to buy a token. She has to buy food. She has to pay for her 300 NHIF. She's remained with 300 shillings. Mzalendo. How would this woman and boda driver afford to pay the 3,200 shillings? Remember, she also has rent. Remember, akiwa kwa hiyo nini biashara yake akipata 1,000, amelipa rent ya hiyo nini kibanda. Amelipa kanjo kwa hiyo kibanda.
Ana watoto wanapeleka shule.
Wewe si nikujibu, na huyu mama bado yo waga kwa hizi chama, na huyu mama bado yo contribute kwa cooperative.
Anapata 30,000. Mzalendo, let's be fair. Let's be fair.
Na hizo 1,000 ni nyingi. Mimi najua mtu anafanya kinyozi ana earn 300 a day.
Yes, 300 a day. That's what I'm saying. 300 a day. So let's assume actually she got home with 1,000.
This is not for everybody. This is for people who can at least have an income of 19,000 a month. It's not for everybody.
And those people do not need help from the government. My stand is that those people don't need help from the government. Those people can get their own mortgage if the policies that the government of Ruto makes is conducive for investors to invest. Those people can go out and get mortgages on their own. The people that the government needs to help are the vulnerable and the elderly.
That's what I'm saying, Ashley. If Ruto wanted to house the less vulnerable and the elderly, angenda kama housing welfare like the one it's done in the UK, where the elderly people are given free housing, but they're given for a certain period of time, which is 5 years. But if you are unemployed and you are unable to get work, you're given that housing welfare, but you're given a period of 3 years. If not like that, you're kick rocks, you're thrown out.
Ruto atengenezi nyumba za wazee. Ruto atengenezi nyumba ya wazee. Ruto anatengeneza nyumba ya low income earners.
Remember,
they are not building houses for people who are not earning any income.
And that's what you have a problem. No, we want people who are not earning income so they can become income earners.
Not earning income, how will you look after them even how will they pay?
They won't pay. They will live in those houses. You know, the government has to help the people. The government is not a business. They are not in it for the profit making. That is what they're getting. And then they house the poor, and then they educate those poor. They give them, and for like they empower them. They take them to school so that they can become income earners, and then they can remove people who are chronically poor from poverty. And then that is how our government, that is how Kenya becomes a middle class, when more people are in the middle class than they are poor. Because right now, the heaviest, if we were to place people in different percentages, the highest percentage is the poor. We need to reduce the number of people who are poor. We need to reduce chronic poverty in Kenya. And that is where the government needs to work on. The ones who are poor and working do not need the government help. all the government needs to do is to improve on its policies. Things like this, where they say that they are not second-hand parts. They need to let second-hand parts come so that when they break down, mechanics can fix them. Those are the things they need to bring businesses to make the environment conducive for business to thrive. And the rest will take care of itself.
Thank you, Nani, Ashley. Remember, Mzalendo, there's one thing called hierarchy of needs. So if you need those houses to be given to the homeless, first thing the government should have done, they could have created jobs. And I kept on saying that if Ruto was very serious with his manifesto for the hustler, he could have revived the companies which have gone down, especially the factories, especially the EPZs. Right now, EPZs have closed down because they cannot operate because of harsh economic and also harsh tax laws. If you have people who are like 300 people who are working at the EPZ, one EPZ in Machakos, in Athi River, they had 300 employees and each employee was getting 600 shillings a day. Mzalendo, hapo tunaweza ongea anaweza kuwa qualified kuingia kwa boma yangu. Now, because hata before the housing ilikuwa, Mzalendo, people were living somewhere. People were living somewhere. If Ruto was even, he was caring about the hustler, number one, and create jobs. Yes, there are so many people, they are looking for not even big jobs, just small minor jobs. Kama watchman, kama cleaners, ama watu wa counties wa kufagia kwa barabara, those are jobs. But now the sorry?
Even in
schools. Even in schools, Mzalendo, you have to understand if even that person is paid 20,000 shillings, at least he can afford to enroll for boma yangu to qualify a house. But now what is happening? The Ruto government saw that it is more important to do the housing other than giving employment. Okay, wenye wataingia kwa hiyo nyumba watalipa aje rent na hawana kazi? And hapa ndio tunajaribu kuambia na Ashley, kama Ruto hiyo government yake kama haiwezi angalia hustler, then afanye welfare housing like the way the UK is being done. You give the poor free housing and you give them a stipend. Those who are able to get a job, you give them a period of 5 years. When they get a job, they are let out of that house. So another poor person has come there. Alafu anajaribu kujisupport. At least inakaa kama hostel. Lakini see at floating this houses, class cannot afford. Mzalendo, you have to understand.
I say if we had to create jobs in Kenya, people are like, okay, Ruto is doing good going outside to look for jobs. Don't you realize when they go outside to look for jobs, they are going outside to see how to create and better other countries, while ours is improvised. So what can he do in our country? First, you create jobs. Like India has created jobs in their country. Then they are sending their people, their tech people, their doctors outside. But remember, we go to India for medical. So we can't be that we don't have nurses in our hospitals. We don't have doctors in our hospitals. We don't have teachers in our hospitals. Yes, we are exporting. Do you know how stupid Ruto looks? And if our president looks foolish, we also look foolish for electing him and thinking that he's doing good when he's not. It is so stupid. Because actually,
let me ask you.
Let me give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me finish. What I was saying is what we can do. It is very small jobs, like she said. These chronically poor people, you know, we can entice them to leave the city so that the city is not so congested by building jobs in the villages. How do we build jobs in the villages? You know, in school, when I was growing up, we used to wash the classrooms. We used to do stuff. How about the students come to school to learn like other countries? How about we employ people to clean the classrooms? How about we employ people to beautify the school? That is creation of job. How about we give our children breakfast and lunch? There are people who don't send their kids to school. You don't have to force them to go to school. But if they know there is going to be breakfast, if they know there is going to be lunch, guess what? They are going to come to school. So what have you created? You have created cleaners, you have created caterers, you have created a nurse for each school, you get a buses for each school, for the county, and then each morning, so that our children are not raped or kidnapped, which they do a lot. They go in a bus, they come back in a bus, so they are drivers, then they are mechanics to fix those buses. So you see, now some people will come out from the village and go home to get those jobs. And then when they go home to get those jobs, when they get those jobs, they'll start building. Kenyans are not foolish. It's not like they don't know that they can build or they can't build. The reason they are not building is because they don't have money in their pockets. Tomorrow I'll bring you an NPR study that was carried out in Kenya by some Americans. They gave some people money. I think I'll just bring it. And what they came to conclude is that the reasons people in Kenya are poor is not because they don't know how to use their money. It is because they don't have the money. I'll bring that NPR study tomorrow, so we can put it. So what am I saying? Ruto needs to understand, it is not that people are so idiotic that they cannot come up with a way to build their own houses or to find someone to build their house. It is because he has not put money in the pocket. So before we build houses, how about we start by creating jobs in the country? And then there are people who like to go outside like Zalendo. Let them go. But let it not be the only choice. Do you know how many people's children? I was listening to that Truth Watchdog. This man is in Saudi Arabia. His wife is just running around, and his kids are all over the place. Do you know how many kids have been affected by their children being away from their parents? They have been left with they've been molested. Do you know what sacrifice some people have paid to go out of the country to work and leave their children that they will never see? How about we keep families together? How about it becomes a personal decision if you want to go out of the country, that it is not the last option, the only option you have, that it is a choice that you make, that I want to go. How about we have options like Sudi's daughter, that now she has finished 2 degrees and now she wants to go to London, not because she must, but because she wants to. That is where we need to get to, that each child that wants to go to school should go to school. How do we get this money to make sure that each child that wants to go to school? If our leaders will take a pay cut, if our leaders will remove their packs, then we can have money to spread around. But if we concentrate most of our revenue on the wage bill, then we cannot do nothing. And that is where the citizens have to rise up and say, we are giving you so much money. What are you doing with our money? We want it to come down to service us, because the reason we remove is because so that the country can work, not so that you can employ more leaders and more leaders and more leaders so that you can eat our money. That is where the problem is.
But also there is a big problem here. Even as Kenyans, we have to hold our MPs accountable. If they are given the CDF money, and yet they are not even constructing hospitals, schools, or even small things like kama soko, you need to hold your MP accountable. Akikuja hapo, anakuja kuwasalamia mtobo hizo gari mguu. You frog match him, you tell him where is our money. Because if I can able to pay Kanjo money, I'm able even to pay my NHIF, and I cannot go to that hospital. If I'm able even to pay my housing levy, then I'm not guaranteed to have that house. You need to hold your MP accountable. So, Mzalendo, let me tell you, this government has done its own, it has done its own worst, even to its own people. You cannot say that this government has improved. We have seen parastatals. You saw the other time he wanted to sell some parastatal from KICC. They wanted to sell even Kikomi, Kenya Meat Commission. For what, Mzalendo? Listen, Mzalendo, I have not finished. People like KICC, why are you selling a historical monument for Kenya, which is it's like how you sell the Statue of Liberty to an investor? Don't you think that is the shame of the country? That's a shame of the country. So fine, we have sold KICC to a certain an old Arab person, buys the KICC, changes its name, or a Chinese. Then they bring their foreign investors there. Ama they bring their own people to work there. What is happening to our citizens? They will lose jobs. Then they give their foreigners. That's why you see people in South Africa, they checked, they are owned by using xenophobia. I'm not supporting xenophobia, but you see what is happening in South Africa. They want jobs for their own people. They don't want foreigners. This is the same thing mzalendo tunakwambia. Hawa watu wanataka kutumaliza. Like the way Ashley amesema, they need to create jobs so that we are able to get those houses. If you don't create jobs, there is no need of having affordable housing.
Anyway, let me, we have been talking. Mburu, can you say something if you are able to?
Yeah, I'll just take a very few minutes. Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo. Ashley, how are you? Happy New Year, Ashley.
Oh, Happy New Year, sorry.
Yeah, I haven't seen you the whole of, I think, almost a year now. Penny Nyagaka, how are you, sir? Oh, Nyagaka cannot hear me. Now, I just want to maybe give 2 points. And point number one is that it is prudent that people try to understand what the government is trying to do. It is the mandate of the government constitutionally to provide affordable housing to its citizen. Even when we are measuring the GDP of the country, we look at the kind of houses people live in. We look at things like the roads and other infrastructures. And I want people also to understand that these houses are part of creating jobs. So when we say that the government should create jobs to its citizens, we should understand that in these houses, we shall have the merchants, we shall have people supplying woods, we shall have the suppliers of steel, cement, and also people working in those houses. So it is part of creating jobs to the unemployed, and this is not a project which is gonna take 1 year. It's a project that it will take a long time before it is accomplished. So people who will start working, they will have unemployment for quite some time. And having said that, I also want to say that so far, as a critical thinker, I haven't seen anything wrong that the government has done. Because when we say the government is corrupt, the government is doing nothing, we should be in a position to point where exactly has the government gone wrong. I want to take you people back to the government of Mwai Kibaki. When he began his tenure, people castigated him, people criticized him. We even sang the song of Unga. Other people in my language called him names like Gudijiro. And people said Kibaki is so mean, and people complained about high taxations. But today, even the people who even refused to acknowledge him as the president, even in parliament, they tell us that Kibaki was the best president that Kenya has ever had. That is, to me, hypocrisy of the highest order. That when this gentleman was very busy trying to fix the economy, there were people, just like what is happening today, who were very busy trying to sabotage him. But today, the same people are telling us that Kibaki performed way much better than William Ruto or any other president in Kenya. So it doesn't mean that because people are castigating the president, it doesn't mean that the president is doing extremely bad. But I also want people to remember where the president picked the economy from. When we are talking of 9 trillion in debt, that's a huge amount of money. And let me just remind the panelists here, it's also good to do the research and see how the economy is doing. That amidst the chaos that we had in Maandamano, amidst the hardships of the economy and the global economy problems, that the GDP of Kenya is still growing, and it is growing with over 5%. That is a commendable job. that the Kenya Kwanza government is doing. When we talk of the GDP growth, it is not something small, and these analyses are not done by the government. So if you want to know if the economy is doing well, maybe it is yet to be felt by the common mwananchi, but it means the measures that the president and his team are putting down are well thought of, and they are likely to bring great change to the nation. So what I ask the people, let us also be so patriotic. Where the president is doing well or where the government is doing well, let us commend them. Let us encourage them to continue doing well. Because today we are talking as if we don't need those houses, as if we have never visited those slums. I have visited Kibera. I have visited the one in Thika called Kiadutu. Those people live in pathetic situation. So if we are trying, let us try to fix this problem. It means something. It means something for the nation. And also, I am one of those people who believe in the rule of law, but sometimes the judiciary acts against the nation, basing on who is influencing some judges, not all judges. Especially right now, you have seen so many government programs being halted by the courts. Is it good for the nation? As much as we say the judiciary is an independent arm of government, it doesn't mean it is totally and absolutely independent. It means that they should work together with other arms to provide services. But one arm of the government should not be seen to stop government from operating. That is what I have to say for now. I'm still at work. We're going to talk more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mburu. I can't add anything much to what you've said. I think you've summarized what I've been saying here, and other panelists who are supporting the government agenda have been saying. So we are in the right trajectory. It's only that the opposition are not seeing that. So, Mr. Nyagaka, do you have anything to add on that?
All right. Yes, Zalero, thank you very much. Mburu, always good to hear from you. And your analysis is wonderful and is well needed and deserved. Because vile dada zetu walikuwa wanasema ni kweli, we need to create jobs, maids and cleaners and all that, but the housing itself creates a lot of jobs. Na hiyo ndio tunataka sasa hivi. Wacha niwaambie mzalendo, in the 70s nilikuwa college hapa na America, na Kisii ndio walikuwa na produce the highest population growth in the world. Sasa nikajificha kwa klasi, sikusema kitu. Wengine wakasema huyu ni Mkisii, huyu ni Mkenya na ni Mkisii. So these are the generations that we are seeing now. They're having children and the thousands and thousands. Nikienda huko Kisii, I even walk, through the places scared, like, how do these people even live? Hakuna mahali ya kuishi, hakuna mahali, ile shamba tulikuwa tunakatiwa, hakuna. So that Ruto's coming is a blessing in disguise. Is a blessing that we can debate on how we can improve our economy, how we can improve our lifestyle. Wengine tumejua, ama wengi wenu bila mnazungumza, you know a lot. I can listen to you guys forever. Stella, Ashley, Buru, Zalendo. I can listen to you without even saying a word, because you say everything that need to be said. Now, everybody that has an issue with maybe the housing that the Ruto is putting forward, let us debate it. Let us come to the right conclusion, positively thinking, positively reasoning. Hiyo tu ndio nitaeleza, na Buru usipote. We like, some of us like your ideas completely. Endelea namna hivyo tu. Na wote, all the ladies and mzalendo wadwa. Okay.
All right, thank you, Pen. You know you are the elder in this forum, and each and every time we get a lot of wisdom, and once in a while when Mburu comes in, he also chips in with some politics in it and some informative points that we can pick one or two about what he's saying. By and large, I said condemning government has failed. I was part of those who used to condemn government from 2000 and from 90 something then until when I gave up, when I realized that the problem is within us. It is us, the people who vote, who are the problem, and not the leaders, because it is us who are manipulated by the leaders to vote. Yeah, by the leaders to vote. I was reading about Uganda just the other day that local leaders by changa, equivalent to changa, they call it toto. I don't know, something called toto in Uganda. So the parliament is trying to ban that so that there can be some sanity during elections. So somebody is bought by a glass of changa toto in Uganda, and they elect this corrupt leader to be formulating policies for them. Even the less educated are elected in Kenya. Although education, I think, is not a standard measure for somebody who is going to bring development. We have seen even the less educated people are doing much better. We have seen people who are professors in health, who are medics, being appointed to manage hospitals and all that, and they fail terribly. So some of these things, it is just about who you are, what you want for your country. For me, I want development, and how we will get development, how we are going to get there, is what we are discussing right now. One of the things that we keep on talking about here is industrialization. When somebody tells you that KICC is so important to us, then so what? I mean, KICC has done nothing to me personally, economically, apart from just being monumental there. It is something that could generate a lot of money. And, the maintenance of KICC by government is a lot of wastage. There's a lot of wastage in industries that could have been run by the private sector. Why the private sector? Because the private sector is open to innovation. Government cannot run anything so successfully. There's a lot of bureaucracy in government. Tell me of any government that is running anything successfully. If you go to the US, the railway line is run by the private sector, not the government. Yeah, if you go to the jail system in the US, hizo jela ni watu binafsi. It's not a national. If Ruto suggested that jela zikuwe private, watu wataruka wakimbie. But you see, afadhali ulipe mtu hiyo pesa ya kumaintain hao wafungwa na wa maintain vizuri kushinda serikali kuharibu pesa mingi sana in a project that is wasteful. Mumias Sugar, we have had Mumias Sugar since the days of Moi. How much billions have been lost in Mumias Sugar? So the problem is not the government. The problem is us, those people who are employed to do the job. They are not doing the job. MD akienda pale anapora mali. But if you give this to a private individual, there will be more jobs creation in this sector. The farmers will get the good money. And an investor will look for market for his products other than government. So government is not in the business of production. Government is to create an environment that is sustainable for investors to come and put their money into the country. Today, as we are speaking, Starbucks is in Kenya. The Starbucks that you see in the US is in Kenya right now. And
they have looked at that market and said, okay, let us invest here. That is an employment opportunity for so many Kenyans who are going to work in maybe their franchise or maybe their outlets that they are going to open. So that is how you open up an economy. You open up an economy to other people. You open up an economy for the locals. Companies that cannot compete like EPZ, you keep on floating them, but your EPZ imefunga. EPZ inafunga kwa sababu there are other companies who are doing the same product at a cheaper price, and they cannot compete with innovation. So they have not even moved to another country to open. No, they have just closed down because they cannot compete. But again, the taxation also is also another factor that we can't ignore. So look at these things holistically and have an informed view when you are trying to castigate Ruto's government. Ashley, Amelala, Stella, are you still there?
I have a question for you. I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you, what is the role of government?
The role of government is to provide good health for its citizens. The role of government is to provide decent housing. The role of government is to provide security. The role of government is to provide, I said, good health care. Those are the basics of the role of government, and jobs for its citizens.
No, it's not
exactly what's happening. Tell me.
Jobs ndio unakosea, because it is not the role of government to provide jobs for its citizens. The role of government is to make sure that the citizens, let me read this, to establish laws, maintain order, and provide security, provide citizens safety from external threats, promote general welfare by providing public services. Also, the role of government is to make sure that the policies they have made for businesses help the businesses to thrive. And as the businesses thrive, the economy thrives. So their role is to regulate commerce, not to involve themselves in commerce. All the things you have said in this last presentation you've done, you've involved government is getting too much involved in business where they don't need to. They just need to provide the right policies and then regulate that so that the commerce goes on well. And as it goes on well, those are the things that come as a result of good commerce will come up, like housing. Yes, the government is supposed to provide safety and stability for its very weakest, which is the elderly and the vulnerable. So we are not saying that they shouldn't. There is a housing problem. How do we fix it? By giving us good policies, making sure that the economy is thriving so that there are more jobs, so people are able to go and take mortgages and banks are able to lend. And then on those who cannot afford to do that, that the government is building houses and getting a formula to let them get in those houses and then getting those people from that state of poverty to where they are able to become economically beneficial to the community. And then that is how the government grows. What our problem, or my problem, is that the government is getting too much involved in business. It is not the government's job to see, like the way you're saying, it's not profitable. That is a business that does that, not the government. The government doesn't worry about profitability or not. Because if it did, the government is not a business. So we can't start saying, no, this one is not profitable, this one is profitable. Those social services they do are not profitable, but they have to be there for the people. So that I feel that is where our government is going wrong.
The government should not be responsible for the waste either, because actually, yeah, it is true. The government is to give the general direction, safety of the individual citizens of the country, and the comfort and love of its own citizens. But actually, it is not the government's job to be responsible for the waste. Vile mzalendo alisema, yani companies nyingi ambao, I mean, the government is owning a lot of properties kama KP, Kenya Pipeline, kitu kama hizo, Kenya Airways. those should be there. The government should only form the general policies, how those should be governed in general, and it is the responsibility of the citizens of that country to create jobs and run those companies in a profitable way for them. Because I'm not going to run anything that is going to end up a rose. And what the government is doing right now, and the government since 60 years, is to form companies, about their waste, and then we take our taxes and pay for them. Case in point, Kenya Waste. All the airlines, major airplanes, are owned by individual people. They get the money directly when we buy the tickets, and then they try to file for bankruptcy, and the government pumps in some more money, which is what a waste. So that if it was really a company itself that was, all the airlines were the same, and they only, they hired a management group to manage the company, it would be profitable for the government to get the taxes and for the people to get the profits. Thank you.
It's a good point, Mr. Penn. You see how much has been wasted on Kenya Airways. You go to how much has been wasted on Mumias, and this is not government money. Actually, this is your money. This is taxpayers' money being wasted. This is our money. That money should have gone to the education sector. If they invested that money, the billions that they are wasting should have provided clean water for each and every Kenyan to have clean, fresh water in their homestead, instead of wasting money on parastatals that don't have the value, because we want to be seen that your government owns something. The government has got no business owning anything. That is not their business. That is that's an opportunity for private citizens to thrive. So when Ruto is telling you we sell these things, that is from an economic point of view. But from a lay point of view, that we should own them, then they are not adding any value to the economy. I hope, I think we've done almost 8 hours. Oh my God. Mburu, do you have anything to add on? I think we need to wind up this particular show. There's another show coming in the morning, a review of the dailies in Kenya. In case you didn't get to see the newspaper, Leo is coming up with a review of our daily newspapers, Standard, Nation, and all. So stay tuned for Leo in a few hours. I don't know what time it is in Kenya for the newspaper review together with Mr. G. They'll be looking at what stories that are making headlines. And viewers, if you're not subscribed to Afrique, please subscribe to Afrique 24. You go to YouTube, Afrique-24, you'll see the first Afrique logo. The one with the ring. Subscribe to that, because if you subscribe to that, you'll make us have more content. You'll make us motivated. You'll make Ashley motivated and Stella motivated to come into the show and give us more information. So please subscribe. If you have subscribed to other channels that we run, Afrique, please have a courtesy of also subscribing to Afrique 24, especially if you like our content. Please subscribe to Afrique 24. That is the only way that you can appreciate us for being here for 8 hours, trying to give you some free knowledge on some of this information that we gather from the able panelists in this particular show. And a lot of wisdom from Penn Yagaka, who has been with us here for the longest time, giving us a lot of woozy wisdom from his experience in life. That one we can only earn when we have reached his golden years. So
please subscribe in Africa, so that to keep us going. Stella, let me start with you with the closing remarks as we move on.
It's now 6:21 in Nairobi. So
Oh, it's
the thing. So
wow.
what thing is getting into the review?
Huh? The review is normally you can the review is normally starts around 8:30 thereabout 8:30. No, so it's 8:30. So stay tuned. You are our able analyst here, so make sure that you critic or you appreciate, but this time please appreciate just a few or one thing that the government is doing right. The government cannot be doing everything wrong. There is one thing that Ruto is just doing right. Just one thing that is doing right. Hata kama unaogopa kusema, sema tu. But anyway, give us your closing remarks.
Kusema. So a lot of people are saying that, okay, on my end, yeah, I'm seeing there's nothing which has improved since the past regimes, because everything is going on a downward trend. We have seen what has been happening with the education sector, the health sector. We have seen even taxes being raised every day. So to me, like the government, it's what it. But what I can say, we are just here to observe what they are going to do in the next 3 years remaining. If not, so we'll have to go to the ballots. And since we've learned our mistake, now we've known what is wise to do when we are electing our leaders. So that's it.
Oh, thank you for the wise counsel. Stella is our attorney in Africa. Ukitaka legal advice, legal services, tafadhali ongea na Stella. We also want to promote what people do in the panel. We have people who are in business. Kama uko kwa biashara ya hoteli, hospitality industry, we will promote you. So Ashley, I need you to answer this. I'm from Goodyear. I'm wondering whether the majority of Kenyans would have voted Azimio if Raila didn't give empty promises like giving households 6,000 shillings free secondary education. It is free secondary and university education, ETC. Hiyo ni swali kutoka kwa comment section. Even as you close, I need you to answer that. Asante sana. Good year.
Oh, I don't understand the question. What did you ask again?
There's Goodyear is wondering whether majority of Kenyans would have voted for Raila Odinga and did not given empty promises of the 6,000 shillings for each and every household and free secondary education. Would Kenyans have voted for him if he kept his mouth shut?
I think had he kept Uhuru off his, if he hadn't gone around with Uhuru and stayed with him, some people like myself would have considered him. But as long as I saw Uhuru, I knew that even if he got into government, yeah.
Okay.
That is why
your closing remarks.
I second that fully.
He would have been my preferred candidate because I saw Mother Karua there, and I know she's tough. And I listened to her once, and I was like, But then I saw Gideon Moy and Uhuru there, and I didn't want to think anything about that ticket. I'm telling you, I didn't listen to anything they were offering. And then I supported Ruto up to a point when he endorsed or when Waigoro joined his campaign, and I heard that he was even considering her as a DP. Knowing what she had done for NYS, I was done with him. At one time, I considered Wajakoya until I heard he may have been involved in Dr. Ouko's death. At that point, I had no one. But since we only had two candidates who had the majority, I still preferred Ruto due to the fact that Uhuru was with Raila. That's it. That's my answer.
Wow, that's great.
Can I now give my closing remarks? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, my mic was muted. Go ahead, Stella. Give your closing remarks.
Jennifer,
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm coming. Okay, give me a minute. Sorry.
All right, all right. Okay, Pen, take it home. Pen, yeah,
Okay, no, I'm back.
Okay.
I was
You're back.
answering.
All right, I thought
Answering someone here.
Mhm.
Okay, the bottom line. The government can be a friend of business, providing it with financial advisory and other services. It can also be a friend of the public and which is the citizen by creating and enforcing safety and social services. What the government cannot do is do business. Like when they do business, when they involve themselves too much in business, it becomes too much of government in our affairs. When they start getting too involved in building us houses, they're getting too much into our affairs. They just need to create a conducive environment, and then they can see what their citizens can do and help those that are helpless, who are the vulnerable and the elderly. And in our society, I have not even begun how the elderly are suffering. And sometimes even God can punish us because we seem to want to ignore the vulnerable. And it is them that we should pay most attention to. Everything doesn't have to become a profit-making endeavor. And that is what we have a problem with. Everything we look at, we want to see what can it make, how can we make money from this? The vulnerable we might not make money from. And that is where the people who are making a lot can chip in to give so that we can accommodate those of us that are struggling, the disabled, the poor, the people who have become old, the old who are not being taken care, neglected by their own children. The government need to address. Do you know even this money that is being given, the 2,000? Some parents, I've had an old person who told me, they told me there is no money. She has land, her husband died. They are going to the land, they are harvesting crops from the land, yet they cannot take her to hospital. She has no clothes. And that is a person, when she asks, she says she's sick, they tell her there is no money. These are the people the government needs to be visiting these homes. They need to be taking some of these elderly from these homes and putting them in homes. Yes, we want jobs. If housing can create jobs, why not create jobs that can house some of the vulnerable people? Why not create schools? Some schools are very bad, dilapidated. Why can't we make good schools? So we can still build, but let the people that can build for themselves build for themselves. Let the government build for those who cannot build for themselves. Last but not least, Mburu said that the deputy president then, which was Ruto, when he became president, he found that the economy was in bad shape. What I asked him, how can we separate him from the government that was when he was in that government? And you will say that he had been kicked to the curb. If he did, like now, if the Senate did something today, and tomorrow Okiya Omtatah came and said, I was silenced, we would listen because we have seen him trying to resist. Ruto just sat there and watched. And that is criminal because he also accepted to take money that he did not earn. Yet we never saw him to court going to oppose anything Uhuru said. He was just comfortable sitting there and earning an income he had not worked for, which is a bigger sin. Sitting there and seeing them steal and doing nothing, and then coming in and starting to say you found. Where were you when they were doing it? Well, you were in that government. All these people most of the people in UDA were in Jubilee. Yet they're saying they found an empty coffer. How? Is it this commonship? So how can we believe them that they will build houses when up to now they have not done one thing of anything that they promised? One. If they have started to spill, now we have this oil scandal, we have all these scandals going on, we have all these people who had corruption cases being withdrawn. How can we trust them that they will build these houses? How can we trust that if someone like Wagoro is still in this government, that even those houses will not be overpriced? If SGR, they started inflating the prices, how can we trust that these investors will not inflate to where these houses will become so expensive? Because the things that are being bought will become like, they will gauge the prices on these products to build these houses. So there is a lot of distrust, and it comes from their history. Their history is not good. So how do we trust that they will do the right thing this time? I don't know. We'll wait to see. But I can almost tell you that's another scandal in the making.
Pen, Mr. Pen.
Okay.
Mr. Pen, your
Asante
closing
sana ndugu
remarks.
yangu. Hello?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Okay, ndio nasema asante sana ndugu yangu, dada yangu Stella ambaye amezungumza hapo. It is very true ya kwamba when we share like this, we learn from you guys, and you really enlighten us what is going on in the world or in our country in Kenya. Na lazima tuendelee namna hiyo, na vile nitakubali na huyu dada amezungumza. When Raila joined with Kenyatta, this is when Kenyatta had gone to America and come back and said that he would explain the money that he has in the islands. But what did he do? He went to Kenya and then put Raila in his pocket. I was so much a supporter of Kenyatta, my sister, that is when I dropped him. Because he was like, Raila would not ask him a question. He never answered the question why he had spent so much money like that. And the people that he had kept the money with, like the president of Chile, he was impeached and he had to leave office because of that kind of money. Hiyo ni pesa kitambo walikuwa wanaweka Switzerland, sasa wanaweka in the islands. Na hiyo ni mbaya sana. But it is what it is. Let us move forward. Let us debate these debates that we had earlier about the housing, about the role of the government, and move forward. Because if we go backwards, we will never get where we are going. So let us move forward and let us contribute positively as to what it is our country can do and our village can do. Vile huyo dada amesema, there are so many people huko nyumbani wanasumbuka sana, na we have to do what we have to do, but it is the role of the government in this case, in a larger point, to help them out. Thank you very much, Mzalendo.
Stella, have you said something? Stella?
Remarks.
Huh?
I closed my remarks.
Yeah, your closing remarks.
I did close my remarks.
Oh, you did close your remarks. Anyway, thank you so much, Stella, for being and Ben Nyagaka, those who were earlier here with the Jakes. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Fred, who was here. Pen, as usual, Asante Sana for gracing the show. The newspaper review is coming in a short while. I will give my closing remarks. It will be in form of video by the president. I think maybe you've not watched it, but you'll be watching it for the first time here in Africa. Thank you so much. There's a lady who has been, not a lady, I don't know who Goodyear is, but he or she has been keeping people engaged on the comment section. We want to appreciate you, Goodyear, and what you're doing on the comment section. Thank you for reminding people to subscribe to Africa. Asante Sana, Goodyear. Wherever you are, the Mungu akubariki na tunakupenda sana. We love your company. Keep us engaged, keep us informed. If you see us straying, because we cannot know it all, we must be informed by our viewers out there. Asante sana. Stella, as usual, never disappoints, giving us the legal background of certain issues that we might not be aware of in the law. I leave you with these remarks from the President of the Republic of Kenya. I think he attended a funeral somewhere.
Badala ya kusumbua wananchi na kulete fujo na kulete vita, ambieni hawa wananchi mpango yenu tofauti na yetu ni gani?
Mpango yenu tofauti na yetu ni gani? That is what Ruto was asking the opposition. Tell us what you have different, so that the country can move forward. Raila has got a very good idea. Let him advise the government, let him advise, because they are in talking terms. They want to negotiate for positions. So let him advise the government and tell us what they really want to do in the government, so that we can hear his side of view. Maybe he has got a very good solution to the issue of housing. So let us not brush him off. And akuje kwa meza, ambie serikali ni nini aswa hii 6,000 ya kupatia maaslas, hiyo pesa ingetoka wapi, watu wakule hiyo pesa na Kenya iendelee. So ni hayo tu niko nayo kwa sasa, and see you in a few minutes. Leo will be bringing the newspaper review together with Mr. G. And asante sana for keeping me company. Hata mimi wacha nikunywe katembe kamaji kidogo ndio niweze kujumuika na kina Leo na wengine wakijadiliana.
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja. Munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali, Bwana Omutata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini. Na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please. Okiya, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu, na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyu Okiya, hata akinipeleka kotini si mbaya, kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu, si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu Okiya.
Asante sana and good night.